Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. 어스면 위에 비친 starlight, 언제나 반짝인 my heart for you. 영원하자던 그 말로 서로를 비추던 시간 속을 걷던 우린 너무 아름다웠어. 환하게 비춰줄게. No, you won't have to cry, 'cause I'll do the grieving while I'm by your side, like always. 또 다른 시작일지 몰라, darling. 잠시 머물던 우린 스토리 안에서 난 더 흐릿해져도 괜찮아. 떠나는 왜또 everything goes on. 어둠 속 멀리 비춰줄 뿐인 여린 빛을 지킨 너의 마음. 나를 잊어간대도 don't apologize. Memories stay forever, 그걸로 충분해. You and I, 그 언제보다 아름다워. 넌 darling, 화려히 반짝일 널 story
자, 이번 경기 파이널! 자, 젠지와 T1의
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you. They cannot conquer you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronically here for the final day of the week. And very excited to get into some potentially quick matches, but we have seen some upsets. Yesterday looked cut and dry, went all 6 games, Chronicler.
Yeah, I was kind of baffled by that one, and I personally have a lot of faith in Genji. I try not to have faith in Liv Sandbox, but I really, really do. So we'll see whether or not that faith is rewarded today, or whether we'll get another day of not quite upsets, but
Yeah.
you know, partial ones.
Indeed, of course, Kwangdong Freaks, you know, they were able, to challenge T1 this week. That being said, so was Fred Brion. T1 not necessarily having a massively dominant week this time around. Felt like it was a little bit more of a chill one, getting ready for a quite difficult week next time around. And I'm hoping that Kwangdong can hold on to some of that spirit that they brought to that series. Let's get into the points of the match here. See whether or not Kwangdong Freaks can further their playoff prospects. As you can see, yeah, it's certainly in a bit of a crisis at the moment.
It really is for Kwangdong Freaks. Even with Moam coming in, they've still not really been able to turn the tides. And Liv Sandbox, on the other hand, are looking poised to make playoffs for after what has been a couple of seasons where it looked like they might, and then they definitely didn't.
Yeah, this was a team that, you know, came in with Griffin, you know, quite a few years ago, and they were often fairly hot on their heels at the beginning, surprisingly good, and then kind of fell off the map for a few years. So we'll see whether they can make that springboard back. Hoyt is going to be starting here. No Moham this time around, much to the chagrin of my co-commentator here today. But Hoyt has... his last series definitely wasn't exactly awe-inspiring, but he often comes in with some plans, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the plans are.
I do love my challenger players, but I don't think Moam has necessarily been inspiring, as enjoyable as it is to watch him. And as you're pointing out, I am personally expecting Kwangdong to have a very specific strategy in mind. I don't think Hoyt and Moam were that far apart in terms of performances, really dependent on the setup. Dependent on the matchup. And last time around, it was the Seraphine and the Ashe that actually worked out very well.
Yep, and as you can see, Teddy not even metaphorically carrying his team, he's literally carrying his team. He certainly has been playing very, very well. I think that, you know, Fate has also been stepping up there, being able to find some really good moments here for Kwangdong Freaks, but it's largely around Teddy that this team has been playing, and the same can be said for Liv Sandbox. Prince is definitely the Prince. He is certainly royalty for this squad. The difference between Liv Sandbox this season and Liv Sandbox last season is just insane.
Yeah, it's Prince with his trusty Knight Croco.
Indeed.
And the Knight's God has been eating well. As we look at the stats, my favorite one is always going to be, look at those champion kills per minute for Liv Sandbox, Atlas. That's exactly what we want to see. That's what we've been expecting from this team. It's not that their laning phase is particularly impressive, but look at when the skirmishes really start happening on the map. Between the 14-25 minutes, that's where they do build a lot of their gold leads, and most specifically, second in average team gold up at 25 is super impressive when you consider that they're 4th place.
No, exactly right. I think it's very interesting to Liv Sandbox as well, a little bit middling in the
That's combined kills.
Yes, combined kills per minute just means that basically the amount of kills on both sides of the rift. So it's not necessarily up, it's not necessarily down, but it does mean lots of action. And let's see whether that's going to happen here today. Kwandong Freaks wanted to come out of the gate swinging, and as you can see, Hoyt looking in highest spirits as they move out into LoL Park. And of course, it's a team that is just coming off some COVID issues as well. Remember, you know, the reason Teddy was carrying that basket of his teammates was because they had to be back in the Kwandong facility in order to play the game remotely and not give other people COVID. So now all back together, all feeling healthy, and we'll see whether they are going to be able to once again have a good series, because I think the biggest standout for me last time we saw Kwandong Freaks was Ellen. I think that he had an absolutely fantastic performance. His quadra kill on the Viego definitely springing to mind, and he has been an up and down player. And now he has to face off against Croco, definitely a big power point here on Live Sandbox's side.
And I'm always one to enjoy presentations, and hopefully for Kwandong Freaks they're actually able to keep up, because they have had a really tough time with that throughout the entirety of this split. And Live Sandbox, they're a team that has a very clear-cut identity. We have the role player, the maniac, a closer who honestly has been having a pretty good split, and then Prince and Kael, the most impressive part of this team, and the most improved part of this team. And it goes hand in hand. Prince has made Kael look so much better, not just in as in I devour and Prince lives and that's why I'm good. Kael's actually playing better. 2v2s look a lot more confident. And overall this team just has really been able to make it work, as I see Croco doing a thumbs down to his opponents already, as one would expect of Live Sandbox.
Bit of pizzazz. You can imagine that there's Dove there as well, just saying like, oh, he doesn't mean it, don't you worry. I just feel like Dove is like the dad of the team, just trying to keep all of these little youngsters, these little ruffians down, you know? They don't want to get too overexcited. And of course, they definitely can't, because this is a team that didn't get any championship points. And as we start having conversations about Worlds qualification, about playoffs and things like that, it's probably not going to be enough for them to just squeak into playoffs. They need to position themselves well, and that means winning the first round or skipping it entirely. As our key player matchup is going to be Fate versus Closer. Feels like an old one from kind of back in the day. As, of course, Fate, formerly on Sandbox, and when they would go up against T1, sometimes he was up against Closer.
And what's important to note here is that Fate, to me, is a player that is never necessarily a liability, but sometimes he just feels invisible. He's not going to be someone that's going to throw in lane and like get killed multiple times, but when he looks good, he looks incredible, but otherwise, he's just kind of there. And in a team where LM has been mostly cold, Keen has not looked like himself, I think all split, and the support struggles kind of continue. If it's just Teddy, that's not enough. Fate needs to be able to step up and actually get anything done, and it's been a really good meta for Closer. And let's not forget, in a past, very distant past, we had this guy as the next Faker. Like that was he was in line, and obviously didn't quite work out with that. I think his spring wasn't great, but overall, a player that has really been developing. As I heard correctly, that was Croco's family.
Yeah, that was Croco's dad and I believe, his uncle and nephew in the audience. Croco's had like almost his whole extended family at LoL Park over this season. It's been extraordinarily wholesome. And I like how, you know, with his family in the audience, he's given the thumbs down to his opposition as he's walking out, like showing all of that sass. He's like, I don't even, you know, it's not even about being a nice guy. No. We're still here to win, even if I do have my uncle here that I want to make sure he understands that I'm a really nice guy. Not to be the case. Croco does not sacrifice for anyone.
Oh my god, that Mudkip.
That Mudkip is absolutely adorable. But very keen to see whether Kwandong Freaks can actually step up to Live Sandbox. This is about the time where they have to start getting wins. The playoffs conversation most definitely is upon us, and getting up to 8 losses for the season is really getting into we don't think we can make playoffs type territory. Not quite as bad as the teams that are underneath Kwandong, but they could just barely miss out, and that would definitely be a huge problem for the squad. It does depend on a few things, and Kwandong Freaks are still in pretty good standing for sort of eking in, but that is not really how you want to get there.
No.
Let's hop into the draft here. and see how this one is going to go. Quandong Freaks do have side selection, and they have elected the blue side.
Even with Kwangdong Freaks being relatively close in terms of wins, because DRX is at 7, they're at 4, which is a lot, but it's not impossible. The game score for Kwangdong is -8, and the one for DRX is +2. So those are the type of gaps that if you want to have an actual shot at playoffs, you got to start closing that right now. And for Liv Sandbox, as you pointed out, they have only lost against the top 3 teams. So that's DK, that is Genji, and that's T1. And if they want to have a shot at making it to that regional qualifier, at having a chance of representing the LCK at Worlds, and of course, for their own playoff dreams, losing to lower tier teams should not be started in week, I want to say, where were we? End of week 6?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So it's a very important match for them as well. And Kwangdong has been known to swing up because it's not as bad as with Nongshim, but this is still a team where you look at the pieces, specifically the solo lanes and Teddy, and you're like, this team, it's got to be playoffs, right? And it's just not really happened up until this point.
Yeah, it's not quite as egregious as the Nongshim side of things, as Kwangdong Freaks are going to ban away the Ahri. The first one that does look a little bit curious, of course, Fate has really enjoyed the pick. Obviously, a bit of a nod to potentially going for that first pick, Talia. This does mean that things like the Lucian are available, Azir and Corki both available, but the Lucian is the one that's going to be snapped up here for Teddy on that bottom side. And let's see what Liv Sandbox's answer is, because Prince could just Draven it if he wanted to. This has been the most common response to the Lucian lanes.
Yeah, there is 2 options. Either you go for Kogalulu, and then you really need to draft around that, or alternatively, you can go for the Draven and try to actually match the early pressure. This should surprise absolutely no one. Dove has been a wonderful role player. Nara is a pick that will always have impact as long as you play your team fights well, regardless of what the state of the lane is. So going behind or going down a couple of creeps, generally not going to biggest of deals, and not really a counter pick available to the Nara that we have consistently liked. We've seen Sejuani work sometimes, we've seen some 2v2s do all right, but this is Liv Sandbox really taking a big risk, because playing what probably will be either Nautilus or a Kench, never mind, Kench banned, so this is going to be Nautilus most likely, into a Lucian Nami name is a big risk. I do think that with Hoyt's performance being relatively lackluster up until this point, it is something that with enough Croco intervention, Liv Sandbox probably feel like they can take on.
Yeah, I think maybe it'll be the other one, the Aphelios Lulu that we've seen attempted as well. Of course, Lulu doing a little bit better in lane.
Like a lot more into Nami.
Yeah, I feel like you will just get bullied. Nami, of course, going to be picked up here alongside the Lucian. We've had conversations about this. Senna definitely getting a bit jealous of Nami these days because they're paired so often. Fate thinking about locking away the Gwen here for Keen. I personally am completely off the Gwen hype train into Nah. Used to think that it worked out relatively well. Did have a couple of games after the nerfs where it was kind of okay, but I still think that Nah is just too consistent. Might be different if you put the nameplates on, as we do see the Lulu being considered here for the bottom lane. It was the pairing I was sort of expecting in answer to the Nami.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Lulu bans as well. Renata is an interesting one. As the Renata, I think, going to have a tougher time into the Lucian, like especially post level 6. This is a lane where a single misstep can really bring you down. But playing engage points into Nami always is going to feel very bad. So champions like Nautilus really struggle because it makes hitting bubbles very easy. Post 6 though, Liv Sandbox is going to need a powerful mid lane, and we have actually seen the Rise come back. And if Liv Sandbox now proactively ban out a couple of strong jungle picks and pick up something like a Lee, a pick that can allow Croco to really keep close tabs on the bot lane, get them ahead early, and then maybe augment it with a Rise or a Galio, I think you end up with a composition that actually allows you to combat at least partially this Lucian Nami lane, because we have not seen it in quite a while, because there was a time when we just left it open like 3-4 times and then they just won most of those games, unless there was a really big bot gap. So definitely a risk being taken here by Sandbox, but you got to take some risks on red side in the current state of the meta.
Certainly do. We'll see what they are actually going to get out of it. Of course, looking for a jungler and a mid laner right now. 2 junglers have been banned away. I was half expecting the Poppy lock-in instead of the Aphelios. Of course, you don't need to show that right at that moment, but they wanted to make sure that they locked in a bottom lane before that got hit with the ban hammer. So we are going to just thin out this jungle pool as much as possible. The Vi needs to be banned here by Kwangdong Freaks. They every team just loves banning Croco's Vi. Taking a while to find the icon, but I believe they will take that one away. Oh no, will be the Azir. So theoretically, Live Sandbox can go towards the Vi if they'd like to. It's not something that Croco's necessarily defaulted to. We've just seen it banned against him a million times, and that was why I was expecting it.
I think Vi Rise is a really nice way to round out your composition. After seeing some more of the Rises, I've actually been kind of convinced by that pick. I do think that it holds a lot of value, and especially because it is more of the AP variant of Rise that actually does provide a lot of damage. As yeah, it's going to be between Lee or Vi. Croco does love his Vi and had some extremely notable plays on it. Everyone else trying it, not so much. It will be picked up here, so now you can go still, I think, in a number of different directions here for Live Sandbox, and I have been extremely vocal about how incredibly broken Fiddlesticks is, and which obviously means we're not going to pick it. It's only getting overbuffed next patch, so that must mean it's not good right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Atlas? Yeah.
Yeah, well, Viego going to be locked in, and of course, Ellum is very, very comfortable on the champion. And so not wanting to, you know, rock the boat too much is, yeah, this is nice. Certainly is playing into some pretty close range gaming. Against Renata Glass, that is a very scary prospect. This would be the same, but with a lot more defensive options, and Lissandra will be locked away here, creating space for Lucian to dash around and be a menace, plus being able to get Viego resets while Frozen Thralls are just like ghostily running around exploding on people. I love it. This combination is one of my favorites, as Closer is thinking about going back to his assassin roots here with an Akali hover.
Yeah, generally you pick
Lissandra
into Akali. Yes, absolutely. But it's Sandbox, so who cares? They don't. They obviously not too bothered.
I think they actually they had a card over the other side of the screen. They didn't actually see what champions their opponents were locking in. No. They were just locking in the champions they wanted to play.
Yeah. So because I think Alessandro actually poses a really interesting problem for Sandbox, because champions like Victor or like other ranged mages, Ziggs, Zeref, can actually be very good into Lissandra because she can't really quite match the range, and if you go cleanse or you go some defensive itemization early on, makes it really hard to play out the lane. But it's Sandbox, so there is no way that Closer is ever going to do anything. So I think the draw from Kwangno actually quite smart here, picking a pick that makes it really hard for both Vi and for Closer to go in the Lissandra, having a really strong bottom lane to play around with that Lissandra and with the Viego. And then the Gwen matchup, it's not going to make you excited, but we also know that at the very least Gwen will be all right. So as a whole, I really like the Kwangno composition. You are on blue side, so you're kind of obliged to win the draft, and I'd give him an edge. I think the composition for the Live Sandbox it's very Sandbox. I don't know if it should work, but it's definitely strong.
It is. I would have liked the Lulu a little bit more, just to try and give them a little bit of an edge in the lane, as well as being able to augment Croco. If he's going to go in, it adds a bit of AoE to what he's going to be able to get done there, with Wild Growth on top of Assault and Battery, meaning that you just get him in, get those knockups to happen. But we'll see how it's going to go. This is, like you say, very Live Sandbox. All right, here we go. Project Vi elected for here on Croco's side. I don't know whether you can take your sunglasses off with the Project Vi skin, so that makes it immediately worse, in my opinion.
Okay, reasonable take.
So I'm just hoping that next time we see him play the Vi, he's with, you know, the shade toggle. Do think that the, you know, the gauntlets are definitely a lot cooler, but I don't know. Just think it's pretty cool to be able to put your shades on and off. Anyway, Keen, I think, is going to have a pretty good time on this Gwen. I actually really like Gwen into Renata, just because hostile takeover is not as scary when you can just put down your mist and not have to worry about it. So flanking angles and things like this for Keen, as long as he doesn't do it right on top of the Renata, there is an option for him to avoid a bunch of that CC that Kyle will have to use from range if he wants to not die instantly.
Seeing triple unflinching coming through here as well makes a lot of sense, considering you're playing into a Lissandra. Always going to be really nice. Value of Mercs going to be okay, not necessarily amazing between the suspension and LM having a little bit of a stun, but the rest of the team not having too much EC. It really is just the Liz coming out. And yeah, I think the Renata is more of an all-round pick that also punishes some of the shorter range aspects of the Kwangdong comp, even though you do have the Hallowed Mist, as you pointed out. Because I like the Lulu, but I think without the Kog'Maw, who also has just a really strong trading pattern when you use your W, especially into the Lucian, which can have some rage issues early on. It's still going to be strong, but you might not have as much agency in the lane. And we know Liv Sandbox loves agency. They love playing aggressively, and they love looking for early plays. So wouldn't be shocked as Prince and Cal going to get the early shove here, and maybe they might be looking for a gank on the bounce. I don't think they're going to be looking for a dive this early on. But Teddy and Hoyt playing it very respectfully.
Yeah, which they kind of have to. LM is there towards the top side, and they haven't invested any vision in this bottom side of the map. Croco is known to be a little bit of a vagabond in the early stages, so therefore playing this run respectfully seems like the absolute no-brainer. Teddy just really wishes he could get a few of these minions, but he will be able to now pick up a few now that the full crash has come in. But Liv Sandbox are prepping for a plate here at 3 minutes. Okay, yeah, that's a thing that you could do in an Aphelios lane, I guess. And they don't really challenge the Aphelios range, so we're gonna have to keep our eye on the Severum Crescendum factor, because Prince could get a heck of a lot of value, and we know that this guy's Aphelios is pretty ridiculous anyway. Yeah. So this could definitely be a dangerous point, unless Kwangdong Freak's team comp can get these team fights working in their favor, because they have definitely a lot of tools.
Yeah, ideally now, as Prince actually gets his Infernum, so he will be able to, you now get the pushback and then go for an early recall, actually utilizing the money that you will be given. And you also avoid the gank, that is without a shadow of a doubt coming. I'm not sure how much tracking they had, as I do see some careful pings going down on LM currently taking his Krugs. So yeah, really like this early play from the Liv Sandbox bot lane. Very nice, gets you a recall. And on the other side, Croco just not really seeing an opportunity, went towards the top side of the map, cleared that one out, and is now a little bit behind LM, but not going to be the biggest issue as back was cancelled. But Kyle and Prince still going to be fine. And I really like the Vi, because to me it is the most Croco champions of like the most on-theme that you can possibly get. Yeah.
100%.
Ooh, Kyle, you are standing on ward.
Yeah, Hoyt is just going to come over and visit him. Kyle going to walk down. That is his move. Not going to be bubbled up, but of course, I don't think there was any kill pressure or anything like that. Vi going to be moving down over to the Grumpers. Okay, Fate's going to dash on forward. There's the flash out from Closer. A whole bunch of buttons go awry, but still, flash for flash, and you'll take that if it's the mid laner that's giving it up in comparison to the jungler. So nice work from LM.
Closer also going for the teleport, which obviously in late game scenarios is going to be extremely valuable, but into a Lissandra, not going cleanse really is a
sandbox.
That does it. It's sandbox.
It's a very really sandbox move. Yeah.
It's a really big risk as the ease of setup becomes very, very easy. So I would love to see Liv Sandbox actually utilize, for example, as we see in the bot side, actually use their pressure not only to pick up objectives, but to set up some vision control so that Closer can keep track. And yeah, I think if you don't go cleanse especially, you need to go Mercs first here in this matchup. Don't really have any other way around it. And now that 6 is hit, Closer, of course, kill threat generally should be really hard into a Lissandra, but at the very least will have a lot of roaming power here.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about the situation at this moment, but without Flash, going to have to be a little bit respectful. Liv Sandbox generally, a little bit of respect is about what you get.
As much.
And if you get that, then you'll be pretty happy, because that's more than they give to a lot of teams here in the LCK this season. 300 gold is their lead. But I don't think Quantum Freaks are too worried about any sort of advantages. We've seen Lucians not be lane bullies necessarily.
Yeah.
It's more about, mid-game power. As soon as you get a couple of items under your belt, the burst damage can be ridiculous. Okay, here's the return gank. Nice little stun there as Ulti comes through. Closer, taking a few autos. There's a perfect execution. Oh, he comes back with the backflip. Unbelievable. And now LM's having to fight Croco. The denting blows stacking up. Hoyt will come on over here. And of course, Sandbox are just fighting forever. That's obviously what they're going to do. But Closer gets a double kill. What is this? What was... Okay.
That's
all right, Sandbox. Oh, all right. That is like full Ninja Gaiden right there. That was like, and like the hard one, like the second game, the one that was on Xbox, that's extraordinarily difficult. Like that was Ninja flying everywhere.
Closer on champions like Azir and Victor, I sleep. Closer on melee carries.
Oh, yeah.
I am wide awake because
that's real stuff, as they would say.
It really is. Oh, because when this play starts as well, like he doesn't actually have his shroud. So you're like, okay, well, unbelievable.
Okay.
I want to hear the communication of like, just keep fighting him. Oh man, Live Sandbox, what a team! Now they have a 1,000 gold lead. I still stand by the fact that I really quite like the Quantum Freaks draft.
I agree.
But once again, we're seeing that he didn't even take Cleanse Chronicles. Like that's the crazy thing about this.
Yeah.
The Merc Treads value, absolutely amazing, but I still thought that it was pretty cookie cutter what Quantum Freaks were trying to get done there. Just shows that you have a champion with that much skill expression, you have a lot of skill to express, you're going to be feeling pretty good. As now Kyle's going to move into this mid lane. 5-point strike, really doing some work here against the Lissandra. It's going to buy Live Sandbox a lot of space in order to grab themselves this Rift Herald. Level 6 gained by Kale as well.
Yeah.
And Teddy and Hoyt just going to not fast push this lane or anything like that. They have a lot of vision available, and Live Sandbox are going to rotate their way down as they do destroy the jungle in the meantime. Prince with his Crescendum will very comfortably collect the Gromp.
And what we're seeing here is a pretty big problem, because I do think that the Live Sandbox comp, when playing on the back foot, can run into some difficulties, because it's a very aggressive comp. And when they're the one dictating the pace, Croco goes in, Closer blows up, back lines, Prince can layer his ultimate on top of it. They're quite strong, but when they're on the back foot, when someone's getting bubbled, when Fade roams the side lanes, the setup is really, really strong as all Prince.
Yep, Tidal Wave comes in immediately. The cleanse is going to come down, making sure that bubble doesn't come in. Nice defensive hostile takeover there from Kale. As I believe Ellen wasn't spotted, as Croco's going to come in. There's the Assault and Battery. Moonlight Vigil comes down. That is a very dead Mermaid. Hoyt's going to take a little while to die, as Croco wanted to give the kill to Prince, but he doesn't wait that long, ladies and gentlemen. That is not a Croco move. If you're not very quick on the trigger finger, he will take your kill.
Yeah, Prince obviously doesn't want to use his flash for a kill in this situation, playing into a lot of threats on Kwangdong, and Croco says, well, I tried. I gave it my best effort. Didn't quite work out. As last time, this went very poorly, but that was with Croco here. This time around, Closer is on his lonesome, but seems to read the play. Not surprising. Alan. Also, this is a very early setup play, right? Like Hoyt and Teddy going in that aggressively, and then Alan, I think, actually finishes. Oh my god, that's so sad. Finishes the back just as Croco comes in, and it kind of continues the trend of Kwangdong looking a little bit disjointed, as Ellen has clearly been looking and reading up on the cost effectiveness of items.
I was going to say that. The chainsword coming in here from Ellen.
You were mentioning it earlier today as well, which is in the future for you guys because it was the Box Day recording. That item very, very strong. Divine Thunder also going to get nerfed. on the upcoming patch. So LM is like, I'm ahead of the curve.
Yeah. This is another Kwangdong thing as well. You know, they do like taking a few of the strategies that don't necessarily begin in the East. They are more likely to take more inspiration from a lot of different regions.
Yeah. As this turret is getting a little low, but still really need to respect this Lucianami lane, especially with Prince not having the cleanse available. If you get hit by a bubble, you are still certainly dead.
Yep.
Kroko is just gonna plop this down. Doesn't really need to do anything else. Can just sit here. Is he blind? Yeah, he's just blind.
He's just going to Vault Breaker into that Tri-Brush. That is just the thing that he does. Shelly should be able to get a charge here. And yep, not a whole lot they can do about it. That is a lot of money. And Kyle's actually going to be able to move out of the way of that one as well, making sure the money goes on Vi and the Aphelios. Yeah. Really like that distribution. As Liv Sandbox 2,000 gold in the lead, but the money is in the right spots. As Dove fighting against Keen. Jono strong. We don't really need to be checking out the top lane at this point in time.
Well, it's actually notable that Dove is doing completely okay in this 1v1. And we talked. No, but like, I've been very outspoken. I don't think that Dove is a bad player at all. I think he plays extremely respectful, which is why he almost never dies, right? Like he's just he goes down 20 CS, but it's not often that you see Dove get killed repeatedly because he doesn't contest that much. And right now, if he is on even footing, you are feeling great as Liv Sandbox, as you pointed out. Prince is doing peachy, a lot of gold invested into him. He's going to get a great back in here. Closer is heavily accelerated. And overall, this has all the hallmarks of Liv Sandbox feeling great. And the Kwangdong composition is reliant on at least a certain amount of priority. If you want to really utilize the power of picks like this Lissandra, of this Lucianami, you need to be the one that actually starts things up. But if you're continuously shoved in every single lane, barring, I guess, top lane, but who cares about top lane, your composition is not going to be able to get that much done. And after that skirmish, Kwangdong to me look a little scared.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that there are sort of moments for Kwangdong Freaks in the later stages of the game when Keen becomes able to win out in side lanes. Of course, only the Leeching Leer at the moment, but when that Riftmaker comes in, when things like Nash's Tooth come in, he will be able to start threatening and will do a lot of damage to structures as well. But that's a long way down the line, and if Liv Sandbox continue to be able to find these picks and skirmishes, then it may just never happen if Keen is sort of outscaled as far as the state of the game is concerned. And
when it comes to fighting Sandbox, my question is, what items do you have? Because they will fight. Like, especially across the board, everyone, barring Dove and Kyle, have finished their first item. So we have Divine Sunderer, we have Proto Belt, we have a Gale Force ready. So the next objective, Hextech Drake, you need to fight. And if you don't fight, then it's sole points at 16 minutes for Liv Sandbox, because they started early. Level 4, the first Drake was picked up.
Yeah. And this Hextech Soul is going to be like on the cards at what, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Theoretically, 21 minutes. That's quite early. As Prince is not going to quite find the Calibrum Q. He's sitting on Crescendum Gravitum right now. Fair bit of CC available as LM poking his head in. There's another Tidal Wave as Kyle's going to flash the bubble. Prison not going to land. Moonlight Vigil coming down here. 2 versus 3 for Liv Sandbox. Hostile Takeover comes in. Lands onto a couple. Hoyt seems to be the target here. As Prince looking for some options. Kroko wrapping around. And this turret is on its last legs, remember. LM has spotted out the Vi. They do know what's going on.
Closer.
But can they avoid it as the Akali will come in? Okay, Teleport has to come forward here. Can it be a save from this Lissandra? LM starting off the fight maybe a little bit early, and by maybe, I mean definitely a little bit early. Perfect execution coming in here from Closer. But he just had that button ready. Wasn't going to be able to actually get any kills just yet, as Liv Sandbox will at least claim a first turret.
Well, at least they got a kill, they get a turret, they're going to get the Drake as well.
Yeah.
That's all you could ask for. It's looking wonderful for Sandbox. And with that roam from Closer, even with the teleport from Freyed coming in, effectively, that was going to be, at worst, a 4 versus 4. Prince still has both summoners, so of course he's not afraid about Lissandra coming in. He can just flash, he can just cleanse. And
they're offensive summons.
Yeah, well, for him they are. And I just want to highlight again, the execution on these plays just doesn't really do it. It's not good enough against Sandbox. Because Prince and KL, start up a play while Kroko is still moving. But already, they know the limits. They see the cooldowns that are used. They walk up. then Croco gets spotted here, but it doesn't really matter. He's more of the bouncer, waiting for Closer to come to the club. And then once Closer's there, bad news.
Prince is going to get bailed out, but it's not going to work. Teddy picks up a double now as Croco just diving in 1 versus 4. That's Croco. That is definitely some Live Sandbox stuff going on here. They lose 3 after we were singing their praises. And Dove, he will be able to take this turret, but that means that this Drake stacking has been discontinued.
This is the most Live Sandbox thing I've ever seen, Atlas.
And they're going to be so jealous of Quandong Freaks because
God.
the reason I said at least before is because Live Sandbox, all they want is kills. They only got 1 kill onto LM. That's not. They don't want turrets. They don't want Drakes. They don't want priority. They don't want minion waves. They want champion kills, Chronicler. Yeah. And they are so jealous because Quandong Freaks just picked up 3 for free.
Remember what I mentioned earlier about how the, or what you mentioned as well, with the Lucianami is very, very strong in skirmishes.
Yeah.
They don't snowball. Well, we saw that right there. Yeah. Not a lot of fun and interactive gameplay going on. Now, is this actually a big problem for Sandbox? No, they still have bounties. But this is exactly the type of moments that I think against Kwangdong, with the state of the game right now, like, it's still all up to Live Sandbox. If you do it against Gen G or T1 or Dom1, it can lose you a game. Like, all you need is one of these mistakes. As Prince still was cleansed, moving far up. Fate.
Yeah. Gale Force as well, so it does have maneuverability options.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did like Fate's idea. I also liked the fact that he didn't overextend into Live Sandbox. Croco going to be able to take himself a blue buff. As you can see, Dove moving back towards that top side. And the line of scrimmage here set up by Live Sandbox, relatively aggressive, as you can see. Control wards giving them information everywhere. Keen's going to be able to get rid of one of them. But this is still largely Quandong Freaks, like you mentioned, on the back foot. As Closer very happy to split. And I guess this is one of the difficulties, right? Because we go back to one of the oldest Gwen counters in the book, which was Akali.
Oh, yeah.
And it's Closer that's going to be matching Keen most of the time inside lane.
If it wasn't specifically Dove on Gnar, I was like, are they going to swap? Because we've seen in Challenger the Akali come up as well, and if the player is good enough on Akali, can actually really provide a lot of issues for the Gwen. Because as you point out, as we look across the board, itemization is still favorable for Live Sandbox. But not completely behind. Teddy, most notably, still having a great game. But if you look at the mid lane, that's where you'll see that Closer is getting very close to Shadow Flame. And because he is the sole AP source on his team, look at the itemization. There is no MR. He is going to shred the moment that the Shadow Flame is finished. And there might be too many problems for Kwangdong because you have to deal with Croco, who is going to dive in, regardless of whether it's a good idea or not. You have to deal with Dove, because Dove on Gnar in team fights is just pretty great. He's played that role through, what, like 70% when he's not on like Sejuani or something of the sorts.
Yeah.
And has done that expertly. And then, if you deal with those two, there's still the matter of Prince, who has had a pretty good split.
Yeah, I'd say pretty good is probably a decent understatement there for how he has been doing.
700 POG points, I think. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Him, him aiming and ruler definitely up there when it comes to those POG points. Prince certainly has been the biggest difference maker here for the squad. Another Chainsword going to come through here. This time Croco picks it up as item number 2. And LM actually going a little bit more defensively focused for his follow-up. Not going to... He's just off the Divine Sunder hype train entirely before the patch has even hit. He's like, I mean, it does give me more sustain theoretically on the next patch, but I've found that I enjoy other items a little bit more.
Yeah, but on this patch,
it's still
Croco
good.
still gets a ton of value of Divine Sunder, especially into tanks.
Yeah.
So not ideal itemization. So why not start Baron at 20 minutes?
Look at the guns. Look at the guns. Absolutely fantastic. Dove just getting all of the vision down that he'd require as Croco just diving on forward. A whole bunch of buttons flying into the abyss as Live Sandbox are going to pick up a couple more autos from the Baron, but will otherwise back away.
Ooh, they do get Flash from Alan, and most importantly, Fate had to teleport here as well. So now side lane threat of Live Sandbox becomes a little bit harder to deal with, and any cooldown that you can get as Kwangdong, I think you'll take, because they didn't actually end up giving anyone up. And in 45 seconds, you got to contest for the soul point again. And the Liv Sandbox are not going to have a couple of key ultimates. So, you know, Sandbox still a double-edged sword. Sometimes the ultimates hit and then you win the fight and get Baron. Sometimes they don't hit. And now your contest for a soul point going to be a little bit harder. And this is what we kind of expected. Kwangdong Freaks are still a team that is not going to fret at Brion and just sit and wait. They will still be making proactive plays, although even Fred Brion has gotten a lot better about that in
absolutely.
the last week.
And especially seeing, you know, their first draft against T1 yesterday, definitely very aggressive. They played it out very well as well. But we digress. Liv Sandbox looking for their next battle. We could assume that they're looking for a Drake, but we know that they're just looking for a fight. Dove throwing boomerangs through here. His loyalty program certainly does have good meaning here for Liv Sandbox.
Still, no Moonlight Vigil and no ultimate for KL, so they
Closer on the flank.
don't have a lot of power in that regard.
Yeah, have to be a bit careful here as Kane puts down the mist. Croco throws in the Assault and Battery. Closer still biding his time. Backflip not going to connect the Shuriken as Kane in the Thunderdome is just going to get taken out by the first round of the Perfect Execution. Ulti comes through, but Closer is immediately just going to get out of the CC. Murktred's too powerful. Perfect Execution not going to be able to lock down anyone else, but Kane just sort of walked in and died, and Liv Sandbox do get their soul point.
Yeah, good enough. Keen trying to get aggressive onto Croco, gets him really low, but Croco just flashes over the wall. And then the rest of Kwangdong Freaks being zoned away by Liv Sandbox. Now soul point still has been found. Favorable trade in terms of kill as well. Closer getting even more fed and repeating again. Itemizing MR feels horrible here. You're playing into Vi, you're playing into Aphelios, you're playing into Gnar. And we can see the zoning that comes through here as Keen very happy to go in, but this wave from Hoyt is exclusively a zoning ultimate. And yeah, Dove Narbar. Yeah, he just zones them away. Teddy's trying to get as much done as he possibly can. And then, yeah, Ellen ults away, doesn't really get anything else done. Dove doesn't need to slam anyone back, and I thought Closer was going to take that E.
Me too.
Just because he could, but I'm glad he didn't, because he definitely shouldn't. And now, as a result, Liv Sandbox have an opportunity to take a commanding lead in about 3.5 minutes, a little more, but, you know, we're optimistic here in the LCK, and maybe at that point, Prince might have his IE finished, which is real bad for Kwangdong.
And it was already real bad, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because Shadow Flame being completed for this Akali, like you were talking about, no MR, and therefore Akali doing approximately 1 billion damage with the majority of her abilities. Unfortunately, you know, Closer didn't exactly have the greatest team fight last time around. If that backflip, the first one, had have actually landed the Shuriken, then could have been an even larger disaster here for Kwangdong Freaks. But Liv Sandbox still in a great position, grabbing that extra kill, grabbing the Drake. Now Fate just trying to put out fires here, starting with this top side. Closer lying in wait.
Interesting itemization here as well from Keen, because he's going for Death Cap second, which is a build that we used to see mostly third, but second is something that Vladimir, for example, used to do back in the day as well. Gives you an incredible amount of value on specifically your ultimate, so your team fighting power does go up. But there is a lot of itemization in terms of MR for Sandbox. If you look, a couple of Merc threats, Dove has picked up himself a Force of Nature as well. Wouldn't be surprised, as I say that Croco's probably going to build towards TA because he is Croco.
Yes.
And I mean, on Vi, it's just incredibly powerful. Doing a Veldus check here, we have more stopwatches for Sandbox, which in 2.5 minutes is definitely going to be a big boon. And my biggest issue with what Kwangdong thus far have been unable to do, which they still can if they get a good angle, is that you want to start off the fight by singling out a single target, blowing them up, and getting your reset started. You have Viego, you have Lissandra. We saw that the win rate was, what, 75%? 72, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Because of how strong that combo is and how easy it makes the rest of the team fight for you. But that just hasn't really happened in any relevant scenario. The only real wins that they got was when Prince, KL, and Croco just threw themselves, effectively. Well, Prince didn't. The other two did.
Yeah, lying down in front of your opposition, Liv Sandbox learnt is not the way to win a team fight. After that, they've been doing a little bit less of that. So you can imagine that they have definitely written that one down. Prince and KL going to move into the river here as the Baron looks to be the next port of call. 1.5 minutes on this Hextech Soul available for Liv Sandbox. Kwangdong Freaks wanting to deny that as Prince just collecting all of the jungle that he can find. Doesn't exactly have a huge lead over Teddy or anything like that. Teddy looking for that Infinity Edge as his third item, but it's been a long time since Prince has gone home. So I think that that IE is now complete. Oh, no.
No,
Yeah,
it's
very, very close, but not quite there yet.
It's still early. If any of those free kills, or assists rather, were a kill, then he might have actually been able to finish it. Completion cost not very high, but I don't know if he's actually going to be able to hit it. Closer almost has teleport available, so can also choose to apply some more pressure on the sideline. 3 stopwatches.
Oh,
Atlas.
Dear.
3.
Yeah. And now a back to come through from Closer as well. So Fiendish Codex on top of the rest. Like you say, already had that stopwatch done. Dove now with his. See what that's going to turn into. Knowing Dove, Gargoyle's Stone Plate is probably it. For anybody else, it would be GA, as now Croco is just going to find the Nami. And if you want to pick, that is certainly an option here. Tidal Wave not going to be enough to save her, but Croco in trouble. He's going to get taken down. Heartbreaker to try to get this Viego to relative safety. As Closer not going to overextend once again. I've really enjoyed how Closer has made sure that he's limited the amount of bloodthirstiness to come through from his Akali. So 1-for-1 trade, but Croco's the jungler. That makes securing this dragon quite difficult.
Oh, it's fine. They're just going to fight.
Yeah. That's understandable. As Dove rotating over, and no vision really outside of behind the pit here. As there is just one person at least to bodyguard every single time. Here's Fate on the flank, trying to get himself in. Does manage to ult himself. Prince extraordinarily low, but will survive. Golden goes Fate, and now Dove just trying to keep them in position. Wants to get that Narbar, but he has to go Golden first. Keen's going down extraordinarily low. Closer picks up the kill on the Lucian. A lot of the damage now mitigated. It's a double kill in that backline now as Prince wrapping around. Croco will find his way back. The Vault Break is going to come through, and he's like, well, may as well pick up the Drake. Here we go. 4,000 gold now, the lead for Live Sandbox, and they've got themselves the Hextech Soul as well as Closer. Oh, man, that was close.
He doesn't
close to rounding
know.
the corner.
He doesn't know Pepe laugh. As overall, this is, again, we've said this a lot, but this is such a quintessential Live Sandbox move. The fact that he also doesn't go for Ellen, but for Hoyt. One big mistake here is that Croco, who has stopwatch, I think underestimating the damage to come through from his opponents, and as a result, gets taken down. And that's why Sandbox then has to play the fight very, very slow, but they do so expertly. The fact that Prince lives there is a little bit lucky. A little bit. Just a little bit, and probably would have been much worse otherwise. The Sandbox there pushing it.
Yeah, Dove is going to get a gnaw onto Elam into the wall as there's the Assault and Battery. Elam goes Golden. Fate just waiting in the brush, looking for his moment, but there is the kill. The bailout came down as well as now Fate is just dead. Keen still with a fair bit of damage here, but Closer finds the back line. He's going to go Golden as well as Teddy was stunned up. The backflip so easy here for this man. His Akali's absurd, Chronicler. What the heck is this?
No, he wouldn't. Okay.
No, he's not going to find that backflip. He's also at a third health in comparison to a full health Gwen. He would have gone in, I think, but not going to happen this time around. And I think Quantum Freaks at least have stopped the Baron.
Yeah, they have. Giving up this many kills, though, is still a very unfortunate scenario. As we see the Renata, though, come through. Teddy, unfortunately, not able to find too much value. And only real sacrifice here for Sandbox is Kyle, who is stuck on the opposite side of this wall, not able to actually get anything done. And then it looks like maybe there'll be a turn, and then Closer goes in, and there will be no turn, because Teddy and Hoyt just get immediately blown up. And sometimes, when you talk about Closer being, remember, this guy was he was on T1, he was playing behind Faker, he had like all this promise. Isn't rather rewarded with a great performance. Today, it is. And if this is not a 13 out of 13, I love Croco, but I don't think there's any other vote.
I don't know what you're talking
Atlas.
about. My vote is definitely Prince. I think Prince is the greatest player of all time.
I thought you were going to say Dove.
I've been called out before. I'll never make the mistake again. Yeah, it's Prince for me.
Yeah, always Prince.
Yep.
You would never dare speak ill of Prince on the Sandbox, Atlas.
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. As Croco over the wall, looking to get this flank, but a lot of vision for Kwandong Freaks. Still this Baron is in the back of the minds of Live Sandbox. Troll Ward will be taken down. The Rift going dark now for Kwandong Freaks. We managed to at least scry the pit.
Calibrum Baron.
Yeah.
I love that. Look at Dove.
Look at Dove, just solo zoning here. As Keen's running with scissors, that's dangerous, but for who? Ladies and gentlemen, he's just gonna get taken down. Hostile takeover will fly through, but it's more about, oh my goodness, Closer gets into that backline, flashes after Teddy. Teddy trying to kite it, but 5-point strike comes in, he gets bailed out as well. Renata is broken on Liv Sandbox, dude. I just can't believe it. There is the ace. They picked up the Baron, and this will be game for Liv Sandbox in game 1.
And when we put our question marks to Renata and Akali, we forgot one crucial thing, Atlas. It's Liv Sandbox.
Yeah.
They'll make it work.
Oh my goodness, just absurd. And yeah, bailout definitely does work that way. It doesn't work on turrets, but he had a GA, so I guess it just gives them some more tanking time as the Nexus will be taken down. Liv Sandbox really coming out of the gate swinging here in the first one.
And that game started off with what looked like one unfortunate skirmish, not quite working out. A good counter gang from Croco against a cleanseless, because he didn't pick the summoner, not because it was down, he didn't pick it, Closer. And everything could have worked out swimmingly for Kwangdong Freaks.
Cleanse was on cooldown since spawn.
Yeah.
I think that's how that one worked.
Yeah, and we have a lot of fun because Liv Sandbox is just a great team to watch. The amount of fights that they take, the amount of proactivity, and overall this is very much in line with what we've seen from them for the entirety of the split. Not having that much difficulty with opponents that should be weaker than them.
Yeah, and they just, as we saw over and over, even if the fights weren't good, they'd still pick them, right? Like if you're going to throw down, if the gauntlet is anywhere near the ground, they will definitely fight you for it. Kwangdong Freaks, though, I think I didn't mind the composition, but
I think it was fine.
Yeah, but it just, I don't know. They didn't have the secret stuff that Liv Sandbox had today. And if you lack the proactivity against this squad, if you can't match them in what they're going to do, also if Closer is having a ridiculous day, it's going to be a very difficult time against this team. And feels like all of the above kind of went wrong for Kwangdong Freaks in this one.
And I got a feel for Teddy especially. I think Fade actually also didn't have a bad game at all. Like he took that one unfortunate fight, but it just felt like overall the Sandbox are outperforming by a large margin. This Gwen not really getting anything done. And it's hard to imagine Kwangdong, because this was on blue side as well. This is where you're supposed to smash him, Atlas.
Well, they'll have another chance to hop on blue side if they would like it. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the gentleman in the carpet space will take you through game 1.
먹게. 여차하면 뺄 생각해야 돼. 빼. 먹었어, 얘들아. 한 턴 빼. 먹었어. 나 먹었어.
야,
왜 맞게. 야, 너무 빨리 들어가. 천천히 가. 가오려 주시죠. 아칼리한테 더블 쭉 가봐. 쭉 가봐. 루시안. 오케이. 비고 죽였어.
나 리턴 볼게.
형사. 야,
나 리턴 볼게. 봐봐.
야, 미드로 끝날 것 같은데? 야, 들어가자, 미드로. 1초. 미드로 가자. 게임 끝난다, 이거.
야, 시우야, 너 컴 안 가져왔지? 너도 좀 챙겨라.
나한테 말해주면 챙기지.
나만 먹어? 너도 먹잖아.
근데 넌 너 담당이잖아. 너가 챙겨야지.
그런가?
그럼.
나대지 마.
열로? 인정. 계속 봐도 되고.
너 지금 보자. 나이스. 깔아야 돼. 잠깐만. 얘이 빠지지 않네 방금? 봐줄래 이거?
그라스 이제 온다.
그라 끊긴 했어. 야 여기 다이브 치고 얘네 잡으면 게임 끝나긴 해 얘들아.
야 그냥 잠생하자.
비에고 노플.
왜 네가 다 먹어 킬.
내가 그냥 탱 하나 하고 있을게.
해줄게 영호야.
이게 끝.
야 20분 전에 끝났다. 뭐야?
뭐야 이거? 야 왜 이겼냐?
아니 뭐 끝났어.
제제.
저 이제 폭탄이에요 그냥 폭탄.
지금 어디선가 터지길 원할까요 모두가?
우리 8스택인가 지금?
아?
8스택이야.
폭탄이 점점 커지고 있어 우리.
4,900.
다시 해보자 이거.
기다. 뽀삐 안에 있고.
야,
뽀삐 공 조심. 공각 볼게. 야야야 이거 피. 천천히 뽀삐
볼게.
도고. 내가 먹었어. 야 나 변신하면서 나르부터 볼게. 나르부터.
오케이.
나르
나
먼저.
빠질게 나 빠질게.
나이스. 야 이거 버스로 볼래?
소sam하니까
버스. 일로 나 날라갈게.
빼야돼.
나 빼니까 빼 그냥.
베이스 하나 빼봐.
먹어.
살렸어 배려 살렸어 괜찮아.
이거 너네 그냥 절대 물리지 마봐.
절대 안 물릴게.
아 얘들아 야 백도 해줄게 이거 끝나 게임.
야 이제 집 끊어봐. 야 밑으로.
나한테 끊었어 나한테 끊었어.
끝내줘 태연아. 끝내줘. 오빠 끝내주세요.
끝났어 얘들아. 끝났어. 즐겨.
나이스.
오케이.
빨리 버스하자 이거 될것 같은데?
빨리 치자 이거.
오케이. 나 이거 스마트 하면데 알아서 할게.
빨리.
야 텔 탔다.
아래로
야, 아래로 뚫어도 돼?
아래로 뚫게.
오케이. 나 캐넨 마킹함.
켄지부터 볼게.
나 살았어.
탈진
나 캐넨 공 있어.
탈진.
오케이.
야 골키.
나 괜찮아.
고르키 쪼이자 이거.
코르키 봐.
노플 노발끼리.
나 공이 없어.
잡아.
잡고 바론 가면 될 듯?
야,
끝내지.
천천히 가.
와.
세나 잡았어.
비에고. 이겼다.
나이스.
고생했어.
이겼다.
고생했어.
아 형.
어?
저랑 리신 1대1 맞아요?
들어와.
아 형 너무 가까이서 쓰신 거 아니에요?
아니 이거 들어가도 되는 거야?
형, 적당히 거리 유지해야죠 근데.
근데 그런 룰이 있어?
그게
아.
매너죠요. Manners make his man.
잠시.
나 탑에서 텔드건만 하면 안 돼? 탑리진 스타일로 한번 해볼게.
형 이질 잘해 이질?
이제 한번 해보던가.
아 형은 유성을 유성을 피하는 거죠 계속? 유성을 피하는데?
제이스 말파로 다녀진 유성 큐피하기 우도.
라이너 형들은 슬로우 없으면 유성 안 맞아.
유성을 피해.
저 한두 명 피할 수 있는 게 아니야.
이거 먹은데.
좋은데?
형 진 거잖아. 허물이잖아. 나라도.
Conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf today on this lovely Sunday afternoon. And that was a lovely romantic game from Sandbox. They did not back down from any fights. They went in on everything. And eventually, they just kind of outplayed Kwangdong Freaks.
And I mean, this game from Kwangdong was not ideal. I think their draft was really great. I really loved, in particular, the Lissandra they picked at the end because it was a pretty safe blind pick into all the champions that were left available. The Azir, you know, banned away. You don't feel too bad about basically any of the matchups that are left. Ahri, banned away earlier on, but you're still feeling like, all right, this is a really nice engage. You have the Lucian follow-up. You have, on paper, 3 winning lanes because they did lock in the Akali into the Lissandra, which you and I were not happy about. Mentioned on the cast, like, it's a rough matchup. It's going to be a tough time. And they win bottom side. You know, they just end up laning better than the Lucian Nami. In mid, 2 kills, which we'll get into later, are gifted to Closer. And then on the top side, Keen was just outplayed, and we're not liking the Gwen as much with subsequent nerfs into the Gnar. So they end up losing all 3 lanes. They're playing into a comp that scales really well and is playing proactively. Liv Sandbox just kind of dunked on him. Closer pops off, and no doubt he'll pick up POG. I mean, this game was kind of really interesting until it wasn't, you know?
Yeah, certainly, you know, we've seen Lissandra into Akali many times as an aggressive pick, as, you know, something you've got a lot of AoE roots and stuns, and you can even use it on yourself if the Akali is trying to assassinate you. So generally, we don't see the Akali picked into Lissandra, so that was really the biggest sticking point for us. But sometimes it doesn't matter what champions you pick, it just matters how you play. And let's take a look at this first highlight. It is Closer picking up a double kill.
So Closer has no flash here, and they ult him, but he's able to dash away, gets out of this. Croco comes in, they overcommit. Then this is a sick play from Closer where he barely gets a kill here over the wall, but that's not all. They continue to try to fight this. Croco pulls LM away, and LM sticks around so long here. Hoyt comes over to try to assist, and look at Closer just sitting over here, hitting 5 points over and over, and is going to be able to get a kill here. Yeah, it's a trade. They do end up taking out Croco, but now Closer wins the lane. It's over, it's done. He picks up an early Merc Treads and a fast, you know, component for his first mythic, for his dash cannon.
Alternator.
Alternator, yeah. Which actually, Alternator, when picked up early, is quite strong, actually. The passive is going to give you a lot of extra damage. So from that point on, he's like, all right, well, no longer a losing matchup. Bottom side's going well. Top, they have full control. And it's all based off of one premeditated play, knowing that there's no flash. They felt pretty comfortable, like, okay, we can pull this off, but they just get outplayed by Closer. And that's a really huge turning point at 6.5 minutes in.
Yeah, and, you know, just harkening back to the draft, right, we saw Teddy and Hoyt go for that Lucian Nami. That was the big priority pick that they went for. They left the Gnar available, part of the reason why Dove was able to kind of have an easy game. Didn't have the best Gnar ultimates, but he did the job. And even then, you know, Kwangdong Freak's not really able to get much going with that bottom lane. So kind of, you know, just ousted by the Aphelios and the Renata in the lane. But let's take a look at highlight number 2, which is essentially what happens after Liv Sandbox get ahead.
This is not the greatest start to the fight here for Liv Sandbox, but, you know, look at this Nami angle for Hoyt. They've got this choke point controlled, and Keen is like, I'm ready to fight. I'm, you know, pretty fed at this point. Gwen. And then Closer's like, nah, I've actually got free reign on this fight. He's untouched. And yeah, Prince here also really relatively under no threats here. Did, of course, use his summoners to survive, but is able to follow up with Moonlight Vigil. And look at Closer. He's like looking for executes, double root here, and he just cannot be punished. And Keen, unfortunately, a little bit disconnected here with the backline. Don't know if he would have necessarily been able to save his teammates there, but he was going the other side of the fight, and that kind of disjointed moment, while Closer is also extremely fed, this allows him to cleanly close out that fight. There was one more fight after that, which was even more one-sided for Closer. We don't have to really show that.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of just the snowball happening, and I think that Closer, it was one of those things in the draft where he's like, I don't care, pick me the Akali. Doesn't even need cleanse, which Mal was talking about, but again, then you'd be an Akali with cleanse, which we were kind of talking about. And he just had a fantastic game. You know, this is just another component of this Liv Sandbox roster that is doing very, very well nowadays. Obviously, there's a lot of Prince talk, a lot of Closer, or rather Croco talk, but now Closer coming in and bringing in those key picks that we see from him and actually performing to this level is really good to see.
Yeah, it's just like the conversation we keep having is like, all right, well, Closer, is he going to be a liability or is he going to be a strength? And it's a conversation we've had to have so many times because we know his potential, even as far back as when he was behind Faker on T1, but he's no longer really a weakness. He's no longer a weak point for this roster. They're playing around Prince, but he's doing better. Dove is doing better. This is why Liv Sandbox is rising up so high in the rankings right now.
Yeah, it's really nice to see, and I think that Kwangdong is kind of perfect for a team like Liv Sandbox to just come in and always take these fights. I think that Element Hoyt, unfortunately, you know, like we saw in Spring, were a little bit of weaknesses, and Closer was just able to kind of exploit them multiple times.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the POG here, guys. We do have it ready to go right now, as it will be Closer 10-0 and 5.
The whole game was about him. I mean, he was given that opportunity to double kill, which he, like, make no mistake, this is not just a gift. Like, yes, there was a bit of an overextension here, but he outplayed the hell out of Fate and Elim here. Kroko comes over with the assist. There's good communication. He gets the chase there over the Raptor wall. And we even get to see him get the second one there because it's a long time in the highlight. Is look at how much damage he's able to do here. At this point, he's just so extremely fed. Has a stopwatch, doesn't care.
Oh my god. I mean, look at these mechanics. He is... Holy crap. I'm just watching this like
Gets bailed out.
agape. Obviously, this was towards the end of the game, but it doesn't matter because, well, 13 out of 13, he like stopwatches the tidal wave. Every single time his cooldowns are up, he's like using them right away, hitting everything, shuriken after shuriken. The guy just had a banger game. So
Yeah.
props to Closer. And we are done here for this segment on the Analyst Carpet Space. Let's go back and see what else they have in their pocket.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and a well-deserved POG there for Closer. 13 out of 13. Pogs in chat. Everyone aligned, but this one was not difficult as far as voting was concerned.
No. It was a very straightforward one. And when the draft, I'd argue, is not necessarily a guaranteed win, but definitely has a lot of power points, and then we see none of those power points come through, you're gonna start worrying, right? If you don't see any of the proactive Lissandra plays, you don't actually see any of the dominance of the bot lane, although Teddy really tried. It just doesn't quite come together for Kwangdong. And maybe go back to the fiddlesticks. Maybe that is the direction.
Whoa!
Now I'm feeling even more strengthened in my conviction that Kwangdong has something prepared. Let's not forget they were the one who got the only loss for T1, which still is mind-blowing to think about, with a double Seraphine prep, and I'm expecting to see something similar here. The one issue with Sandbox is I don't know if they can really be fooled, because if you can win with a Kali into Lissandra that hard, I don't know about matchups, Atlas.
Well, I think that they are definitely trying to go for a bit of a leave Silas up and then rise it type angle. That's what I'm sort of feeling in my waters. We'll see whether Liv Sandbox of the same mind, of course. A bit of extra flexibility as far as bans are concerned on this side of the map. Last time, Kalista, Zeri, and Talia were taken away by them. Silas, Tom, Kenshin, Ari were the blue side bans for Kwangdong Freaks, but they have to ban the Zeri this time, so we'll take one each as far as the first two Liv Sandbox bans. We'll see where things deviate from here.
No way, Sandbox. Okay.
Love it. See, I told you. It's like the Silas angle, but they're going to ban the Rise this time, and Kwangdong Freaks are now probably going to be forced to ban Silas.
I'd agree, yeah. And then Liv Sandbox can go into the Lucian themselves. That is not banned away by Kwangdong, and I would be shocked if Kwangdong doesn't actually end up banning the Silas here in the third rotation. Talia's still up as well, though, and
yeah.
I think ideally as Liv Sandbox, you ban it here, so you don't have to play into it. And then Kwangdong either bans away the Silas, which gives you a first pick Gnar, which you're still going to be perfectly happy with. Going to be the Gwen instead. So now as Kwangdong, I think you say, okay, that's fine. You get Talia or Silas, and we get the other one. And that is a trade that I think is a lot more interesting, because even though Silas has been incredible, I do think the matchup into specifically Talia is quite rough.
Yeah, I think that's a difficult one. I think Kwangdong could also just ban the Gnar and then dare them to pick it. Instead, it's going to be the Vi ban here against Kroko. Liv Sandbox just looking for the Silas button. Could go for it, as Kwangdong could also just take both Silas and Talia if they're left up, so it's difficult to leave both of them. But Silas is going to be locked in here. The only other real option in my mind was something like an Aphelios first pick that we have seen picked up quite a few times. Kwangdong do have the opportunity to now pick that away if they would like to.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Talia Silas as a combo, but I imagine you'd still go for it. As that will be the trade, unsurprisingly. Does mean that Talia goes over, is a flex pick, both jungle and mid, also getting buffed on the next patch, which is interesting.
Yep.
That's some buffs to the rocks that she throws, and also the boulder stuns monsters for 3 seconds, which I swear I'm not making that up. Your jungle clear is even better. It's very, very fun to play.
That is absurd.
It is. Talia's win rate as a jungler still wasn't, I assume, based on those buffs, quite up to par. And for Kwangdong, I think the Kench is a really nice takeaway here. Does mean that you can go for a very aggressive Renata lane here, a sandbox, and feel perfectly fine. Wouldn't even be shocked if it's like Gnar and Renata here, then there's still plenty of picks that Prince can go into.
Yeah.
Alternatively, I think the Gnar is the no-brainer. Knowing Sandbox, I'd expect them to also pick up a champion for the bot lane here. I don't know if it will be for Prince, who I think has quite a deep champion pool, just to make sure that you deny the Aphelios Kench to your opponent, which would be the most obvious one.
I would love Gnar Poppy here, though. That would be my favorite.
Ooh, I really like Poppy, but I do think Poppy is somewhat reliant on getting a bot lane that actually works with her, and there aren't any dashes on Kwangdong yet.
Yeah.
So, and the Trundle is still open, so that is a pick that has been like kind of hit or miss, but I still think in theory it should work very well into the Poppy. I think the Aphelios pick here is nice, gets Prince on a champion he's very comfortable on, and denies a power pick to Kwangdong, as I personally would really like a Jinx.
I was hoping for that one too.
Yeah, I think the Senna into Aphelios matchup has not been that great. The kill threat of Aphelios will definitely be neutralized by the Devour being available. But now as Kwangdong, you're basically forced, I think, to throw a Renata ban over, and then Croco's jungle pool isn't really getting pinched. So we'll see what direction they end up going with. Whereas for Liv Sandbox, it's a little bit harder because you don't really know where this Talia is going to go. My expectation is Fate. Fate, in particular, very good on roaming mids.
I mean, he debuted the Talia here in the LCK as well. Yeah. I would definitely expect it to be in his hands. But still, Flex is valuable.
Yeah, with the R4 going over to Kwangdong though, I don't think you're going to feel particularly great about picking up any, or banning rather things like the Trundle, because then Kwangdong can still get the first. And we know how much Croco loves counterpicking jungle and then pushing matchups to their fullest. As instead, we're going to just expand some bans to make Dove happy.
Yeah, it is Aurelia Gangplank that's going to be banned here for Liv Sandbox, almost 100%. As there's a Nautilus ban against Kyle, which is interesting. Of course, Hoyt, definitely a big fan of the Nautilus. Maybe thinking that if he was in their position, he'd be like, oh, I'd Nautilus that lane, 100%. But also, it has been the more popular choice alongside Aphelios if Renata isn't available.
Yeah, I think he uses Lulu now, which is quite good.
Yeah.
You can also go into more like crazy directions and really pick a punish to the Senna Kench lane that is not going to have a lot of pressure. Things like Soraka, things like Yumi. But by doing that, you kind of give up the lane. I think Lulu is a really nice middle ground that works really well together with the Aphelios. As yeah, that's a gauntlet throw, and I don't think Keen has necessarily been the most impressive player. And Fiora has a very, very high skill floor that you kind of need to hit for the champion to be effective.
He has done it before and has looked good on it in the past, but that was the past. It is not now, and we can see that you know, when it does get picked, tends to win here in the LCK. He's only lost one time and over the 3 times that it has been played. But I believe Zeus is at least one of those Fiora picks. As okay. This is what we were looking for. I really like the Lulu here, but it's going to be Thresh, actually. Okay, we've seen a bit of this. I think it was Vista that was jumping on the Thresh hype train just a little bit. Don't really like the position that he's in at the moment. However, still going to lock that one down as let's see where Croco decides to go. Zach would be fun.
Don't play with my heart like that. Don't you do it. No, we know it's going to be Poppy. Don't give me that.
Yeah, I don't mind the Poppy, especially now that they've shown Fiora. Does definitely do a number on the amount of lunges that are possible.
Should be a Trundle pickup here from Kwangdong to round out the composition, unless they do want to flex. Overall, with Sandbox comp, now that we can take a look at it, it's a Sandbox comp. It's short range, it's very aggressive. there is a couple of great opportunities in terms of picks and in terms of setup that you have, but it is very execution-based. Kwangdong comp, a lot of kite back, incredible 1-4 if you can get the Fiora ahead, and then you have a kite back with a Talia, Senna, Can, Trundle, basically impossible to engage on, which Liv Sandbox is going to be 100% forced to do. So expecting to, surprisingly enough, actually see attention paid to the top side of the map, if Kwangdong is playing it well, because if you leave that Fiora on an island and you don't give her any resources, and she gets ganked a couple of times, then the Kwangdong comp falls apart pretty rapidly.
Yep, and if you do that, you need to make sure as well that Teddy and Hoyt are able to play very safely. Of course, they have a lane that is very capable of doing so, but we've also seen Liv Sandbox be able to get surprise victories down there as well. We'll have to see whether Teddy and Hoyt are going to be able to weather the storm, because I agree with you. I think that Kwangdong needs to focus on that top side and get Keen as many advantages as they can get. Fiora is a win condition by herself. She always has been, and she always will be. As Liv Sandbox, they got the Silas. Whether that's going to be enough is going to be the big question here. As far as ultimates are concerned, Dawning Shadow sounds absolutely amazing. Even Devour is a heck of a lot of fun. Steal that one away and you can eat your oppositions. But not exactly the highest of value. No Nars, no Emperor's Divides from Aziz or things like that for the Silas to pick up, but is still probably going to be pretty happy with how this one is going to go. Kwangdong, once again, I think, decent draft. And whether it's going to be enough is going to be the question, because the snowball factor is definitely big. As we are going to jump immediately into a pause, I wonder whose runes got messed up this time.
No biggie. Nothing a quick lobby remake can't fix.
Indeed.
I say, as he said before we ran into a 2.5-hour pause, the likes of which had never been seen in the LCK before.
Well,
it looks like it's Prince Runebug, but of course, because this is beginning of the game, as we have had a bunch of these, should be a once it's established that it's not the player's fault, should be just a
it should be fine.
remake.
I think we could possibly take an opportunity to talk about some new things that we have here in the LCK. I wonder whether G-Sun could bring us back up on camera. Whether that's, I don't know. We need to turn the lights on and get us on camera, because I would really like to show you guys something absolutely amazing.
We want to shield.
That is brand new here in the LCK. For those who actually come and watch the games at LOL Park, thank you, G-Sun. So what I have in my hand right now is a book full of... This is the Morgan page, but these are our trading cards, new LCK trading cards. There are 2 plain versions and 1 holographic version of each and every player. I'm going to flip to a random page. My random page just happens to be Closer and Prince, which is super cool. Closer with the peace sign, that's the holographic one. You can get these every time you buy a ticket to the LCK. You just bring your ticket and you get to choose a team and you get a random card. So once you've also got 5 cards, you can get a holographic card from that team, but it's always going to be random players. And here at the LCK, we also will have sort of like a trading booth as well, so that if you don't get the player that you love, but somebody else wants that particular card, you can potentially get a bit of a trade going on.
Might stop by a table to maybe pick up a holo Croco card, because I really want that.
We can show you what I can show you what the holographic Croco card is going to look like as well.
That's what I desperately want.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. I don't know whether you guys can properly see it.
Maybe like move the book a bit. You can see like.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so cool. They are so cool.
There is a hashtag on Twitter, and then you can meet the person that you want to trade cards with. I don't know what the hashtag is exactly, but
we don't have the hashtag just yet.
There is a hashtag.
Okay, hashtag LCK photocard. Photocard, which is the Korean version, but LCK photocard is how you do it. But you'd have to type it in Korean. You'd just be able to look up the hashtag. It's fine, and I'm sure that the LCK Twitter will have all of the options for you. So if you are in Korea, you want to pick up some of these super cool trading cards, I want to take this whole book home with me.
Yeah, no,
I want to take the whole thing home with me.
We've actually been kind of pestering G-Sun all day. Apologies, G-Sun, because we all really want this.
Oh yeah.
This is not us.
Do you want me to?
He wants to show off his def card.
Yeah, it's the def card. well, this is mostly just barrel cards, but I want to show you the holographic alpaca up there towards the top with a whole bunch of barrels. Super cool.
I wonder. I'm wondering which holo card will be the most valuable one.
I think,
The Faker?
yeah.
Maybe,
So
maybe show the Faker one?
I was just holding off because I knew that you guys wanted to see Faker.
final
We're
page.
remaking
Yeah.
the game.
Yeah, it is a rune box, so we have time for this.
Man.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Faker and we've got Gumiushi on the page. Oh, isn't it cool?
Ooh.
And they're like, it's just, I don't know.
They
man.
look incredible.
There's something about the simplicity and yet the cleanliness of each of the cards. I wasn't
Actually, they're
expecting
actually
to
really
like
cool.
to love it that much.
No.
All these
It's-
cards are so rad.
It's I know in the LCK we had times. Wait, oh my god, it just looks incredible.
Zayas as well. Here is the Mao's favorite page.
Yeah, the Zayas page.
The Zayas page.
Yeah, that's number 1. Croco's number 2. Incredible. Actually, it looks amazing.
It is just so cool. I'm so glad that we had this opportunity. Thank you so much, Prince, for messing up the runes. As we're bailing.
Yeah, we're
Getting out of
peacing out.
here. As Croco is back, and I believe that means now we will be able to officially load into the game. So we actually need to say thank you to Croco as well for giving us as much time as possible to talk about these trading cards. Oh man, I wonder whether we can get tickets so that we can start collecting the cards as well.
Yeah.
Have we figured out how we're gonna get them?
No, not yet. We've been asking very nicely, and I'm sure we will continue. But with our luck, it's probably just going to be the 1 card, and then I'll be happy with that.
That's long.
But I actually kind of want the whole album.
Yeah, I want the whole album too. I just like we're not allowed to pick our favorites. We're supposed to be unbiased.
Yeah.
Therefore, we should have all of them, right? That's how it works. That's how it
You're
works.
right. Otherwise, there might be a completely off-base assumption that
Exactly.
Atlas really enjoys watching Def play.
Yeah, exactly. Like every day we also have 200 cards for the home team and 200 cards for the away team.
Limited?
Yeah. So
Hey, how much longer?
I guess we
Jason,
have to
Jason,
run
how much
over.
longer do we have? I have a thing. That
Yeah.
I need to.
yeah.
If we just can we pop?
How about I'll solo cast for a little bit?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
and then
Death
you
card.
solo cast.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I can do both. So you want the Def card?
I mean, we can't get because they're not here today.
I'll figure something out. So
Just
Def,
go into the
anything else?
storeroom.
Yeah. I'll try.
No, I'm fine because I have this.
That's not you're not taking that home.
Well, I mean, I'd like to see someone stop me. They would. And it's just security just runs from off camera.
See Atlas like sprinting out of little buckets, tackled by 3 people.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's Dove's birthday tomorrow as well, by the
Aw.
way. To
Holo
celebrate
Dove
that,
card?
let's have a look at the
Yeah.
holographic Dove card. By the way, the Lord Morgan looks amazing. Look at him looking at his hands. He's like,
How?
my God, how do such hands hold so much power? And I don't know. I don't know, man. Okay, let's find him. Happy birthday, Dove. Hopefully, here he is. He has a whole page to himself, just looking glorious, as usual. They're so good. Do you want to have a go?
Yeah, I mean,
Just make sure you give them back to me because I'm putting it in my bag, so that I can take it back. Yes.
No. Not happening. Trying to see if there's any. I wish you could see all of these, chat. Oh, there's. We all know Chronicler loves Challengers players, right?
Yeah.
Well, check out this
The Vikla page.
vintage Vikla card. The thumbs down.
Super good.
Amazing.
They are all
want
they're
all
all
of
just
them.
so good. So I think we're gonna have to figure out a way to help out all of our international fans so that we can get a way to send things out. I know that during the Pog State we sent some T-shirts and things like this. We had some giveaways because man, they are all just so good. That Faker holographic card is gonna be like the Charizard. It's gonna be the Charizard of the LCK cards. Calling it now. If you're gonna steal any one card, that is the one.
Don't encourage bad behavior on stream, Atlas.
I mean, it's both of us, and both of us are intending on stealing this book of cards. It's 100%.
I would never do that.
I would.
I would.
I mean, G-Sun's gonna have to like pull it out of my cold, dead hands.
Look, she has a card.
Look at Hoyt.
Look at
the Hoyt forehead card. She's like, who am I? Do I really like Rakan? Yes.
Maybe a little bit of Nautilus.
A little bit of Nautilus. Bit of a Nautilus enthusiast there. It
just gives a...
like the bobblehead vibe. Yeah. It's very, very good. And Live Sandbox fan. There's lots of them. The game is almost ready. I believe we're loading in now. Everyone making sure that we don't have to do it all again. Man, but thankfully, we can now just have the trading card book on the desk for every time we get a pause, and we can just go through. We can like look at Twitch chat, like which card would we like to look at now, and it'll be great. So here we are on the Rift here for game number 2. And I almost spoke over the fan chants because I was just way too enthusiastic about these trading cards. Quandong Freaks going for a little bit of a level 1 play.
It's the Goon Squad.
Indeed.
They're out in full force. And with a fearsome level 1, I might add. Senna and Talia and Trundle and Kench are all very scary, but not going to find anyone. It will have a lot of extra information and a great amount of vision. Now checking for any possible counter invades. Though King was in the area. Want to highlight here that Fate isn't getting on for this Ghost, and especially in mid to late game team fights, really enjoy that Summoner. With the fact that it resets on takedowns means that, especially a champion like Talia that really enjoys kind of weaving in and out of combat movement speed is incredibly valuable. And overall, they are gonna spot the ward here.
Yep.
To be the biggest deal. As
oh dear, a little bit of face check as Quandong Freaks just gonna lick them, throw out that piercing darkness as Kane. You get a little bit of a scuffle here with Dove. See how he wields this this Fiora. As Closer does avoid some of those rocks. More pebbles flying out though, and this is a tough matchup. Like you already said, Unraveled Earth does make your life pretty difficult. Absconding around freely is certainly something that is going to be difficult to do, as Croco is going to find himself LM here as he just heroically charges his way out of there. Nicely done. LM just starting to take some command here.
Yeah, just activates Phase Rush, making sure that he actually gets out. If he gets a wall stun, then maybe he can look for something. And this is unfortunately not something that Croco can do a whole lot about. Both his lanes are getting shoved in. And really nice early gamer from Quandong Freaks, utilizing this strong level 1 that they have to turn it into a vision lead, and then turning that vision lead into a very aggressive play. Now, we do see Croco moving up here. Alum is getting a little bit low. We'll get the smite crucially. And I think Croco still has to go, and
Dove's going to rotate down. He's got Mega Gnar, but not going to get there in time. Is Closer getting some chain lashes here as Fate's in trouble. Seismic Shove going to throw him back towards the Talia. Not a lot of mana for both of these players, and with LM showing up, it is going to mean that they break it up. Aphelios is 5-0 against Senna. It's pretty good for the Aphelios.
Ain't bad, and I think, Croco going towards topside was mainly to make sure that Dove was fine. Well, let me tell you, Dove, probably not fine.
Well, we love this as well. It's exactly what Quandong Freaks want to be doing here. There's the hop down. Dove's going to get that flash as LM manages to get out of there. Keen tanks up the turret, but gets first blood, and this, so good for Quandong Freaks. This start is exactly what you want. Keen with teleport, he can get himself back in here. Dove already missed so many of these creeps, and he's down more than half.
Really nicely done by Quandong. Textbook in terms of early game. Finding really big leads, actually pushing them, invading aggressively. Croco can't quite match, and as a result, we do see the early game going very far in favor of Live Sandbox. Now, the Live Sandbox, or the Quandong rather, the Live Sandbox comp is still quite strong, but getting an early kill on Fiora is exactly what we needed to see. And I've in the past been kind of bitten where I said, you need to play for this Fiora, and then she gets no attention, and then nothing really happens. So seeing Ellen play extremely aggressively towards the top side and Keen picking up an early kill is perfect for the win condition here for Quandong Freaks. As even with Dove hitting level 3, like without Mega Gnar, you're just never ever living here. Alan starts with the fight, gets the chomp off, does all the damage that he needs to, and then flashes out to make sure he doesn't take another turret hit. And it's not really anything that you can do in that scenario. Even if you do have Maganar, like the resistances will help, but the riposte will always make it a little bit awkward to try and look for aggressive plays.
Yeah, and also if you ever put yourself into wallop animation, it is the freest of ripostes that you could ever throw down. So pretty happy as Keen right now, and as you can see with this wave stacked up, did look like Dove had managed to get himself towards parity, but that is absolutely not the case, as Dove does get himself a bit of a recall, and he'll gather a cull and settle in for the winter. Bit of hibernation now for the Gnar, you could imagine.
Yeah, lane's going to push back into him, so he will be fine. Just going to sit on that. LM is still on top side though, and with Kuroko pathing towards the bottom side of the map, might be another opportunity here if Keen can stack a big enough wave. And if you get 2 kills and a bunch of plates on this Fiora, that's when disaster truly strikes. So I wonder whether or not Liv Sandbox is going to be able to actually read the player. Closer does hit 6, could steal a ultimate from Fade, and I'm actually really happy to see Dove also kind of try and thin out the wave. Definitely something you want to try doing here to mitigate the risks of you getting boomed too hard by a possible topside play, because Fade also now has his ultimate available, so could look for any side lane play.
Certainly could. Fate, of course, this is the threat of the Sylas situation. It's like, yes, Sylas has the global, but obviously it's because Fate exists that he does. So Weaver's Wall now certainly able to get Fate around this map and get things done. And as you can see, able to clear out this wave very comfortably.
Closer does have TP though, and Dove might get towards his Maganar. Don't know if Kwangdong will really be in time here.
Yeah, timing is still all right, as Dove now has that Mega Gnar in a pretty good position. Keen taking way too much damage as Closer rotating over. Lunge over the wall there, gets Keen to relative safety, but getting the teleport is all they will claim. Keen did invest his Ghost into that situation, but not really something he's going to worry about, so definitely good defensive play here for Liv Sandbox. But Kwangdong Freaks don't really lose too much.
No, and Dove still was forced to give up most of that wave, so still a nice trade. It doesn't quite get you the complete blowout that it might have otherwise been due to a good read from Sandbox. Closer more than ready to help out his teammate. But that's probably not going to be the end of it. And contrary to many previous games, due to the innate safety of a Kench and Senna lane, there's not really that much you can do in the cross map, especially pre-6 when Prince doesn't quite have the burst yet. So hopefully for Sandbox, they can at the very least pick themselves up an early Drake. But outside of that, this early game from Kwangdong has been very, very nice to look at. Complete contrast with the previous game. Now it just becomes a question of can they maintain this?
Yeah, and will Liv Sandbox be able to find, you know, these skirmishes that they so often look for? Hook is going to connect there onto Hoyt. He's going to get flayed back as well. Eats the grey health as Teddy trying to get back as much damage as possible. Some red-white guns here for Prince, but he should be able to just take himself a lantern, and off he goes to safety. Taking lanterns is going to be something that Fate's going to have to keep his eye on as well. Unraveled Earth can be fantastic at denying that particular journey.
I thought you were going to make more journey jokes. I'm kind of waiting for them.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't quite there. But
You planning any journeys?
don't stop believing in my ability to make journey jokes, okay? That's about all I had. That is about all I had. What?
You're planning any journeys? You own anywhere?
No, outside of hopefully back to Australia for Christmas with my family.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, it's been a while. Travel has not been something that we've really been able to think about all that often, but at least this year things have gotten a little bit better.
Ooh, and even with a lane swap, Kwangdong Freak's going to have quite an easy time in just taking this objective, or at the very least setting up for it. Poppy, of course, is here.
Yeah.
Does have a big ultimate.
Crocker in position. Closer gets licked. Kwangdong Freaks moving on over. Shelly will display her eye, but in they go now. There's Moonlight Vigil. A lot of damage from Prince available as Hoyt going to get pushed out. Doesn't get stunned. 3-man play there from Kyle, but Ellen is flashing forward. Red-white, though, I don't think he should necessarily fight Prince. Picks up Calibrum now, so has a lot of extra range and will land that Q. That is 2 kills already. King gets one on the back end, but I think that went way better than Liv Sandbox really deserved it to. As now Teddy underneath his turret. He will be okay for the moment. That's a lot of Liv Sandbox members in the area.
And they were looking for a dive, but didn't quite have the wave that they wanted. As I say that, oh boy. Wait, Fate has ultimate available. This might be an overreach from Sandbox.
Well, in goes the Weaver's Wall. Teddy, Dawning Shadow does come down. Keen moving on forward. That seismic shove was fantastic. A decent attempt there with the Flay. Heroic Charge comes through as well, but there's a lunge and it's a double. 4-0-0 on Keen's Fiora. And that's precisely what Kwangdong wanted.
Dream scenario, you haven't even utilized yourself that Herald. And Liv Sandbox, you said in the past, they are a very sharp sword, but definitely double-edged, as now they go overeager for a dive on Teddy and get punished by the global from Fake. Keen also making his way over, and now you have a 4-0 Fiora that's sitting on a Gore Drinker. Even more global gold going to go into the pockets of Kwangdong, and you had to win. Like, yes, you give up the Herald, which is unfortunate, but overall, like, it was a really good trade. You got a couple of kills on some of your most important carries. But Liv Sandbox just wanted to push it a little bit more than they should.
Yeah, let's have a look at it one more time. As it looked to me like Liv Sandbox had this in a decent position with Prince, like getting a decent ultimate, also having the Severum Crescendum for the extra DPS.
Yeah. It's really Dove's flank here that completely forces Kwangdong in a very awkward position. Even though he will end up dying, effectively keeps two people completely occupied, which is what allows Liv Sandbox to win the fight on the top half of the map. And then they go for this dive completely unseen. Fate and the Fiora are, and as a result, yeah, as you pointed out, the Unraveled very, very nice. And now for Liv Sandbox, they're going to have to play from behind, which is going to be very, very difficult because you have a Fiora in the side lane that's going to not just win, but murder this matchup with the lead that she has been able to give.
Oh, absolutely.
To get. And then you are forced to try and engage on Senna, Kench, Talia, and Trundle.
Croco is going to find Fate here, but there are 4 people in this area. And yeah, Croco's real dead. He did manage to get an ultimate. That was great. Prince is going to collect himself some plates here on the top side as Croco was just keeping him busy. No. And actually might just be able to take first turret. Yep, there it is. So first turret blood going over to Prince.
Well, I guess it was worth then.
Yeah.
Good job, Croco. Can't believe I'm saying this. but it was. But if you get a first turret blood for a kill, that's a freebie.
Yeah, and also, as you can see, there's 600 gold behind. That is like basically nothing. 4 minutes on the next Drake here. Kwangdong Freaks did manage to pick up one of them. But yeah, I mean, Rift Herald already went down. So that really did even up the gold. A very strange situation, Chronicler.
Croco is just operating on the... No, this is... he's trying to set up a possible collapse on like 1 or 2 members that rotate and then just get boomed. But due to him being there, this is actually the reason, right? Like, because he dies there, they're a couple of seconds late, and Prince can just take this entire turret with his Crescendum and gets 600 gold.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see how quickly anathemas can be built by every member of Liv Sandbox, because maybe they could just all buy one, all set it to Keen, and then profit. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I like it.
That's my strategy that I just came up with.
We're going
cute little wave.
You know, in the previous game it was Closer and Croco having a great No, this is where all our eggs are in the Prince basket.
Oh yeah, we back to the Prince win condition, as he's going to potentially get snared, but not going to be interrupted as the Lantern does come down.
Okay. Well, so like compared to the Kench, obviously, it's still 3k gold that Prince is up.
Yeah, no, it's pretty nutty.
Yeah, but and this is very important. Where the gold is for Kwangdong is 100% perfect. You want to play this like a 4-1, Keen in the side lane, and then it becomes a question: how well can Dove mitigate? And I in a lot of situations, if you're playing something like an Ornn, you can go for builds like a very early Warmox, where you just trade with the Fiora, or you don't trade, you clear the wave where she tries to murder you, and then you peel back, and then you clear the wave, you heal up, and then you're fine. But Dove is going to have, I think, a pretty tough time. I mean, you don't win the 1v1, but a pretty tough time just managing the wave and trying to clear in that matchup. And as a result, for for the Sandbox on the other side of the map, there's going to be a very, very large amount of pressure for them. So as long as Kwangdong, the other 4 people, don't misstep, it should be a really tough match. But Fiora is still very finicky. It's still a pick that requires a very high level of execution. And even though the Kwangdong comp is good, we have seen some mispositions already. So it's not unthinkable that in a teamfight scenario, if Kwangdong do opt in or if there's an objective that warrants an immediate response, we're still going to see Liv Sandbox get a lot going because they actually managed to deal with the gold lead, which is kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's been completely short up. 1 minute until the next fight, most likely. As there are some pings down on the Rift Herald as well, so Shirley is up and available. Shirley's the new Shelly, as Valdez pointed out yesterday, very expertly. A lot of teams just loving to fight over second Herald. With Keen in the area, though, a dangerous proposition here for Liv Sandbox. As we had a bit of a zoom, I didn't even notice, but that could have been another siege minion. Unfortunately, not being claimed.
Okay, I got it. So your enemy is trying to play a 1-4, so you just 1-3-1.
There you go.
That's the plan.
It's genius. But then the 3 versus 4 in the mid lane may result in Prince needing to take a lantern.
Yeah,
and therefore he's K.
Because we mentioned you can't engage on Liv Sandbox, or you can't engage with you also can't engage on Liv Sandbox because it's Poppy, Aphelios, and Fresh.
Yeah.
That also doesn't really. That's not really a thing you can do. As Dove is going to have a big teleport here. Drake is going up.
Well, Quantum Freaks will put Shirley down into this mid lane. Of course, she's going to need more than just a charge to be able to take down this turret. As oh dear. Yep. Moonlight Vigil is.
Oh, that's Drake. That's okay.
Slightly wide. Yep. So Drake should be picked up here. It's only the second of the game, and we have a Cloud Soul. We have to have a Cloud Soul. All the clouds have been picked up by Europe these days. It's very frustrating. And it's another Hex Tech. It's a lot of Hex Tech this time around, which is, you know, very exciting. However, less cloudy than I would otherwise like.
You are a cloudy dude.
I am a big fan of clouds. All right. Ulti to fly through here as Prince is just having the worst time. Seismic Shove moves Croco towards this turret as it is going to go down. And Kwangdong Freaks continue to play a pretty nice macro game here as we move towards mid and later. As not exactly picking up kills all over the place, but still extending advantages. That being said, I mean, Liv Sandbox have a lead in gold somehow.
Yeah, it is actually because of the 1-3-1. Like, while that was happening, yes, they pick up the mid lane turret, which for map control is great, but Closer was just shoving the side lane and shoved an entire wave into the topside turret. And as a result, as we do see, in particular, Hoyt has been roaming very aggressively. Kwangdong has been grouping up really early, but as a result, they're giving up an incredible amount of global gold just from waves and from CS. And once Prince reaches free items, he's very confident.
He's just gonna get devoured. He's just real dead. Sometimes there is a control ward and a pillar, and you can't click the lantern. And I think he managed to click it, but I think he was interrupted by the pillar. Fantastic play there from Ellen. And yeah, Teddy's going to get hooked, but the flash has to come through here. Great little knock up. Oh my goodness, the chain CC is glorious. From Kwangdong Freaks, we are getting an idea as to how this 1-4 is supposed to work.
Yeah, really nice. I'm loving it for Kwangdong here. Like, it truly is textbook. Just continuously punish over extensions, apply pressure in side lane, roam with your 4-man death squad, and now, all of a sudden, there is a 1.5k gold lead, which was not really there before. Prince taking a crucial death, and I do think once we get to the IE for Prince, the equation kind of changes because he will be able to just 2-tap people, as
야 기둥 껐어.
Yeah, really clean.
기둥 껐다. 나이스. 야, 쭉 내릴게 이거.
And then Devour just gets him. And yeah, Kyle, unfortunately, tries to go for... I don't know why that hook was thrown. Because even if he does hook, there was no way. There was no damage. Because your AD carry's gone.
Sometimes you just want to get your eye in, you know? As once again, Trundle is here in this mid lane, so Prince is going to have to respect that pillar interaction. as Dove lying in wait here. 5 members in the mid lane for Liv Sandbox, 2 minutes away from any sort of Drake issue. And so Kwangdong, it is just the K-Ram situation. A lot of vision for Liv Sandbox around the dragon. As Closer is going to be discovered, does get a Everfrost in order to make sure that he stays safe. As Prince, poke damage onto King, valuable, but he's got a Ravenous Hydra now. 2 full items. He is an entire item, completed item, ahead of Dove.
As if that could scare away our best weak side top laner in the LCK. Dove doesn't care. Because he's staying away.
He probably should.
Well, because he's staying away. Dove is not getting anywhere near the Fiora, and as we mentioned, that can provide some big issues if Kwangdong don't continuously push their leads, and if any point... Yeah, no, he's not getting nearer.
I just like how as soon as Keen was seen, your point immediately comes through, as Dove just turns around immediately.
Yeah, it just runs. I'm not gonna get anywhere near a Fiora with a lead. Now in the 5v5, I'd still give the edge to Kwangdong, because I think that their comp in terms of front to back is very oppressive. You have Hoyt being very tanky, Alan that can just subjugate someone, and the Talia, again, provides such an incredible amount of disengage and safety for your own backline, while also being set up for your seismic shove. And it makes Closer Dove and Proco's job of actually getting onto the backline way harder. The one issue you can run into as Kwangdong is if your Talia does die, or if Keen gets picked off, this composition can really lack damage. And as we get into the later stages of the game, the base damages of things like Trundle and the Kench might not be quite enough anymore. And that's why you're looking to pick up early Drakes. That's why you're looking to really fight. And I would much prefer if Keen was in top lane here, because you can actually give up this Drake if you want as Kwangdong and trade it for an inhib, trade it for an inner. But now you're opting into a 5v5, which they have a gold lead, but it is a risk.
It is. One they don't necessarily need to take, but they are in a decent position right now as Closer's dashing towards Teddy. A lot of damage here. Not going to get the Devour out or anything like that, as Hoyt still has that available. But as you can see, Liv Sandbox sort of taking control of this battlefield right now, as Prince doesn't really want to be tanking up this dragon. Okay, there's the ulti. And now Keen, he's very far away from this fight. Moonlight Vigil flies on forward one more time. Closer goes golden for now. Kingslayer's gonna have to keep him alive as he flashes to get to relative safety. Grand Challenge comes down. Drake secured by Liv Sandbox. They are going to be able to get themselves out. The lanterns, beautiful. The heist is complete. Very surprising that Liv Sandbox didn't stay there and fight, as I say that, Dove gonna get an ulti onto LM. Weaver's Wall comes on down as well. Another lantern is going to be able to get the Nada safety. Kwangdong Freaks now just going to look to some lanes to try and secure some farm and get some control of the map.
And this is why I think Kwangdong, you could have probably gotten an inhib of this, right? Like now you try to go for this team fight where, even disregarding team comps, I think Liv Sandbox have shown that they are better at team fighting than Kwangdong. They've team fought against the best. They almost beat Gen G at straight up 5v5. So taking a fight when you have a Fiora that is literally unbeatable is not a call you need to make. And instead of fighting with this insanely strong Fiora, Keen is just getting zoned off by Dove. Because if you commit to the all-in, you really have to commit hard. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Liv Sandbox actually disengage extremely nicely.
Yeah.
You know, like they don't take any big risks that they don't need to take. They get the dragon due to a nice ultimate.
I was very surprised. Yeah, it was very difficult in the play-by-play because I'm like, they're going to go in. And they're going to go in again.
A little bit here, but you know, LM lives, survives through the chain lash from Silas, and as a result, Liv Sandbox have bought themselves a lot more time, and yeah, perfect. You need to force Sandbox to actually come into you and try and contest an objective, and with the sustained share from Senna, a Baron would be a perfect opportunity. But again, Keen, you have teleport.
Yeah.
Put yourself in a side lane. That is on the opposite end of where the action is.
He should definitely be bot right now, but instead he is pushing out the top wave. Seismic shove. In dangerous position, but Prince not going to fall for it for now. Snare flies by, but isn't actually going to be able to pick too much off. And now you've got Silas moving up from that bottom side. Now going to reconsider the situation. Still, believe full vision available for Kwangdong. But they're showing a lot of members, so Liv Sandbox not needing to venture into the fog of war for now. Okay, Kwangdong got to try and make something happen. Got to try and force the hand, and they are going to do so right here, but the Lantern, too powerful, and Ellen not going to get the timing this time. So Liv Sandbox do get away, and Weaver's Wall now on cooldown. Dawning Shadow now on cooldown. Liv Sandbox possibly with an avenue.
You don't need to fight her with Sandbox. I think you should take it easy, I say, as it's Sandbox. I heard the futility of my words the moment I said them. But crucially, you want to get a third item on Prince. Once that IE is finished, it changes the power of, for example, any Infernum ultimates. Have the chance to really hit a jackpot on that one. Croco and Dove are close to finishing double Thorn Mail, which isn't the Trundle, Senna, and Fiora does make some. Even Kench has a lot of sustain, so I guess that does
Why
make
did
sense.
you mention other champions? They're into Fiora, Chronicler.
Yeah, I guess.
That is it.
That's enough as
Oh, Croco, are you going to do it? Are you going to go for the drive-by?
well, he's in vision, and Keen's coming over, and they notice.
Ellum is extraordinarily low, as Dove does have a Naba available, and that is going to give him some of his health back. There is Hoyt coming on in, gets a great knock up there onto Dove. Lantern is going to come down, but Croco's not wasting any time. He's just flashing away, but does mean that Dove is now dead. And Kwangdong Freaks, man advantage, and a Baron available. The rest of Liv Sandbox just pushing out this mid-wave. Kwangdong not going to start off the Baron just yet.
And the Sandbox applying pressure, but that is going to be an inner. Keen this time around actually getting even more gold. Going for Frozen Heart as well. Love that. Extremely strong. Even the AP source for the Sandbox in closer.
Yeah.
Who is definitely not going to try and 1v1 the Fiora, because this is not a 1v1 build. Is going to be very upset by that. Silas really likes auto-resetting, utilizing his passive as much as he can, so getting a ton of value off of that item. Also just in general very strong, and that will be finished now. And yeah, are seeing actually the flank come through here. Dove just, even with the Magana almost ready, feels very, very safe. Not quite safe enough, especially as the enemy team isn't quite in range. The fact that Hoyt actually gets that knock-up sealed the deal, because otherwise we might have seen a turn, because the Sandbox was definitely still collapsing. And now, Gold lead getting bigger and bigger, exactly what Kwangdong are looking for, and I'm seeing Keen walk towards the side lane, exactly what they need to do.
Precisely, this inner turret now is under threat. Prince does have his IE though, so this is huge. 10 seconds now on Soul Point once again for Kwangdong as Unraveled Earth flies forward. Dove once again kind of caught a little bit here. As Closer in this mid lane hasn't elected for an ulti just yet. See who's he's going to steal away. It's Prince, Infernum and Gravitum. This ulti could be terrifying with the items that he has the guns that he has right now. Keen rotating up. With Sandbox know that he's not quite here yet though. Possible angle for them. Keen's just going to take this Drake. But if Keen's not there and not actually pushing in that bottom side, there's a possibility they can head towards this Baron as Dawning Shadow gives a bunch of information. Here to Kwangdong as Croco off on the side. He's going to find the Tahm Kench. The hook is going to come through as well. Drake is secured, but Hoyt is most likely going to die. Oh my goodness, he survives for so long. Oh dear, Dove not going to get hit this time around though, so he's going to be able to limp his way out. Yeah, no one's dead. And Keen has now made his way towards this fight, so Liv Sandbox has sort of lost their window.
Or are they just going to start Baron?
Yeah, maybe.
Because it's Sandbox.
Yeah, don't know whether it's a good idea. They are going to do it. Scry's Bloom going to spot exactly what's going on here.
Oh, they haven't seen Dove. They don't know where he is.
Yeah.
Now they do.
Yeah, he does have Menganar available as Closer. He's going to wrap around as well. Okay, Weaver's Wall coming on forward. Hook goes wide. Was very close. It's now Closer. Does get a lot of damage there onto Teddy. Hoyt has got all of his health back again, though. Is now Dove with a fadeaway boomerang. Does keep them at arm's length. Catches it as well quite nicely. As Liv Sandbox, I mean, they're not losing, but they are still losing the fights, right?
Yeah, by just continuously skirmishing, at least they're not losing to Fiora inside.
Yeah.
They're not winning. They're not winning either, because most crucially, you can see that they're desperately trying to actually get a pick which would turn the numbers in their favor, and then they can do what they do best, which is just fight very aggressively. And if they get a kill on Hoyt, probably would have been pushing it a lot further. But instead, this is a whole lot of time spent on nothing actually happening except Kwangdong picking up the soul point. Kwangdong, they can taste the victory. 3.6 gold, K gold lead, definitely a relevant one. Keen But I assume will be a hull breaker, going to go even faster through any objective that might still be on the map. And I'm going to freak so much tankiness here as well. Really hard to chew through those health bars unless you have Prince going very, very aggressively.
I mean, Prince is now like double Flame Horizoned, Hoyt. So as far as like the money on the map is concerned, it's still one of these problems, right? Like Keen, yes, does have the 100 CS lead up
just
over
don't give up.
Dove. As, all right, Closer finds himself a lot of damage there. Elam actually getting poked out quite a lot. Subjugate has been picked up here. Keeper's Verdict from Croco, and they secure the Baron. Live Sandbox, will they be able to secure the heist? And the answer is absolutely they will, as Fate's almost dead just from Prince looking at him. Chronicler, I don't understand how they do it, but they are doing it again. Okay, that is an arrow into the wall. Keen's just dead. All right. Fed Fiora, Chronicler, does it matter?
Yeah! No, it doesn't! Not at all! I'm baffled. Who's got away with it?
How much of this is Live Sandbox, and how much of it is
Atlas?
Freaks?
Atlas, well, it's both. But you know in anime when it's like, I'm gonna win this fight with the power of will. That's what Sandbox is doing here. Because what is happening is that with just a wonderful ultimate there from Croco, which takes Elam out, so that this is just free. And then the engage isn't actually good from Kwangdong. It's really important to note this as well.
Why is Kane?
I have no idea. I don't want to talk about that. Especially with our flash, it doesn't do it. You're just dead. But because Live Sandbox, even though they're behind, and we saw them do this against, I think, Gen.G as well, where you're just calling the shots even with a goal deficit, like, Kwangdong is playing reactively, and their comp, reactively, kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's really good when your opponent's trying to play onto your
Vigil, Teddy has to get devoured.
Yeah.
Just to save him from a random ulti being thrown forward by Prince, who has Kyle just sitting in the back with his lantern at the ready to save him.
Yeah. I'm trying to do big anime analogies, but what I'm trying to say is,
so
if you are the one,
and why do they use his power?
I will not respond to that. If you are the one,
I don't watch very much anime. I don't know who, like, is Will like an archetypal like character? Like he's the best friend, like Will Scarlet from Robin Hood. Is that sort of what it is? Is Dove takes a bit of damage here from Keen.
Unbelievable, Atlas.
I'm asking an honest question.
No, you are not. I know you are not, and I will not respond. I will not get my buttons pushed. Oh,
well, do you know who will push their buttons? Live Sandbox.
Oh, they always do.
They're looking for another opportunity to do so. 20 seconds on this Drake. Certainly a great opportunity there. Quandong Freaks do have Soul Point, because remember, Keen was able to grab themselves that Drake before that Baron did go down. I mean, Prince has been, like, it's been a really long time since he's gone back to base. I think, like, they took Baron while he had these items.
That's fine. He has the important ones.
Yeah, well, Fate looking for a little bit of a flank angle.
Again!
Oh my goodness, has it happened one more time? Keen does manage to get the riposte, but a Keeper's Verdict is going to break up the fight one more time, and Keen will again fall down. I don't know how they do it, but they just keep doing it. Fate is going to throw a big boulder and then get the heck out of there, as that is soul denied one more time. Live Sandbox have a 2,000 gold lead. It's 3 minutes until Baron, and Prince is giga ultra fed.
I didn't mention this, but if there is a champion that outside of Fiora actually can activate the Grand Challenge really well, it's Sylas. Because as mentioned previously, he has a lot of auto resets, right? Like, he's spinning around, the usage of his passives in situations like this works very well. And this all ties in to the big challenge and the big issue that we always have with Fiora, which is this champion is good when she's inside, when she's 1v1ing, even 1v2ing, especially if you're fed. But we keep team fighting.
I don't know. Closer definitely having a great game here as, Hoyt and Ellen not really able to do anything here.
No, you're not going to kill Closer. Are you kidding me? He's a monstrously fat Sylas. And yeah, Prince backed, by the way. Good for him. Has a
that Vamp Scepter got bigger.
I know.
That's a much bigger Vamp Scepter now. Okay, well, Prince has all the items he would otherwise want. We'll see what his last one's going to be. GA, probably, but maybe not. because it's Prince. Maybe he just wants to get as much boom boom as possible. As Closer's splitting here on this top side, Keen rotating over because his team needs him. It's not really what they want this Fiora to be doing. She's going to catch the mid wave. As Keeper's Verdict once again. Bobbing for apples here is Croco. Doesn't find Fate there, but they still managed to take down this turret. I believe it was Prince's turret. It's going to be better than the inner on the top side of the map for Quandong Freaks. As Dove rotating down does have himself Force of Nature as well as the Thornmail. That's a lot of shirts.
Dove doesn't care.
He's basically a wardrobe right now.
He's Flame Horizon. He's building full tank.
Oh, this is
living his best
zone.
life.
This is absolutely his zone. You saw his Sejuani. That's what he's all about. The further he falls behind, the more it activates the internal buff of Dove just in general.
The buff of Dove.
Yeah. It's like fortified.
I love Sandbox. This team is so wild.
Well, it's started. It's beginning to work. But any moment they sort of lose out on any of these fights, it could just be straight up over. Like the game could just end. So they're going to have to stay vigilant here in this one. 409. Literally, it's 300 CS over the center. Twitch chat. Amazing. But it's like 250 ahead of the Tom Kench. Like, there just hasn't been very much farming from Hoyt. And of course, like as the mid to late game rolls around, you do less of it. But they haven't made up that deficit. There's a lot of money that's gone missing as Weaver's Wall that's been picked up by Closer is going to split the fight. Dawning Shadow doing a fair bit of damage here. That hijack was not the one that they really wanted. Keeper's Verdict available once again as another Weaver's Wall does come through. Closer and Dove now just going to have to run this one out.
Hey, it's a free Baron.
Yeah, Prince is just by himself taking it down. Bloodthirster means that he can just solo it, I guess. And he definitely can. Croco's in here. They've taken it down to half health. Quandong Freaks are very close. Prince still wants to hit it. Chain Lash doing a fair bit of work here. Dove, Grand Challenge has been issued. He's keeping his back against the wall, though. As now Keen looks for that Everfrost, doesn't get it. Calibrum's up here from Prince. He really wants it. You can see.
Oh, Croco.
He's champing at the bit.
They're pinging. They know he's there.
Yeah, there's another Keeper's Verdict that can certainly come through, but Keen knows exactly what's going on. Steadfast Presence just picks out the lunge. Very, very nicely. Seismic shove onto Prince. He does manage to take the lantern, but he will still fall down. Kyle has to flash to get himself away. Closer running out. But there is no way they can stop this Baron from going down. Or is there? I don't know. Live Sandbox, they have ideas that I don't necessarily agree with. But yes, the Baron will be now secured by Quandong Freaks as Croco should be able to run this one out. He wants to get over towards the Baron pit, but he isn't going to be able to do so. 50 seconds on this Drake. Exactly the pick that Quandong Freaks needed.
Oh, we're not quite done yet here, Atlas, as Prince is the one member that under no circumstances can get taken down. And it's really as easy as him thinking he's walked out of the Seismic Shove. He didn't. Had Flash available as well. Going to be kicking himself for that one. And it's going to mean the loss of Baron and possibly also the Soul here if Kwangdong does a good job with setting up their side waves. Or you just all run down and just commit to a 5v5 anyway.
Silly Billy, of course that's what the plan is. So Flash still available now for Prince. He's got his, I would have personally preferred a stopwatch instead of that PF serve, but it's fine. He wants the extra damage. And that is, of course, the way. As Dove's throwing boomerangs around, Keen with the rest of his team. Once again, it is an angle here for Closer. Looks for it, gets on in there. It's stolen from Croco. I barely even saw him. Is now Teddy with the Dawning Shadow. Riposte was used to try. Oh my God, to try and get rid of the Keeper's Verdict, but my God, the damage here. That Inferno multi was not one of the mid-game versions, Chronicler. As now Quandong Freaks are kind of on the wrong side of the map here. They're getting corralled by Live Sandbox. Croco at full health is a very scary prospect. But still, if any of this poke, if any of this CC is going to connect, Croco finds a Keeper's Verdict. Keen, he's out of the fight, and now just 4 members of Quandong Freaks are here, but the teleport to bring Keen back, and now Dove, he needs to take the lantern. He's living for so long, but the Ignite is going to tick down. Now Hoyt has the Devour on cooldown. Fate is just real close to dead as, okay, Buckler to the back of the noggin. That's what's going to do it here as now Closer with Subjugate available. Croco in amongst 3 members. There's the abduct abscond, and they lock down that kill. Croco is just playing bodyguard and using his own life to the detriment of Kwangdong Freaks. This is nutty, this game.
What is this game? How is every Live Sandbox game this much of a banger?
I have no idea. I don't even know whether this is a banger. I don't understand what's
don't get
happening.
it.
It doesn't seem correct. It doesn't seem right, but I'm having to yell a lot.
It's just flash smite, no biggie. Okay, so they get that, and then we see another problem that Live Sandbox runs into, which is you can't actually hard engage into this composition of Kwangdong. It's really, really tough. Wonderful teleport here from Keen. If he doesn't teleport, it is 100% donezo. Dove actually does end up ticking down very crucially, because if Fate goes down earlier, if Dove actually stays alive there, then I think the game is just over for Kwangdong. Really nice cleanse as well there by Teddy. And then Croco just coming in with the Goon, making sure that he might die. Doesn't matter. Closer picks up another kill. He's also at this point a 1v9 machine in these type of skirmishes. And Prince, I know you haven't backed yet. Give me that GA.
Oh my god, he does a lot of damage. Yep, he's going to need that GA. Probably doesn't have quite enough to finish it off just yet. He's eating some popcorn chicken. That might get him ready. But we'll see. He's now moving up with much better guns this time around. Stuck with Infernum Gravitum, not a lot of range there. Calibrum's going to help him out as far as getting autos in this next fight. As Live Sandbox, still, they're the team on the front foot. They're always the team on the front foot. Kwangdong Freaks need to put Keen in that side lane and start playing out. I still think it needs to be 4-1, right? Because you want to split up the core that is Live Sandbox here.
At this point, I don't know. I have no idea, Atlas. I'm kind of flabbergasted. I haven't gotten a breather. I haven't gotten time to think, and maybe that's what makes Live Sandbox work. Because
yeah, if you think you don't have enough time to think about Kwangdong Freaks. They haven't been thinking at all. They've been getting Live Sandbox this whole time.
Oh.
Okay, well, okay. We're looking for the Gnar. He is going to get to the wrong side of the wall as Seismic shoves there as well, but he's got a lot of items, and they're of the tanky variety, and that is going to keep the Gnar alive for now. Didn't even have flash, but didn't need to use it.
So 6 Dragon Soul Flip?
Yeah, well, it's a lot of elementality here for both of these teams. Oh, that is such a Prince move.
Mercurial sit. No G. You have Mercurial. Okay.
Yeah, just wants to be able to Mercurial's flash out of the seismic shoves that are going to be raining down on top of it. I guess.
This game is.
No. He's waiting because he still needs to sell boots to get GA.
Yeah.
In a little bit of time. This game is still like. I mean, there's no gold in it. It's like 400.
We have no idea who wins this.
No, and honestly, a couple of kills from either side, and this game is just over. There is so much turret damage. Like, if Prince doesn't die in a fight, and Live Sandbox have the ability to walk towards a structure that Kwangdong Freaks owns, it is
Atlas
dead.
You know what this means?
What does this mean?
Prince doesn't fear death.
He doesn't
need a guardian angel.
No.
He's an angel of death.
I mean, he already has a Thresh. He is basically a guardian angel in general. See how that one works. Chainlash's doing so much damage here. On closer is okay. Weaver's Wall, not going to be acted on here as it's actually Keen that's taking all the damage. Hoyt, I don't know whether that was the Abyssal dive you wanted, my friend. Dawning Shadow doing a fair bit of work, but Hoyt gets the Devour onto Keen. Fate is evicted from the area. But Live Sandbox, they want to get a 4-stack Hextech Soul.
They're gonna get it.
And they will get it in like 3 autos from Prince. Yeah, he'll do that. And that is 4-stack Hextech Soul. Okay. Kwangdong Freaks, you have to stop these things from happening. But I just think that they may not have the ability to do so now.
On to Baron we go, Atlas. Into the field. Oh, vengeance and death. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Let's have another objective.
He has 500 CS, Chronicler. He has 500. He's got so much money. It's absurd as Dove's hopping away from Kwangdong Freaks. Moonlight Vigil goes wide. That is a lot of wasted damage here as Keen has a lot of it himself. There is the Lantern for Prince to stay safe. He's in the box now as well, and he's safe in the box. Hoyt's almost dead. The Baron is also almost dead. It's going to be secured by the Poppy at about 100 health, but that is exactly how this game is supposed to be played. As Kwangdong Freaks, everyone's still alive, but they've lost 2 of the most crucial objectives. I don't know what's going on anymore.
I don't know. Okay, so Pillar doesn't get enough done. They crucially isolate Prince and Kael here, but there is still a lot of damage available between specifically Closer and then, even at this point, like Dove, just the 6 he provides is incredibly valuable. Prince also, he just takes the in front of the enemy, just stands there, and Closer gets really awkwardly trapped and is not actually able to join this fight initially. And when that ultimate goes wide, that's where Kwangdong see an opportunity, but they don't actually get on top of this backline. Dove is standing guard fiercely. Croco somehow stays alive, and Prince, throughout all of this,
He didn't flash.
still full health.
He didn't flash. He didn't need to. Just stood in the box. Shot them from the box. And no one could get anywhere near him. It was really well played. The way Kael has been playing around Prince this game has been absolutely fantastic, but it's not over yet.
No,
And
still haven't won.
if there is any sort of team fight that Kwangdong Freaks are able to get any advantage in, this game, like this Baron power play, could swing all the way back around the other side.
Who's the split pusher now?
Yeah.
Says Dove to Fiora with a Hextech Soul and Baron. I'm back.
Sometimes all you need is Hextech, Soul, and Baron. Is okay. There is a Lantern. It's used a little bit late there. Kept Kwangdong Freaks on their toes. Calibrum, Crescendum available for Prince. Longest range you can possibly have, really, as far as doing as much damage as possible, but not finding too many of these Qs as Closer. Okay, they just evict them, keep his verdict. Oh my, what? Where did it go? Prince breathed on the turret, and it said, nope, I'm not here anymore. I do not want to be here. You do too much damage to me. Hook is going to go wide there, but yep, Prince is slowly moving over and doesn't even need to auto that turret, as Dove had done enough work already. Kwangdong Freaks just losing structure after structure.
You got to commit at some point. You got to fight.
Yeah. They just can't really find the angle, as now Croco might have to flash, but he decides instead that he wants to go forward. LM is going to be his target. Teddy takes down the kill here. Moonlight Vigil does fly forward. It doesn't really do enough work. Prince still trying to get himself into position. A lot of damage to the health bars here of Kwangdong Freaks, but they are going to lose Croco, and they'll trade it for 2 inhibitors. So I guess if you live Sandbox, you still type and work.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's one you'll take. Croco just getting very awkwardly stuck, doesn't have flash available, and just goes down, even through the stone plate that he has for himself. Prince's ultimate, crucially, doesn't actually hit any of the squishy members, so he doesn't get the big pop-off damage. There we go. Okay. You know, Prince, after all, this is apparently now our longest game, but it could not be any more different. This is not a Fred and Brian from Prince!
Oh my, wow. Did Teddy miss? He missed the blast cone and therefore he didn't die? Or did Prince just leave via the blast? I don't know what just happened.
The turret!
I want to replay. Did the turret just almost kill Fate by itself?
Fate barriered, if I'm not mistaken. He barriered the turret!
Okay, well, Prince he did exactly what I said, by the way. He has no shoes, but he has a GA.
Yeah, no. I was about to say that as...
okay, Devour is going to be used there, as Hoyt is going to abyssally dive, and now we're just going to have a think about what just happened on the fountain.
Yeah. So
and not step too far forward. 544 CS.
Yeah.
Prince is a big boy.
Yeah.
And he's frontlining. He's got a GA and Mercurial Scimitar. Of course he is.
Nice interruption.
With a lot of threat right now. Sidestep. He's running very slowly. Teddy's starting to do a lot of damage. Remember, it's like 50 minutes into the game. Senna
170 souls.
She is starting to do some work. So Teddy might need to join the conversation relatively soon as far as his damage potential, but it's been all about Prince so far, and he has got 6 items, no shoes. Now the Keeper's Verdict coming through one more time. Doesn't get any targets. Hook is going to go wide as well. Moonlight Vigil this time. Not going to hit onto anyone, really. Just LM. And he's happy to soak that one up. But there are Lanterns, and they can siege this for as long as they want with these 2 inhibitors down. And now 30 seconds on this Elder. And face checking this Aphelios. yeah, no. You might be able to counter siege, but you're not going to be able to go anywhere near him. And already, Moonlight Vigil coming off cooldown relatively quickly as well.
I would love it if Sandbox go for a fake out on the Elder here. Prince going to be fine, as this game is so tense, Atlas.
It is.
It's amazing!
And it's still tense. As Hook, over there, that ward that you can see, so valuable as Weaver's Wall. Not going to block off anyone. Kyle's just going to move on over. There is the box just to zone. They want to be able to eat through this Elder Drake. Dove finding the angle. He's got the Mega Nard. There it is. 4! And Keen is looking for the backline now. He's fighting against Prince, but I don't know whether this is what you want, Keen. He's got a GA as well. There's a dragon getting amongst it. As you can see, Teddy's already gone down, and now Prince creates all the space that he needs. Croco's going to lock that one down, and this game is done, and it is dusted. Liv Sandbox with the 2-0. There is the ace, and it did not matter that there was a 4-0-0 Fiora, because Liv Sandbox have the power of continually fighting forever and never letting you have a moment's peace.
They are the Reapers of Summoner's Rift, Atlas. 50 minutes, 7 Drakes, throw in an Elder, why wouldn't you? And what an unbelievable game.
So Prince finished that game with almost 600 CS. He was doing so much damage and his scoreline was 2-2 and 3. Not all that impressive, but damn, the way they were playing around him, the amount of damage that he was able to do frontlining
who do I
on this Aphelios.
I don't know who to vote for. I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh man, it's all about what kind of vote you want to throw down. Maybe it's the Kyle vote. Maybe that's the
I don't know.
Maybe that's the good one, but I don't think so.
When in doubt, go Croco.
Yeah, or when in doubt, boom boom damage.
I don't know.
Because Prince was, but he missed a lot of ults at the end there. I don't know.
It might have been closer. That was my initial thought, but
whoever was driving the bus, whoever was driving the bus, they get the vote. In my opinion.
You gotta forgive me. Oh, come on.
Stone cold. Stone cold.
He is an apex predator.
He is 100%. I mean, he hasn't evolved for millions of years because he does not need to. He is already perfect.
Yeah.
That's basically how it works.
This and Dove is just like, yeah, I got boomed in lane. You know, my opponents dove me a bunch of times.
I mean, I would give like, there's a savant vote
for Dove.
Just for untiltable.
Oh,
as Kyle and Prince, adorable.
So
Kyle had a great Thresh game, and Thresh is hard to look good on these days. He just really hasn't been top of the meta.
Kyle truly has moved from what was a big liability together with Envy or Ice, whoever they play with in Spring, to just a really well-rounded support.
Yeah.
I was actually worried. We didn't mention this as much in draft as you got your entertainment, Croco family. That was the Croco experience right there. I personally was actually worried when I saw the Kench being taken away, when I saw the Normals being banned.
The Renata being banned.
And that's mainly what we've seen Kyle on. But here on this Thresh, it actually works out swimmingly. And for Kwangdong on the flip side, it was exactly what has plagued Kwangdong for I don't know how long, what it's been, like a year and a half now, which is that early game leads, they can actually pretty consistently find, but actually playing those out, that's the hard part.
Yeah, and it was like what you said about using the power of Robin Hood from anime in order to get that victory. They all played together, and it's a reference to the power of will. It's the power of will that they were utilizing, right?
The power of will.
Is that like Heart from Captain Planet? It's like you don't know what it does, but it does something, and it's normally the reason why the episode
that works
well.
Yeah, that works. I like that. As some boneheaded early calls from Liv Sandbox being punished appropriately, opting this heavy into a dive. That was very telegraphed. And this looked like a blowout game, as mentioned in draft, as we had established.
It was a 4-0 Fiora. It should have been
Which
done.
was the main win condition of this comp, yes.
Yeah. Sorry, continue. There's feelings involved, this series chronicler.
As it really all came together, and part of this goes to Keen. I don't think the Fiora was anything to really write home about, but it's also the Kwangdong team cost, because the reason why Fiora has traditionally in the LCK not been a very high priority pick, unlike something like the Camille, is that her team fighting is just not good. That's just the reality of it. It is extremely hard to actually find value in a pick like that if you are forced to team fight. And Kwangdong, I think, for a large part of this game, actually opted into it. We saw early on already they were, instead of parking the Fiora in the side lane, trying to augment her with the Senna ultimate and with your Talia coming to help if there is a multi-man collapse. But none of that really came true as...
4-man from top. Is Closer and Dove at like just 2v4? Just 2v4 winning a fight.
We mentioned this, if Fate and or Teddy aren't alive, like the comp doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Man, that was an impressively navigated fight there from both Dove and Closer towards the end, and Prince, of course, surviving forever. He did so much, 51.7 thousand damage.
Closer doing 43 on Silas into this comp is also nuts.
And Croco was apparently like, guys, that was so hard. Well, maybe they'll think twice before giving Fiora 4 kills in the early game, because that's probably what made it so difficult. But still, the fact that Liv Sandbox were tenacious enough to come back and pick up the win was nutty.
Quick 2-0.
Yeah, let's just say that all of the Liv Sandbox trading cards just went up in value after that banger of a series. But there are two gentlemen that want to have their word about it as well. So let's throw it over to the analyst chairs in collaborative carpet space.
Thank you, casters Atlas and Chronicler, for that wonderful cast on the day. It was a very long game, and indeed we do have a lot to say about that game. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, and why are you picking Fiora? If you are never going to go into a side lane even once after getting 4 kills. Yeah. Definitely our initial feeling after this one, Wolf.
So longest game of the season with a composition that has extreme scaling elements towards a traditional late game. When you're that far ahead, you have Talia, who's going to start doing extremely well on objective fights. You can cut fights in half. You have a Fiora who can side lane extremely well, and you have an infinitely scaling Senna. You and I were looking at this draft going, all right, man, like this is a game 3 scenario. There's just no way Liv Sandbox will ever be able to get Aphelios into range. The Silas is going to struggle into this composition, and the longer it goes on, the more range there is for the Senna. It gets even harder. And Senna's not that strong in this meta right now. Like, don't get us wrong, you and I both have been pretty outspoken about how Trundle is just a pillar in the late game. But you have so many ways to delay fights. You can Weaver's Wall, you can set up for Barons, you can side lane infinitely, then teleport in with the Fiora. There's so many ways. And when Keen was 4 kills on in the early game, I think at that moment in time, almost everybody wrote the game off. Wasn't to be the case, as we'll break down as we get into things. They didn't take their advantages further at all. They grouped up as 5 and did as Kwangdong does so many times in stressful situations, is K-rammed in mid, no side laning, no objective control.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much nothing. You know, the draft itself, as you said, we looked at it. You have so many ways to control zones and area, and the Silas should never be allowed to come in. The Gnar should never be allowed to come in. You should be able to cover your flanks. You have Talia and Trundle and Tahm Kench and all this stuff, but never really amounted to much, and a lot of that did come into the execution of the draft, which we will get into now. So let's take a look at highlight number 1 here, which is how Keen started to get fit.
So this is a really good fight initially here for the side of Liv Sandbox. Look at the box placement here. Prince is able to kite back and do a ton of damage. Teddy isn't here at all in this fight. Very late he rejoins in. Dove decides to go on a little bit of an errand over here and just instantly ults his way into a repulse, then flashes and dies. But Prince wins the top side of the map, right? So you're like, okay, Aphelios gets a kill. This is pretty nice. Then they end up overstaying as we roll this forward, you know, speed this one up. Keen is like, they are sticking around for some extra plate stuff here. Aphelios doesn't even have Crescendum. Fate has his ult. They come over here, and Keen ends up with, after this fight, 4 kills on the Fiora. 4 kills. He has a massive lead, builds tanky, has an incredible set of items to be oppressive as hell in a side lane. Gnar should never be able to touch him. He uses this strength about 1 time. He gets 1 inner turret, but otherwise stays with his team for the rest of the game. And this is our biggest point of frustration here, is you have so much power in a side lane that is not utilized.
Not at all, really. You know, as you're saying, like, he was up 2 levels. He could have been in the side lane, forcing Dove to stay in the side lane, forcing him to fight the 1v1, and getting better teleports if it, you know, mattered if they eventually got into it. He didn't really use this teleport much from the side lane. So let's take a look at highlight number 2, which is more of a, I feel like a Kwangdong lowlight, if anything else, to be totally frank, because Liv Sandbox were gift-wrapped a free Baron here. Obviously, Croco with the nice ultimate, but they should never have been in position to take this one.
And the real story of this highlight, I mean, Keen is going to die here, which is really unfortunate as he just is completely disconnected from the rest of the team. Really nice proactive play here from Liv Sandbox to turn on him, but he's on this scuttle as well, so he just ends up getting picked. But the real story of this actually is what happens before this. We only have so much time, but Kwangdong Freaks had control of the Baron, had the Talia Weaver's Wall, had a 5v4, and decided, we'll just walk away. Like, they started a Baron, won a team fight right before this by getting a pick, and then let the Baron go. We didn't even need to watch any of that. That didn't even need to happen. They could have also side laned while trying to set up the Baron, teleport in. There were so many different ways to play that. And, like, this is the moment where Croco actually finally does something, because most of the game he's, like, struggling on the Poppy. He's very, very far behind the issues we talked about in this composition.
He's Poppy into Talia, Trundle, and Tom Kent. Like,
so,
he
like,
should never do anything except ult.
Yeah,
and smite.
and then finally he actually gets a good ult, and then they steal the Baron away. They kill Keen, and that was our second highlight we picked because, yeah, it's 30 minutes into the game, but that was the first moment where it's like, uh-oh, like, they actually can get map control from this. This is a problem.
Yeah.
How can Keen ever side lane now? You know, that was a big turning point.
Yeah, it absolutely was. We do have a third replay, which was the fight here over the Elder. Starts off pretty decently, you know, trying to get this wall in and trying to cut someone off. Doesn't actually, again, the execution isn't great, and
look at Dove in this fight as well.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a top diff.
It's a 50-minute fight where Keen is over here on the side trying to try to flank Prince, who has GA and full items. So watch Keen versus what Dove does. Like, this is the top diff in a team fight because Keen is trying to essentially 1v3 as a Fiora, whereas Dove hits a massive Gnar pull-up. They have damage here with Closer on Silas, who can just live forever. Gets a subjugate here in the end, doesn't even matter.
Yeah. And, you know, of course, at that point, like, the Fiora he had like 30 minutes of opportunities to make stuff happen in the side lane. There wasn't an inhibitor turret that was broken. So at that point, you know, of course, 50 minutes into the game, Elder fight the Gnar is going to get a much better play.
Yeah, and Senna obviously isn't infinite scaling, really. Like, she has infinite range scaling, and that is very strong, and she is going to get stronger as the game progresses. But when Aphelios gets the full items, I mean, that is as deep a scaling as we can go. We've gone 2,000 years, and he's always going to be better in a fight if he can hit people, and he did.
And he got like 600 CS as well, so props to Prince on that. I'm really curious to see who's going to pick up the player of the game on this one, because I honestly do not know, and it will be Closer, who did not die, and actually found a way to make this Silas work.
Yeah, and he had a lot of subjugate fights where he's able to steal the Trundle ult away, and that's when Silas is so strong in skirmishes, and even in a fight like this, like, Dove comes in to try to set things up, and then obviously he does a ton. He's the follow-up damage for them. And I don't even remember which fight this is.
It's where Poppy threw her buck over the wall and killed the Talia.
Yeah, that's right. That's that fight.
There were a lot of crazy fights.
This is the fight I thought we were watching before, but yeah, I mean, this is another situation where he's able to follow up a lot of damage, but I think there could have been an argument for Prince. I voted for Prince. I think there's an argument for Elm in this game as well. Or excuse me, not Elm, Croco in this game as well. I think there's definitely an argument for it really doesn't matter because this game should have been in their hands. It's a fairly split vote here. I'm surprised there's only 3 for Prince, 2 there for Croco. You know where Chronicler's vote was going to go. You know?
Yeah. No votes for Kyle.
Hey, Prince, by the way, you mentioned his CS numbers. He had like 580 at the end. A Flame Horizon is when you have 100 more than your lane opponent. If you have 100 more than both your lane opponents when it's a Senna Kench, what if you have 200 more? Like, what is that? Like, I don't know. He was given all the money. He got full build. The guy popped off.
He really did, and he did the big boom boom towards the end there. Of course, 51,000 damage. But guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview. Translation joined by Liv Sandbox. Solo POG closer. You guys picked up 8th win of the split. And I'm pretty sure game number 2 was really crazy though. How was today's match? You know, we have a very long one. It was really hard, exhausting, but in the end, we won. I got the solo POG. I feel great. Let's get back to game number 1 about your Akali play. Akali in the current patch 12.12 is 2 and 4 so far, but your Akali is the only and undefeated champion or Akali in this current patch. So tell me about this Akali pick right now. Akali, I always believe that I'm the best Akali player, so I always can play that with confidence. And you got 10 kills, know that. We're gonna do that over and over again. Yeah, every time. And after picking up 2 kills on the mid lane, your Akali was unstoppable. Let's take a look at this highlight together. Your teamwork with Vi was so on point as well. After getting 2 kills, you know, Kroko was like, no one can stop this Akali. So I was able to kind of have a very comfortable game from then on. Did you have this feeling that this game is already over because your Akali was like getting 2 kills? Or were you not worried that you're gonna die? I was literally playing on the edge, you know, but Krauko was so good with his mechanics, so I was able to get the kill and survive. I think closer you shine even more when you get to play aggressive picks, especially when you get to play assassin picks. Is that what you prefer the most? I think assassins can always like hide, should always hide out of the enemy's vision and also look for the angle for the kill. I think this highlight will cause a lot of Akali syndrome in solo queue tonight. Any message over to all the Akali players? Check out my montage Akali clips and you'll have fun. And we did have some montage moment with the Akali in game number 1, but game number 2 started off with 4-kill Fiora. However, Liv Sandbox was able to deny the side lane rotation of Fiora. How were you able to pull that off? So we had our eyes on that Fiora, and also as long as Prince gets fed, he said he's promised that he's going to carry the team, so we wanted to focus on the side lane and also support Prince. But not only Prince, but also you on Silas was able to find very incredible like flank angles throughout the team fights with Dove. And you guys looked extra exhausted after game number 2, so how did Dove kind of feel during the game? Yeah, this game was definitely one of the hardest ones, but it was actually Kroko like telling us it's okay, everything's going fine, you know. So we were not too worried about Fiora, and we were able to have our own game. We had a lot of global ults, you know, a lot of objective fights. So what was the turning point for Liv Sandbox to close out the game? I think our positioning in team fights, I think winning fights was the key point. And after winning multiple team fights, Liv Sandbox was able to get the win. And tomorrow is Dov's birthday. Did you know? No, I just knew. I just found out. Because my birthday is just around the corner too, so I guess we can throw a birthday party together. Any birthday wish over to Dov, who's having a birthday tomorrow? Dov, thank you so much for doing a great job on the top lane. I know you're the oldest players on our team, and you're always so reliable, so we can keep working hard together as a team. Thank you so much and congratulations. Is there any birthday gift you want to get from Dov? I don't know. And today, you guys are able to add another win to the board, and your next opponent will be Nongsin Red Force. What are you expecting from that series? I think they're doing quite well this series, so I think we really have to focus up for that upcoming match, and I hope we can do our best to get another win in that series. This will be the end of the interview from Closer, the solo POG of Liv Sandbox, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, G-Sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As we are going to take a look at the standings after this win. Of course, every single win between these two teams and any team that's kind of in the middle of the bracket is really going to matter so much at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a huge gap between Kwangdong and DRX right now, and that's where the playoff cutoff line is right now. So this is a huge loss for Kwangdong, in fact. It puts them one step closer to not making playoffs. It's a winnable series for sure for them. They were very close to winning that second game, had the better draft, had a massive lead. Feels really bad if you're a Kwangdong fan. You're now one step further from where you want to be.
Yeah, definitely not easy for them, but guys, it's not going to get easier for a lower level team here in the LCK a little bit later on. In about 45 minutes, Hanwha Life has to face Gen G. Not going to be easy, but we'll have to see what happens. Join us after the break.
They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
이어지는 2라운드는 깔깔 퀴즈!
챔피언을 퀴즈 설명을 좀 드리도록 하겠습니다.
네.
저희가 챔피언 웃음소리를 들려드릴 거예요. 그냥 맞히는 게 아니에요. 나와서 그 챔피언을 몸으로 흉내를 내야 됩니다. 똑같지 않아도 웃기다.
그럼
웃기면 인정.
갑자기 우리 맘이에요 이거는.
진짜 말도 안 돼도 웃기기만 하면.
네, 말도 안 되고 웃기면 돼요.
네.
내가 잘하긴 해.
첫 번째 웃음소리 나갑니다.
코고는다.
코를 먹네, 얘가.
코를 먹는 그러니까.
중간에 하면 코를 먹어요.
저렇게 웃는 애가 있어?
어려우면 제가
어려워요?
힌트 하나 드릴게요. 세 글자입니다.
어려운 힌트로.
세 글자.
오케이, 세 글자.
세
세
글자.
글자면 괜찮다.
잘 안 나오는 힌트야. 세 글자가 기억이 안 나네.
자, 한 번 더 들어볼까 이 상태에서?
자, 힌트 하나 더 드릴까요? 포지션. 정글.
어?
엄태?
엄태?
정답?
이렇게 하네.
아, 좀 아쉬운데? 아, 이거 돌려나 아니야? 아, 돌려나 그거 아니에요? 좀 더 보여줘.
잘 시간이야.
그렇지.
아, 이거 자, 그래서 정답은?
밀리야.
정답!
아, 브리온.
두 번째 문제 소리 주세요.
진짜 어려운데? 블라디?
한 번 더, 하나 더 그러면 네, 딴 소리.
무대가 날 기다려.
아, 진짜.
아, 흉내 내야지. 보여줘. 모습 한번 보여주세요.
오케이.
모습, 간다. 정답은?
아, 역시 스킨의 주인. 네.
아니, 이게 보니까 대사를 들면 아는데 웃음소리가 쉽지 않네요.
어려워.
네.
이거는. 세 번째 문제 들려주세요.
순눈으로 피해 정화를.
이거 너무 쉽다. 이거 너무 쉽다. 대사 나왔으면 이미 끝났지.
몰라요, 이거?
은으로 PA 정화를.
정환아 너무한다 진짜.
진짜 이거는 해놔. 솔직히.
너
해놔.
알지? 너 나와! 너 알잖아!
아무거나 해.
너 모른 척 하지 마! 자, 한번
자, 빨리
가세요.
보여줘요. 정답은? 정답! 은으로 해서 은화살.
자, 이렇게 해서 깔깔 퀴즈 챔피언을 맞춰라니 프레디 프리온이 승리하며 축하합니다!
3라운드의 승자를 가릴 그 코너는 바로 박
퀴즈! 아,
네,
좋습니다.
박 퀴즈입니다. TV에서 2명의 대표 선수를 뽑아주시는데 아무래도 오늘 이 선수 너무 사렸다.
좀 부진했다.
네, 1인분 해야 된다.
네. 소드랑 딜라이트? 앉아. 자, 이쪽 소드랑 딜라이트.
상종이랑 승복이 나와. 먼저 가. 말 제일 없는 사람 둘이다. 이거 나 탈 수 있냐? 너 못 탈 것 같아서 안 말했어.
이거 칸나랑 실비.
네.
뒤에서 보니까 형제 같네요. 여기는 소드 딜라이트. 뒤에서 보니까 형제 같아요.
작골 듀오.
자, 그러면 저희가 첫 번째 문제는 일러스트를 보여드릴 겁니다. 어떤 챔피언인지를 여러분이 맞히시면 됩니다. 첫 번째 문제 보여주세요.
자, 저겁니다. 확대한 거예요, 일러스트를.
일부분이에요, 일러스트.
일부분을 확대한 거예요. 정답 아시면
네.
1분 나가서 정답 외치시면 됩니다. 칸나 달립니다. 칸나 달려요. 좋아.
잘 타는 진짜 뭔지 모르겠네.
브라운! 네!
아닙니다. 브라운 아닙니다.
도발 생각해봐. 강아지 닮은 것 같기도 하고.
소드 나가나요? 소드 갑니다.
소드.
소드.
천천히 가요, 다치
네.
마.
소드 정답은?
나섰어요.
나소스 아닙니다.
네.
자, 그럼 너무 못 맞히니까 힌트 하나 드리도록 하겠습니다. 근육이에요.
근데
모두가 알고 있습니다.
알고 있었어?
모두가 그렇게 말하고 있습니다.
알고 있었어? 그랬어?
그리고 무릎이에요.
저렇게 보니까 다르게 보이기도 하네.
정답은?
네. 실비
가.
갑니다.
자, 실비 정답은?
올라프.
올라프. 정답. 근데 진짜 더럽죠, 문제.
저런 식입니다.
저 해나 선수랑 바꾸고 있습니다.
네?
해나도 한번.
해나랑 바꾸자. 오케이.
나 이겨야 된다고? 아니 내가 모를 수도 있어.
두 번째 문제 보여주세요. 뭘까요, 이게?
뭐야? 일라오기.
실비. 실비 갑니다.
허락 안 받고 나가도 돼요.
네,
그냥
에이스
그냥 막 나가도 돼요. 실비 맞추는 거 아니야?
정답 마오카이.
마오카이. 땡.
자, 엄지 바로 나갑니다.
우리 엄지 바로 기다립니다.
정답 갱플랭크.
땡.
뭐가 땡?
고스트가 뭘 눈치챘나
무슨 거
봐요.
아는 것 같아?
맞는 거 같은데.
아닌데?
정답 아이번.
아이번. 정답.
아이고, 땜빵.
아이번의 머리 위.
네, 땜빵이에요.
나 못해. 너 나와 나
평화를 좀
못해
가져오자.
이거.
자, 일단 선수들이 오랫동안 앉아 있는 걸 불편해가지고 농심은 바로 교체가 발생했고요.
자, 그러면 뭐 문제
네, 제가 문제 드리겠습니다. 프렐류드 챔피언인 나르가 들고 있는 부메랑의 정체는 무엇일까요?
객관식입니다.
객관식이요?
객관식이에요.
1번 파이크가 상어뼈를 가공해서 만든 뼈작살의 조각. 2번 세주아니가 타고 다니는 브리슬 동족의 턱뼈. 3번 랭가가 두고 간 뼈 이빨.
4번 누누의 친구 윌럼프의 왼쪽 뿔 조각. 가나요? 누가 먼저 가나요? 양보하나요? 양보하나요? 소드 갑니다. 소드 뜹니다.
자,
3번이요,
3번 뭐 정확히 말해줘.
랭가
뼈이빨?
무식이었는데?
랭가 정확히 말해야 돼요.
랭가 전리품이요.
아닙니다. 5번입니다. 볼리베어가 전투에서 휘두르다가 빠진 발톱. 제가 한 번 더 정리해 드릴게요. 나중에 까먹으셨으면 보기를.
자, 고스트.
잔인한 4번 누누와 월럼프의 갈비뼈.
자, 일단 월럼프에서 땡.
땡.
형 들어와요.
자, 비디디 나갑니다.
비디디 갑니다.
비디디 갑니다.
몇 번인데 기억이 안 나. 비디디
1번 파이크 뼈조각.
파이크 뼈 조각이요?
팔조각.
땡.
아닙니다.
우리 왜 아무도 안 나가?
세주환이 뭐라고?
다 어렵죠 지금. 저희 말 안 해드릴 거예요.
정답은요?
근데 과연 정답이 맞을지는.
세주환이 브리즐 종족의 턱뼈. 2번.
정답입니다.
나가있다.
네, 이렇게 해서 최종 라운드 바퀴즈의 승리팀은 농심 레드포스입니다. 축하합니다. 네, 프레딕과 농심의 3 롤파이터 명예의 전당에 오를 최종 우승팀은 프레딕 프리언입니다. 축하합니다.
우승!
프레딕 프리언.
자, 어쨌든 그러면 또 우승을 축하드리면서 이제 우승팀 저희가 소감을 한번 들어봐야겠죠.
방송에서 봤을 때는 이걸 못 맞춰하고 이해가 안 됐었는데 막상 해보니 너무 어렵네요. 이해가 됩니다.
마지막 판을 못 이겨서 좀 아쉽긴 한데 일단 보성이가 좀 너무 적극적으로 안 하고 비니 선수가 약간 대충 간다 속히 약간 그런 느낌을 좀 받았지 않았나.
지금 일단 브리온이 대회 성적이 6등이고 저희가 8등이잖아요.
네.
왜 저희가 8등인지 모르겠어요.
비디디 센데? 네, 과연 다음 스트리트 롤파이터에 도전하게 될 팀은 누가 될지 많은 기대 부탁드리면서 저희는 다음 주에 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 다 같이 한번 외치고 끝날까요? 레디 파이트!
시작일지 몰라 Darling 잠시 머물던 우린 스토리 안에서 난 더 흐릿해져도 괜찮아 떠나는 외도 Everything goes on 어둠 속 멀리 비춰줄 뿐인 여린 빛을 지킨 너의 마음 나를 잊어간대도 Don't apologize Memories stay forever 그걸로 충분해 You and I 그 언제보다 아름다워 넌 화려히 반짝일 널 스토리
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. It's the final match of the week as Humble Life Esports prepare to take on Gen G, who have only lost a single match to T1. Of course, congratulations are also necessary as T1 and Gen G have now officially qualified for playoffs, given the fact that Kwangdong Freaks have now moved to an amount of losses that is impossible for T1 and Gen G to make it to. Although I think they can still get there, however, game score will never reach those lows.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, as Kwangdong takes a hard-fought loss, it feels like at the end of the week we might be treated to Gen G doing what Gen G does best, which is see opponent, kill opponent repeatedly. Because Humble Life, even if they can continue some of the upswings we've seen from, for example, Fred Brion, Gen G, other than teams like T1 and Dumb1, generally don't really take kindly to being pushed back against.
They definitely don't. Let's have a look at points in the match here and get into this one. On a 6-loss streak, Humble Life Esports definitely have fallen off the boat. A little bit, the steamboat, if you will. As we mentioned, playoff secured here for Gen G. And Gen G on an 18-0 record against the 8 teams besides T1 and Dumb1 Kia. And will they show their dominance? We'll have to see.
Very, very difficult one as Peanut is going to play his 500th game here in the LCK. Really nice picture of him, by the way.
Yeah.
8 years since his debut in 2015. Gorilla, are you watching? He's casting today, so he will be.
He is. He's up there on the desk right now. So, down to 7th place. Well, like 8th place. It's going to be 8th place because Peanut's going to play at least 2 games here today. But still in the top 10, so not going to be too worried about that one, is Gorilla.
And then we have, you cannot lose with Johnny versus He Will Make You Dizzy. Ruler.
I don't understand this at all.
No, but I have not been let down with Johnny. He's provided exactly what I expected, which is he's having a relatively good time, and that's about it. Versus the best AD carry that we have in the league at the moment. Might not quite be enough. Ruler, of course, last time that he played, he was met with a goal, which was just hit 14 kills and you'll have 2,000 of them. And he was like, yeah, no biggie. And he ended up going, I want to say 11-0.
11-1, I believe, something like that. So yeah, pretty dismal, to be honest, in the end. Hopefully he can work on that and figure it out. I believe that was the Jinx game, the second one, as his first Jinx game was real difficult, and the next one, he clapped.
Yeah, he only got 3 in that one.
Yeah.
Pretty horrible.
No, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. But did manage to make it. So let's have a look at some of the team stats here. As you can see, Gen G, definitely very, very good as far as first blood, first turret, and their KDA. If you win a lot, generally your KDA looks better. First Herald and first Dragon, though, not exactly the greatest, as they are kind of middling on that front, just aiming more towards controlling lanes rather than controlling early objectives.
Continues a trend that we've seen the split where the first objectives, the first Drake, the first Herald, are really dropping in priority as due to the durability patch, we have seen a shift towards an extremely bot lane focused meta, which means that just an early Herald generally isn't really enough to snowball the game to a point where that gets you a guaranteed win. When you can also just keep your Aphelios in lane and pick up like 3 plates, and after years we have finally learned to do the math.
Exactly right. Well, let's see whether the cameraman has learned to do the pan up to OnFleek, who is very tall.
Very smooth.
Yeah, nicely done. Getting back down to Karis is the difficulty, but they absolutely nailed it. Johnny and Vista will be the bottom lane this time around. Samdi still in Challenger for now. Eye's going to be on Dudu, as him and Doran have been both playing way too much Gnar, as basically every top laner here in the LCK has been. But these two definitely have close to the most games on the champion, and will definitely be a very contested pick. Now with Silas sort of rising, it's likely that that will hit the ban list. We'll see what that means for the draft here. As side selection does go over to Humble Life Esports, likely that they will elect to hop onto the blue side as well.
And Humble Life, if we look at the amount of games that they've won, team is a little better than you might initially think, which is really, really interesting. They actually have a better game score than Nongshim, who has 2 match victories, whereas Hanwha Life only sitting on a single one.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the reason why the Game 2 Hanwha Life buff has been a meme is because that's the only game they win.
Yeah, they win Game 2, they struggle with Game 3, and sometimes they also struggle in Game 2. And against a team like Gen.G, it will be very difficult as we introduce them out onto the stage. A happy Ruler and a happy Lehens, giving us all a wave. But of course, last time around, it was Doran's birthday. He picked up a POG as well. It was an absolutely adorable interview with him after the match as well. And looking forward to seeing what they have cooked up for us. We know that we've only really scratched the surface when it comes to what Gen.G have been practicing. Of course, they did ban Talia the last time around. Chovy has been outspoken saying that his is ready and prepared. But they just haven't needed to flex around too much with a lot of different choices. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. As 1,600 days since Chovy's debut. That is a long time here in the LCK, as of course he debuted alongside a couple of these players in Doran and Lehens on Griffin when they made their pretty ridiculous run after their debut season.
And these stats have everything that both Chovy fans and Chovy non-enthusiasts will clamor at, which is everything he's first in except kill participation. Does that mean that Chovy is not active on the map? Absolutely not. He is pivotal to Gen.G's playstyle. And Karis at a time, the shining light on Hanwha Life in spring, actually getting a couple of really big plays after being promoted. After he won challengers on Gen.G, has truly had a pretty abysmal season. Has really not been, not even the biggest challenger enthusiast can really get the hopes up about Karis. And we have seen this in the past. One only need to cast their minds back to Viper and Lehens on which team was that again?
That was Hanwha Life Esports.
That was also Hanwha Life Esports. 10th place, everyone. I think they went 2-16. And it's something we've seen where good players can kind of get very discouraged by the state of the overall team, but that's not really going to be enough, right? You can't let it get to you. You need to try and maintain your form, because losses are always going to happen.
What time is it? It's Kara's time. That's what she just found out on her watch, I'm pretty sure. As I think the draft is just around the corner. Take that smile off your face, Chronicler.
It's not a smile, Atlas.
Smirk. Take the smirk off your face. Anyway, 500 games here for Peanut. We'll make it to 501 at least after today. As we can see, the whole list. Smeb still sitting in 10th place, as Ghost has just recently managed to eclipse that. And Gorilla, as we mentioned, now in 8th or 7th or 8th, right? As Peanut does move up just that little bit higher. Of course, that is due to the fact that Peanut did spend a little bit of time overseas, and Gorilla came back, so managed to get ahead of him. His, of course, former teammate, both of them being on Rock's Tigers, as Peanut was a bit of a later addition to the Tigers. Of course, Crew Tigers originally did not have Peanut on the roster, but I think they probably looked at their peak strength when they became Rocks and Peanut joined. As let's get into the draft here instead of walking down memory lane with Atlas back like 7 years ago. That is not all that relevant now.
Let's get you to that.
Yeah, you guys have been very mean to me today about my elderliness.
You're never mean to us.
I know.
You wouldn't dare.
I wouldn't.
No.
I'm always lovely to you. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, Azir and Poppy both going to be banned away here, as the Corki also from Hanwha Life Esports. Very interesting to see the Corki ban when you're on blue side, because of course if you just first pick Silas, generally things are okay. So not seeing the Silas ban and seeing the Corki ban instead is very odd, as Nar is actually banned here on the red side for Gen.G.
And with how Doran has been playing recently, I wouldn't mind seeing a skill matchup. Zeri, open. Talia, open. Silas, open. So what you do here as Gen.U, you leave all of them up, and then they pick one, and then you can go Silas Talia. If that's what ends up happening, you can go Silas and Zeri. A lot of different opportunities for you here.
Yeah.
Alternatively, if you don't want to go for double AP in mid and jungle, you can maybe flex Silas top, but more likely that you ban the Silas, and then you get one of Zeri and the good old Talia. And Hanwha Life going to be going for the Zeri. as Choni is, as per usual, grinning. Playing Zeri into Ruler and Lance, who are probably going to Twitch Yumi the moment. Yeah, I haven't even finished my sentence. If you could take a moment, that would be nice. As okay, the high Wukong priority is somewhat interesting. I really have to give praise to Peanut for the amount of work he got done on this jungle Morgana, but I don't like a Wukong pickup when Talia is there, and Talia is extremely strong right now.
Yeah, I also don't really agree with it. Of course, Yumi and Wukong do have a lot of engage potential together and things like this. But Lulu will be locked in. That is going to be the answer to the Yumi, as Talia obviously going to be picked up. Very, very powerful at the moment, and there is the Twitch. So we've got Cat, Rat, and Monkey. We'll see whether we just collect all of the
Hacker on top.
Yep. So that's Year of the Horse, Year of the Cat, Year of the Monkey, Year of the Rat, and what else? What other like Year of the Animals are there?
Mid is not available.
We need Shyvana. Shyvana Hecker needs to be locked in. I'm Year of the Dragon personally.
I don't know. I feel like I should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, regardless, Viego going to be banned away here. On Fleek's champion pool now going to get attacked. Of course, he could be playing Talia theoretically, but it's not really an on-Fleek champion. He really is more of a make a man out of you type of guy. So things like the Xin Zhao certainly standing out.
Oh yeah, that's a no-brainer if Genji don't ban it here. And I don't know if you would. Of course, Xin Zhao and Lulu has been a combo that we saw even, not when Lulu was popular, but when Xin Zhao was very high in the meta priority. Incredible amount of survivability, and I think mostly because of that they are going to ban it away. Generally, Xin Zhao, not really worthy of a ban, but if you combine it with something like Talia can set up for, and you add a Lulu, it can very quickly get very obnoxious. And Genji already like opting into a very team fight oriented comp, so wouldn't be opposed if Hanwha Live either bans out some team fight tools, or as they are looking to do here, instead go for some pressure on that mid lane pool to make sure that Chovy doesn't generate too much pressure, because I don't know about that Orianna ban. That is one that kind of baffles me, because I see the appeal of the Wombo combo, and champions that are able to outrange the Talia are quite good, but Orianna is not in a great spot right now.
But you can carry her orb into the middle of a team fight and then get a shockwave.
Yeah, and then the shockwave does nothing, and then
and the Twitch dies instantly. Yeah, no, that could definitely happen.
Yeah. Well, we have a piggy now as well.
And so Sejuani is Year of the Pig. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Bristle. Gwen's going to be picked into her, and Trundle, of course, pretty comfy into that of the Sejuani. Doesn't do a whole lot when Twitch presses R. Quite doesn't have a lot of gap close, does the old Trundle. So we'll see how he does to mitigate that. But of course, Sejuani has her armor up. You're going to be feeling very, very happy about just pressing Subjugate on it, as that is Chovy's Ahri. That's going to be the choice here into the Talia.
Yeah. So what if you play into a champion?
Year of the Fox? Is Year of the Fox a thing?
I don't. It doesn't matter. We got 5 animals. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Good enough. Picking Ahri into Talia is definitely a vote of confidence, and this to me is Genji just going full comfort, which I think is completely fair, because you're playing against Hanwha Live, and giving away any information when you're playing T1 for a possible first place finish is definitely not the way. You've already given up the jungle Morgana, and especially in the first game I think you can take some risks, as overall the draft from Genji very obviously going to be extremely menacing if you can get to a team fighting stage. Although on the other end, tools aren't that bad. You got Gwen, you got Zeri, but execution is, I think, going to be a lot harder for Hanwha Live.
No, I agree. And I think that you can talk about draft all you want. In the end, sometimes Zeri just wins games by herself. Like, this is a thing that can happen. So that is something they're going to have to watch out for. But Ruler's Twitch is very, very scary. And this full menagerie composition is a very scary one. There's a lot of animals, but there's also a lot of damage. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to play it out, as Genji have got a reliable Twitch player. That's absolutely true. Ooh, that's a very old Sejuani skin as well for Doran. I like it. And yeah, it's not the one that, like, that's the one that no one used. It was release, and no one used it. They all used the other one.
That was a Samsung skin, wasn't it?
Which one?
Rulers. I think he's running Imp skin, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. The good
well, I mean,
old-
I know it's. I just don't know if that's actually the Twitch skin.
Well, I didn't see it.
Well, you will.
so
You will soon.
When I do, I'll let you know.
Thank you, Atlas.
Hopefully he's not mid-ambush, because then it makes it even more difficult to identify it.
True. Well, can you tell me now?
That's called that's grass. That's what the skin is. But actually, yes, no, it is. It is the imp skin.
Thank you, Atlas.
His head's a little bit more pink with that one, so you can see it through the grass. As on fleek, he's going to be starting it towards the top side, both him and Peanut. Sort of mirrored starts here, as Johnny just getting his eye in, pressing some Q a bunch of times. As of course, Zeri's ability names, Q, Carpal Tunnel, Extendo Beam, Jet Set Radio Future, and the ult. As Ruler's going to pop out. Ignite already down onto Johnny. He already has to flash, and he might just be dead. Yep, there we go. That's first blood.
So I actually think what Johnny was doing there was trying to look for the Twitch. Because you know that Twitch is trying to ambush up on you. So I hope we get a replay from Genji's point of view, because Johnny was just firing autos in the hope that he hits something and then he knows where the Twitch is. But the problem with that plan, of course, is that even if you know where the Twitch is, might still not be good for you. Because you don't win the level 1.
Yeah.
But I hope we get a replay from Ruler's point of view, because I'd imagine that he's sidestepping every auto.
Oh, I hope so. That would definitely be very cool. As on fleek, looking for a bit of a cheesy gank opportunity here as he walks his way forward. Level 3 already collected, as Chovy does also have it. Charm is going to connect here onto the Trundle. And Unraveled Earth comes through, does a fair bit of work as Vista down to 50%. And Doran taking a fair bit of snips up here towards the top side. But he'll be fine. Just being a Sejuani.
Not going to be the most fun lane here for Doran, as he will definitely take a lot of painful snips. As let's take a look.
Yeah, let's check it out.
떨린다.
Oh, he just walks in. He kills him. We thought it was going to be so exciting and interesting.
And he just wraps around and murders him. Well done.
Well, it's a little bit anticlimactic, but definitely still impressive
Atlas,
cheese.
you know how
from Genji.
Okay, let's save it for after this peanut gang. But I have a great analogy that I would love to share with you.
Ooh, well, I'm very excited about finding it out. Let's see whether Dudu can make it out of this one. Doesn't have Ghost, as Peanut is going to throw down the Warrior Trickster, but Onfleek is going to come on in here, and Dudu now looking to turn this one around. Arctic Assault, but Doran, he has no flash either. He's burning down. As, yeah, that's not going to do anything. I think it does 1 damage. That's not going to do it there. Onfleek can't actually get in there. And Onfleek's still looking for some sort of opportunity, but I think he was going to trade his life for it if he went for it, and so therefore he won't.
Yeah.
What's your analogy?
Doesn't have the flash available. How sometimes when you read a book, you're like, you've read it and it's exceptional. It's just the best book that you've ever read, and you talk about it with your friends, and can I get a moment, please? Ruler? I get it, you want to murder Chani. It's fun. There's an 8-game win streak, and Genji is the only one that's actually won, of course, with Yumi. Yes. So you've read this book, right? And it's wonderful. You talk about it, and then you find out a movie adaptation is coming up. Yeah, and then you watch the movie, and it blows. It's horrible.
Oh,
it's
no.
nothing like you imagine. That's what happened right there.
Yeah.
Sometimes your imagination does a better job of telling a story.
Kind of like Twilight. As Ruler now catching this wave.
Atlas,
Yeah.
if you can swear to me that you'd never wanted to play a game of baseball as thunder and lightning struck with Muse playing in the background, then you're a liar.
Yeah, true. I couldn't actually say that.
No.
What's baseball again? I'm Australian.
cricket?
Yeah, is that like cricket?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, close enough.
All right, but the ball's less bouncy, right? You're not allowed to do the bouncy version. Okay, anyway, let's have a look at this mid lane. You can't do bounces, can you, in baseball?
Well, I mean, eventually. I don't know. I'm not American. Where's Wolf? Where's Valdez? I've never watched a game of baseball in my life.
I've got the wrong co-cast for this conversation, and it makes it so much better. It's all right. Dudu is going to get permafrosted. Doran just walks into the mist, and we'll be able to execute that. As after that initial gank kind of went awry for Hanwha Life, this has kind of worked out for Doran. As you can see, CS parity, just chilling. And Gen.G have moved to a casual 1,000 approximate gold lead.
No biggie.
Purely based on the fact that Twitch kind of just cheese won the lane.
Yeah.
Very early stages.
And Chovy's up 11 CS because, well, we need. And due to Unfleek actually making some moves towards the bot side and that top side play, has fallen a little bit behind in terms of clear speed. And for Unfleek, this is actually a wonderful Toronto game. You have 2 great targets to steal resistances from.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you're also playing into Ahri, Yuumi, and Twitch, all of which make you very unhappy. Do like the Zeri synergy, though.
True.
Yeah, it's very fun.
Bit of extendo beam action.
Yeah.
Very much like it. As Peanut, oh, not able to steal it.
12 health.
A little bit early on the smite. As, let's see.
Round 2.
Monkey and Ball. Trying to get in here. Peanut, of
Oh,
course, doesn't
Unfleek.
have smite, but Unfleek is probably just dead. Yep, Glacier Prison comes down. Dudu is going to throw himself into the mix as Peanut is burning down. The needlework doesn't find him. And Doran just waiting for another Winter's Wrath. Chovy was rotating up as well. And it is going to be Dudu moving back into Fog of War. 2-0 now in favor of Gen.G.
You gotta know that's coming. The moment that Doran disappears out of that lane and Peanut has already been near you. Oh, they're gonna kill Unfleek.
Oh dear.
Oh my god, no, 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 not to walk back into your own jungle into immediate murder.
Well, we can see that Ruler and the Hens are not quite going to... Oh, they are. There's the ward. But
there's a wave. There's a wave. They gotta get back.
Yep. Thankfully, Ruler... Relying on Ruler's, want to actually get lane farm. They are going to be able to do this. As Peanut is extraordinarily low, but they're still going to start this Rift Herald. Does have smite, so of course he'll be able to keep himself relatively healthy there. Extendo beam, not finding the rat. But still, large amount of control despite the fact that the CS isn't in his favor. If Twitch is even, that means he's ahead, is basically how it works. He will scale exceptionally well. Zeri, of course, no slouch there either, but still. Twitch very frightening when it comes to the mid-game if he does pick up some accelerated items. As Peanut, yeah, he collected a Rift Herald and will now head over to his rep buff. And as he, look at all of this vision for Gen.G.
Yeah.
Hanwha, they might actually have a theoretical, gold lead just because they don't have any wards on the map. And so they haven't spent money on wards, and therefore, that couldn't actually equate to anywhere near the gold lead, but still.
300.
Yeah,
well, it's like 300 gold.
That's still a decent amount of
gold.
gold.
Not insignificant.
It has earned Gen.G at least 300 gold because of this kill right here, though. So it's worth it in the end, guys. Remember, vision, always worth it.
Yeah. If Dudu actually immediately moves over here, I think this play is a little bit more understandable. But if Dudu wants to clear up his wave, you need to wait for him. You can't just... Especially when the moment Doran goes out of lane, can't take the risk. Especially if you're Trundle without flash, which was the case there. And no subjugate. You won't stay alive long enough. And as we can see, accelerating Sejuani is not the end of the world for Hanwha Life. We don't really particularly care about that. But as we just continue the invasion into Unfleek's jungle. This time around, though, I don't think that Unfleek is going to be anywhere near this towards the top side at the moment. And I wouldn't mind a play towards the Drake here. But Gen.G are up 1.7k. Just from the couple of kills, from the call, and of course the 20 CS gap that has appeared out of thin air.
Yeah, it's pretty silly. It's just the Chovy effect. The Chovy effect generally comes in around 8 to 10 minutes, where CS materializes into his lap. I think must be how it works. I'm
I'm
not really sure.
Other players have minion dematerializer. He actually has minion materializer.
Yeah.
Where he just gets extra minions per wave.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But I don't think anyone else has found the rune yet.
I think it's his passive. It's Chovy as a player just has a passive.
I wonder if there ever were trading cards, if that will be on his.
Ooh, we'd have to check. I didn't actually have a look at the back of the Chovy trading card.
There's no text, unfortunately.
Well, we'll see. It might be on the Griffin Chovy trading card. When
Maybe one day
when that comes out. Because now that we have trading cards, there's so many options. You know? So many things. As there's Permafrost, Ignite does come through. Needlework to come down as well, but Ignite is going to stop that from doing the healing that it wants to do, as Dudu is real dead. Peanut's just going to come through. Devastating blow is indeed that for Harmalife Esports, and Gen G are just not being challenged. They're just doing all of the things that they want to do, and Harmalife cannot stop them.
No, they lost Harold, they lost Drake, and Harmalife, they're like, oh, maybe we dive bot, and then they don't commit.
The cross-map play is, now we've spent money on wards, and they put them in the river. There's 4 minutes until the next Drake. That bottom side vision, yeah, you'll find Lehens. But what is that bottom side vision actually really doing for you? I mean, at least it's getting Ruler out of the way here, but Johnny and Vista's still going to have to move all the way around. And now Chovy going to move into the river. On Fleet closing in. Vista here as well. This could be their opportunity. Spirit Rush is going to be available though. And there's the Seismic Shove, gets stunned up. And Chovy still offering a fair bit of damage through here as the Orb of Deception for a bit of the heal. And he will be A-okay.
Also used heal. You know,
oh, yes.
So a nice double up there. Onto Spellbook, getting a lot of value as Peanut went to top and then decided, nah, I don't really want to give money to Doran. Why would I? That's not in my best interest, and it's not. What is in your best interest is accelerating the Twitch, and as a result, more plays going to get picked up here on the bot side of the map.
Oh no! Ruler doesn't get any money.
Aww.
That's a high-value pillar right there.
Yeah, nicely done.
Still, Peanut going to be able to cash in on that one. Feels pretty good, as now Dudu spotted as Doran's going to come on over.
Oh.
The former jungle is battling, and it is going to be Sejuani that's better at it. Onfleet gets knocked up. Ooh, not exactly the greatest ultimate there, but still will stun up Vista. There's the second portion of the Cyclone, and Ruler locks down his second kill.
Very unfortunate flash there from Vista as well. And Doran and Dudu are still fighting, meanwhile on top side. And guess who the kill goes to, Atlas? Guess who?
Yeah, it's Ruler.
It's Ruler.
And that's bad news if you're a Harmalife fan. But a fantastic news story if you are a Gen G fan or a Twitch Yuumi fan. If you really enjoy Tom and Jerry and there was just not enough victory for you, well, Gen G's here. They're the only team that's been able to find a victory on this particular lane duo, and it's great news for you.
I wonder if at some point we'll start seeing Raider and Raider bot lanes from Gen G to see where do Rulers and Lehens hands end, right? Like, because we've had Sin support as yeah, Dudu dies here. Unfortunately, is in a pretty far spot of the lane. Has enough Ghost, has Ignite instead, so never getting out of that one. And here we see the turnaround on Fleek, initially fine, and then Vista. Yeah, Flash not already getting a lot done. There isn't really an opportunity from that spot to flash over the wall either, so maybe he thought he could flash out of the third activation on the final chapter, but unfortunately not going to be the case. But I do think a lot of the wins are just due to the fact that it is specifically Ruler and Lehens playing it, and between the Saints and the Twitch Yuumi, where does it end? Are they going to bring back
I know where it ends. I know where it ends. As Ruler's going to turn up towards the top side, Dudu is... Okay, well, Ruler is right underneath this turret, and he wasn't tanking. And so, therefore, he'll be fine. The Piggy, not so much, as Doran was holding the aggro for him. He has been a very selfless top laner this game. But still, that is going to be the first kill going over to Harmalife Esports. Karis moving on in here. Doesn't find the Seismic Shove. Harmalife just looking to try and get themselves Shirley. See whether they can employ her to get themselves some sort of advantage. As what I was going to say,
hit me.
Elise support is definitely where it ends for Lehens.
She's getting buffed the next patch.
Oh dear. Well, maybe it's just going to be a legitimate thing. As yes, he was a singed Elise 2-trick in solo queue. That was sort of Lehens' thing. And he has played Elise support before.
It's getting buffed hard, Atlas.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think Lehens necessarily needs it to be buffed. He like flash cocoons and misses most of the time, but they still win the game, is generally how it goes.
The Lehens way.
Yeah, it is definitely the Lehens way. As final chapter coming through yet again, gets a flash out of Karis here, but ult comes through from Chonny, but so does it come through from Ruler. And yeah, he does a heck of a lot more. Chonny does find an extendo beam, doing a fair bit of damage there. There's a flash out there onto OnFleek. He does have the subjugate. That's going to keep him alive, but Gen G, yeah, they don't find any kills, but they have all of the control.
Yeah, gonna get the Drake. Actually, mechanically nice fight from Hanwha Life. Great cleanse coming through from Chonny. Everyone stays alive. They get the seismic shove on Ruler and Lehens, but also none of it matters, and the fight is still won, and it is now 2 Drake leads, and we will finally be getting Cloud Soul, so good for you, Atlas.
It's a good day.
As this is actually really nicely played by Dudu. Able to get a lot of value from his ultimate here. Doran is just standing there and thought he could take one more, but then gets hit by the final amount of the needles and will go down after all. Yeah, the overall gold lead is 5.5k.
Yeah.
At 16 minutes, and this is feeling like a classic Gen G game, and you can pinpoint some individual mistakes for Hanwha Life across the board, but the bigger problem that we have every time anyone plays against Gen G is that by themselves they might feel like relatively insignificant, and against a team that doesn't push his leads as much, maybe you'll get time.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that
you don't.
Like, this is sort of the way an early game could have gone for a lot of our other teams, but we'd be looking at the gold, and instead of it being 5k, 6k, the same mistakes could have been made, and we're looking at like 1.5 or 2 or something like that. You've cross-mapped a little bit more. Maybe you've got yourself a turret. Maybe there is a bit more control. But Gen G definitely used their advantages exceptionally well and are just not backing down from Hanwha Life Esports here. Ruler has been playing like he's 600 gold, 6,000 gold ahead since level 1. And it's working here for Gen G. As Karis is going to clear out some vision and try and get a bit of splitting done here towards the bottom side. You can see OnFleek hovering, wanting to see whether there is anyone coming down to try and defend, but as they can see, it's just a pig in the distance. As Doran is going to make his way down.
Pink Floyd song.
Pig in the distance?
Yeah.
It sounds like food. Pig in a blanket? Isn't that
It is, yeah.
I don't know what.
That's a thing.
It's British, isn't it? I just can't remember what it is.
Yeah, it's actually a very good question. I should know that.
Yeah, you lived there, didn't you?
For a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No pigs in blankets for you?
I want to say it's like little sausages with a wrapping of dough.
Yeah, like a mini sausage roll.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Got it. All right, well, there we go.
Yeah.
So Doran isn't in a blanket, so it's kind of irrelevant. But still, I'm glad that we got to the bottom of it.
Well, you didn't know that. Maybe Sejuani gets cold.
That's true. That's true.
Sometimes you need a nice warm blanket in the winter.
Yep. Well, Vista is just going to get Chain CC'd. Does have a wild growth, but he's still burning down. He's trying to get out of there, but last tick will do it of the Ignite. Seismic Shove looks for the cat, but that is optimistic at best. As now, Hanwha, the fog of war is so thick in this game for Hanwha Life Esports. As, okay, Ruler now. I don't know whether he's allowed to stand there, but Chonny is not the answer, and Ruler is just going to kill him. Doran over to the side. He was the protection, but no one to protect him, really, and he is going to be taken down. The sacrificial piggy once again as Gen G, in trade for his life, are going to look for some revenge. Chovy dives forward with the Spirit Rush, still looking for more damage. OnFleek's going to be taken down with the Charm. Chovy's getting the resets. He's just dashing left, right, and center. We need more Unraveled Earth Karis, but it's on cooldown and he has 0 mana. Devastating blow is going to come through. Ruler once again looking for more damage. And Gen G are just smashing Hanwha Life Esports this game.
It's an AK gold lead, Atlas.
It is. It is 19 minutes into the game.
We've gotten to the point of the game where when you talk about thick fog of war, I just want to. I can't even do analysis. I just want to make more blanket jokes. that's how bad it's gotten. Because you look at this. And Vista gets blown up. That in and of itself is not the end of the world, but then Ruler just opens fire, because of course he does. Uses the movement speed from the zoomies to be completely fine in that given scenario. Doesn't get knocked back. then Doran dies, just so Ruler could have a little bit of fun.
Yeah.
Of course, with the Sejuani with Ignite, once your Arctic Assault is down, it's going to be very hard to get out, and then all the cooldowns are gone. So Chovy says, I've been farming up a storm. Can I have some fun? Please. Please, I ask you.
Man, well, the answer is yes. And Chovy playing that one out pretty expertly. Apart from that charm that was slightly mistimed. Doesn't really matter too much, though. And as it turns out, if you take any animal and just add a cat, it's better. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah.
Fox Cat was amazing last time around.
No.
Monkey Cat has been so good. And the early game has been owned by Rat Cat.
And I want to highlight that it's Ruler into Chunny. So a gap in terms of how they play it out.
Oh dear. Well. Monkey Pig is also a scary one, as it turns out.
I think any combination of animals is quite frightening if they're charging at you. Yeah. Imagine just going for
a stampede.
Imagine just going for a walk in the forest and all of a sudden a pig and a monkey charge at you. I'd be terrified.
So would I.
That's so scary.
Man, yeah, now that you say that, I completely understand how Dudu would have felt in this moment.
He's just a seamstress. He's looking. He's in the woods looking for some wool.
Yeah.
Just gets murdered.
Well, better than if it was Annie. And that would have been a rough time. As Ruler will get the wild growth out of Vista as on fleek. I just don't think that he's going to be able to do anything here. Genji just feeling a little bit untouchable this stage of the game, close to a 9,000 gold lead, 22 minutes in. And we are 4.5 minutes away from a potential Cloud Soul. Genji may not even bother about that one, as the Baron's been alive for 2 minutes. And Genji certainly will have the damage in order to go over.
한 5초만 우리 볼게 얘들아. 하나 둘 뭐야?
하나 둘. He was trying to count it down, but Doran's like, nope, I'm going in.
하나 둘. Oh no.
That sounds like the way.
Yeah.
As this game has been a little bit, accelerated. A little bit accelerated, one could say.
I can't do it. I'm not Wolf.
As Ruler, just
Aw, nice beat, Johnny.
He's gonna put that one down. Spots it out. Yeah. Well, fool me 4 times. Shame on you. Fool me 5. Shame on me, I think is how it goes. So the 5th time of asking, Johnny not going to get caught out. Life just wanting to find any way to get money back in this game. Peanut is going to deny on Fleek any sort of shellfish. And Ruler is flanking 3-4 people alone.
Fine. Go, Ruler. Do it.
Yeah, well, Vista is going to flash yet again, but still going to get hit. And he'll be taken down. On Fleek also going to die here. Okay, no. We'll survive.
Nice.
Lulu definitely not as lucky.
Great.
Uh-huh.
I got nothing, Atlas.
Yeah, I know. This game is so over, dude. It really is.
Now the question is, what next? Do we go back to the trading cards?
I guess so. What was your favorite one as far as poses are concerned?
The Zeus one was really good.
The classic Zeus
the
Z pose. Yep.
Come on, Peanut. I personally really appreciated the Vikla thumbs down, especially because Vikla himself has plenty of thumbs down moments.
Yeah,
and I appreciate the irony.
I really like that there's the Morgan holographic. Is just Morgan like standing, looking down at his hands. Like he can see all of the power that resides in these hands. These hands got Harmalife Esports to Worlds when they shouldn't have been able to, you know? It's really, really cool.
Yeah.
So that's one that you should definitely keep your eyes out for, guys, if you come to the Fred at Brion Games. Of course, if you want to get your hands on some of the trading cards, you have to come to Lol Park.
All the way. Not even if you're a caster.
That's true. We can't.
I
wanted
to
steal them, and they like immediately came back and took the folder. Like the minute we got up from the casting desk.
Oh, you would have.
Yeah.
It would have mysteriously disappeared.
Well, Ruler might have to flat. Never mind. Teleport's going to come forward as Doran is going to say, get away from my ratty friend.
Good on you, Bristle. You're a good ball.
Yeah. Well, Peanut's waiting for his moment, and there it is. Into the mist they go, and wow. Oh, I thought there was at least another auto there, but nope, Dudu's dead. And Genji will take this inner turret on the bottom side of the map. Baron still alive. Genji not looking like they really have too much interest in it at this stage, as Ruler is just prowling, wanting harm. Okay, here we go. Final chapter comes forward. Doran is going to find an ulti onto Onfleek. And he's going to get Wild Growth, but Ruler is still doing so much damage. Subjugate just barely keeping Onfleek alive here as the Contaminate flew through. And Chani, he just left. And he's now on the top side of the map out of fear.
He's not having a good time with this party, Atlas.
He definitely is not. I mean, this is not the kind of party that he signed up for.
Of course, Chovy has no kills, and he just finished a death cap at 26 minutes. That's reasonable.
That's kind of how it works. Karis is not going to die just yet. Chani looking for the shutdown. He's not going to be able to get it, though, as burning to death. Burning, but he'll survive.
Good glance, Chani. Almost got him. And then you would have gotten 1,000 gold, which would have been great had this been a normal game.
Uh-huh.
But it's not a normal game, Atlas. It's Genji's menagerie.
It is. And it's a scary prospect.
Oh, no, Dudu. No. Don't go to the wave.
Well, Dash does come through. Chovy's down here, though. Everyone into the mist, one after the other. Permafrost comes down, though. Doran wants to try and get out of here, but he will be able to make it. Gets the edge of the rocks. Onfleek now in trouble. There's the Cyclone. Peanut was holding on to. Seismic Shove moves him closer to Harmon Life Esports, which may not necessarily be what they want, as the charm connects onto Chani. Peanut does now have a cat, but he's also able to deceive his way out of this one. Doran as well, just being a huge front line with his multiple items. Extendo Beam not really doing too much, as the mist only works onto Dudu. Gets himself out of there. Low health bars on Harmon Life Esports, but you can see, like, yes, they've killed Doran twice, but that is it this whole game.
Just end Genji.
Yeah,
you have a 14k gold lead. Just end. Just run down the mid lane with 5 people. Make it stop, Atlas.
Oh, I can't. I'm not in there.
Vista goes down, unfortunately. Attempted turn right from Harmon Life might have been enough in a situation where the wallets are not this heavy, but this is a sizable fund.
It is.
That's been set up here.
Yes. I think they purchased life insurance, which is pretty brutal as far as the irony is concerned.
At least Harmon would have more money if they did that.
Hey, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. Definitely cashing in. As now Hanwha just trying to get towards this Baron to try and get any sort of vision possible. If Genji get it, they do just probably win the game. Although, even if they don't get Baron, they still probably win the game. But Baron will make it easier. Onfleek taking a lot of damage here as Peanut chasing after him. Doran is just going to make sure that he cannot escape. Subjugate comes down, but Glacial Prison is going to be in there. They use everything to try and keep him alive, but Ruler turns up, and he will not be able to survive it. Seismic Shove also going wide. A lot of movement speed as these Zumis fly in. It's the Moonstone variety of the Yuumi, and so that means that it's also a gigantic heal as Redemption comes on through. And now the Baron is taking a heck of a lot of damage. It's the Gale Force variety of Twitch as well, after the first couple of items. As now Karis going to dive on in. One last team fight here for Harmon Life Esports perhaps, as Vista is just murdered so quickly. It's a double kill for Ruler. Picks one up for Peanut there as well. Genji will swiftly ace Harmon Life, and they will ignore the Baron and just win the game.
And you know what the worst part of that game is for Harmon Life, Atlas? It's not the fact that this is such a big gold lead, 16 at 30 minutes here. It's not the fact that you just got clobbered. It's that you gotta play another game.
Oh my goodness, it is. This is absolutely brutal. Onfleek also just gonna go down here as the Nexus turret's gonna be the next off the what is it? The conveyor belt?
Menu?
Yeah, menu, but I didn't really want to say menu, as this game is just oh my goodness. We haven't had a shellacking like this for quite some time. Genji, a decisive victory. over Harmer Life Esports here in game number 1.
Yeah.
Let's see what Harmer Life Esports do with side selection, though. Oh, hang on. Yeah, the good news, it's hard to find for Harmer Life Esports. Gen G, though, they pick a bunch of animals and they play like such. It was an incredible game.
Why is Ruler the rocket? Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, man. Well, welcome to LoL Park. Hopefully, he managed to pick up a trading card.
I really hope so.
I don't know whether you can get them today. They might have come out today, but they're definitely coming out soon. And they are so, so cool.
Atlas?
Yes.
We always pride ourselves in the LCK on acknowledging when a game is done and when it's time to talk about the other games and the movies and the comic books and whatever we might talk about. But in that game, that moment came so
quick,
blisteringly early.
It did. Yeah, we were talking about picking a blanket, and I don't think it was even out of the laning phase yet. As we can see, the gold graph, yeah, pretty linear. As you can see, Ruler did so much damage as well. My goodness. The Twitch really hitting the power spike at about...
level 1, yeah.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes, I think. That's the Twitch power spike, I guess. This was, yeah, tour de force from Gen G. 30 minutes. But honestly, Harmer Life Esports kind of got baited into picking the Zeri. Gen G knew exactly what was going to happen, and they answered accordingly, and then some. Hopefully we see Harmer Life adapt in the draft a little bit and give us a little bit more as we move to game number 2. It's Harmer Life, it's game number 2. It's got to look better than this. Go to a short break. When we get back, analyst chairs and carpet space.
나 간다? 뭐야? 나 이거 얘들아 살려볼게. 끝내러 가자.
and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, after we just sat here and watched Gen.G obliterate yet another lower part of the LCK bracket here. It was not pretty. It started from about a minute and a half, right when the minions basically clashed. Ruler and Lahens decided, well, the game's just going to end right here. And it's not the first time that the Twitch and Yumi have gotten some value, and it feels like a lot of good players are beginning to see this as an angle.
So we have seen both Ruler and Deft be the only players so far here in the LCK to pull off the Twitch counter to the Zeri. We've seen a few other players like Samdi, who's formerly of Hanwha Esports, now of course put back down in Challengers, fail. So ironic we're talking about this here with this matchup at hand, but don't try this at home. Esports fans and LCK teams, don't give over the Zeri. That part of the draft is still very scary, and I was a little bit skeptical. But once we saw the Yumi come through, I was like, all right, Gen.G's just going to play the Twitch into this. It is Zeri Lulu here. I thought it was a nice response from Hanwha Esports, but at the end of the day, it's not enough to keep the Zeri alive. We saw Ruler pop off, and I don't want to call it solo kills because he had Yumi on his back running around and killing people. But also, the other part of this game that went very wrong for Hanwha Esports was due to on the top side. The jungle matchup went extremely Peanut favored, even with the Trundle in the early parts. You have a Trundle and the Sejuani. You should on paper feel very good about fighting non-stop up there, but they didn't. They left Dudu out to dry, didn't actually find any success bottom side. And, you know, we were like, wow, it's only 20 minutes, and Gen.G's got like a 15,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it was not pretty, right? There's not too many nice things to say about what happened to Hanwha Life in this one, but it was pretty straightforward, right? Gen.G came out with a very specific plan. You know, the second I saw that Silas ban, I was like, okay, well, they're going to leave the Zeri open for a reason. I'm very curious to see what the reason's going to be. We got to see it here, and of course, Gen.G win another game. So let's take a look at highlight number 1 out of 1. There wasn't much in terms of very high-level lights in this one.
Yeah, I mean, there were a few moments like this where we could just see like Gen.G are so ahead they could walk at turrets and look for picks here with this Yumi Twitch. And then Chani, unfortunately, is, you know, just trying to farm, just trying to exist, just trying to be a Zeri in the mid lane, and you're not allowed to do that, actually.
He also tried to 1v2. I mean, he did have Lulu by himself, or behind him. But, you know, very far behind. I understand he's trying to make plays and trying to come back.
This comp is so good at snowballing, continue to push. Obviously, like, look at what this comp can do when it runs at a team. It has the Yumi ult, it has Cyclone. Choke points like this are so busted. And we didn't even see the Hurricane build, actually, for Ruler this time. He went for Gale Force. He was just like, nope, I'm going to chase him. I'm going to kill him. And it doesn't matter about multi-target team fight damage. I'm actually just going to keep running at people and killing them individually. And I'm going to win the game that way. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, just had the Yumi on his back, got sped up really nicely. There were a couple of moments, like even in the bottom level 1, it's a Twitch, so don't walk up to the wave. This is something that kind of you learn a lot, but again, there's a lot of stuff on the line. You're up against Gen.G, there are a lot of nerves. You know, maybe you forget, Chani new to the LCK. Don't step up to the wave until you know exactly where the Twitch is, and that was a bit of a mistake. But either way, we do have to have a player of the game for this one. I'm curious to see who will take it. It will be Ruler, who did go legendary and did a bunch of boom boom damage here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a boom boom damage vote, but he got that initial pick with Lahens' help, obviously, and the game was about him. Like, player of the game, it is him. You know, Peanut also had a fantastic game, had some great cyclones, and controlled the top side of the map. So as a result, they were able to win both sides, and also Chovy was winning lane here. He played the Ahri into the Talia, kind of a winning matchup in the early mid. He popped off. We might see a split vote here, but for me, it's just an easy Ruler vote because, frankly, the game was literally about him. He is the player of the game.
He was mostly the player that did things in this one. You know, Chovy had the moment where he pressed the Spirit Rush a couple of times in the jungle.
There's supposed to be moments like this, too, where you
Peanut got a bunch of knockups and stuff.
Peanut was ready to facilitate him. Obviously, there were some really fantastic plays from Chovy, like you mentioned. That Spirit Rush play is will jump up to 800, so up there with aiming, tied now in terms of dominant hyper carry 80 carry players.
Everybody just trying to catch up to Zeus, which is very difficult when the guy gets double POGs a lot. And yeah, 10 out of 13, pretty nicely done there. Makes a lot of sense that the other 3 votes were for Peanut. But hoping, guys, that game number 2 can be a little bit closer, at least to make it somewhat interesting. Or maybe Gen.G just get another stomp. We'll have to find out. Let's go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that shellacking. Let's see whether Humble Life Esports can get themselves back on the horse and make this one work. Animal references, it's a difficult thing after that draft from Gen G. But we'll see. We'll see whether Humble Life also choose the blue side yet again. Oftentimes you'll see that they kind of just want to change up, right? Because if you just run back the same bans in the same draft, I mean, it may just get worse, perhaps, if they decide to pick different things.
Can it get worse?
Not sure. Wow, Will is coming in.
Oh my god, I love that. That's amazing.
All right. Well, this guy did help get Humble Life Esports to Worlds last year.
He was in Worlds quarters.
Yeah. And he joined the team right as they were making that run.
Wow, and now he gets to take on Gen G and Peanut.
Yeah, and his former teammate Jovi.
Weird statement.
Yeah. It is. It's an odd situation.
I've been already workshopping a bunch of topics in case that this game does go like the previous
Maybe you
one.
could teach me what anime is.
I would love
that
to.
Renata drawing is amazing.
We've been seeing a lot more of these, I want to say crayon-esque drawings. Really, really cool.
It's amazing. Very, very cool. See whether Renata does make it through the draft this time around. I believe Renata was untouched last time. As, yes, this is kind of how Humble Life Esports fans are right now. You can see there's definitely not a lot of enthusiasm in her eyes. But there is definitely a lot of desperation in her fan sign.
I think it said drama as well, which I don't know. That might be a reference to something else. But it will also be an appropriate reference to the game we just witnessed. Humble Life going to pick blue side again.
Yep.
I'm making a bold statement, and I don't think they will go for Zeri again, having seen how that one went. But you also, then you have to ban it, because if Ruler gets it, you also lose the game.
Yeah. So they banned Poppy, Corki, Lucian. So maybe you don't ban the Corki, and maybe you first pick the Silas or something like that.
Because with Corki, at least you get an opportunity to play the game for a little bit early on. And I think that you might not otherwise.
Yep, we also have a slight change-up here as well. It might have been a little bit misleading. I don't think the points of the match graphic was actually wrong, but our interpretation was a little bit wrong. Gen G have not actually made it into playoffs yet. If they win this game, they are officially in playoffs. I think it's, it's highly unlikely that they're not in playoffs, regardless, but they have yet to qualify 100%. They need to beat Humble Life Esports here, and that means that it's impossible for anything else to happen. So Yumi going to be banned away alongside the Azir. Oh wait, never mind. Gen G did actually lock in playoffs, so we were right. So I didn't even need to go back. So never you mind.
Atlas, the day that people stop admitting that they made mistakes, even though they didn't, is a sad day. So I'm proud of you regardless. As Nara taken away, Corki going to again be on the ban list. Lucian still available. As I say that, Lucian no longer available. And Gen G is not going to ban Zeri for very obvious reasons.
Exactly.
Silas still open as well. So maybe you can have a good time. Silas stays open. Humble Life can first pick that one.
I like the Zeri ban because the Yumi is banned. I think that it is much more difficult to make that early play work without it. So Talia, the considered first pick, as Gen G now have the ability to go towards the Silas if they would like to. Very interesting to see the Talia priority so high. But we'll see where Gen G decide to go. Still a whole lot left available. That Kalista that we were talking about, even though it's not necessarily a ruler champion, still one that is very strong. But I think Silas is standing out.
Yeah.
Felios going to be the option here, as Felios Kench could just come through.
Yeah, picking Kalista into Talia is asking to have...
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a great time.
Really bad time. So that's not going to be the case here. I can still pick yourself up a Kench earlier, but I'm pretty sure they'll lock in a jungle champion for Peanut. That has generally been the trend for Gen G. But no, looks like they might just go towards that. Technically still a flex. There is opportunity to flex it towards topside if the matchup isn't so punishing, but expectations is that it will be Chovy that plays it in.
exactly. Certainly a lot of our top laners have been playing a lot of it in solo queue, at least getting it ready in case it needs to be flexed around. As we have an Ashe being considered. This would be a heck of a lot of global for Harmer Life Esports, a lot of CC as well. But can be difficult to navigate. Also, we'll see what kind of Ashe build this is going to be. Could be the Leandri's Ashe yet again. Against lower range compositions, you can certainly abuse the volley, as Gangplank going to come in as well. So yeah, keeping your opponents in one area and then just barraging them with all sorts of long-range damage is certainly a possibility here for Hanwha.
Yeah, the lock-in of the Gangplank makes me suspect that we might be looking towards the more utility-based Ashe build, because you need still a viable source of a lot of AD damage, and you will have that. And playing Jarvan into Taliyah is very brave, but it's a really good pick into Ashe, so it does actually mean that, provided this is not Ashe support, which could still be the case, we've seen some weird flexes happen over the course of the last couple of weeks, although it is Harmer Life and they don't truly love experimentation generally. Yeah, Poppy is kind of a no-brainer, because if you have to play Jarvan into Poppy and Taliyah, your life is even worse, and it's already kind of rough. Kanjban seems inevitable here from Harmer Life side, taking that one away to make sure that there is not too much safety here. And for the top side of the map, you can go a couple of directions here as Gen G. You can lock in some additional engage if you want to go for a very teamfight heavy comp. You can lock in kind of the more standard picks, go for like a Gwen here if it's not banned away, which is very self-sufficient, not very exciting, not going to make us feel very good, but
yeah,
it gets the job done.
Wukong. Peanut, of course, has been putting a lot of respect on the Wukong, and so not going to be an option into the Jarvan this time around. Do really like Jarvan into all three of these champions here. Does mean that we're going to be creating a lot of terrain around this map as well, which is a heck of a lot of fun, especially if Willa decides that he just wants to play Trundle, because then we can be putting pillars up as well. My personal preference would be if a Anivia was picked up to add another wall, as, yeah,
no-brainer.
Tahm Kench probably, like, I would have preferred the Tahm Kench ban over the Nautilus ban.
Yeah, generally I'd agree, but this is Harmer Life, and I think they would have died level 6 immediately if they did not ban the Nautilus. And that will be my main reason. And if you want to pick the Kalista up here,
this is cute.
Yeah, like it. That is indeed the flex of the Ashe coming through here. Of course, when it comes to binding targets, Ashe not going to feel necessarily great, but this is a lane with a lot of bullying potential, especially into a Kench. So if you can pick up what probably will be a Kench here, or sorry, a proactive early game jungler here. Lee, Viego, and Zinzao all come to mind. For Willer here, just play through bot, leave your Gangplank alone, and try to get as much done as you possibly can.
I was hoping for a Renata pick, the Ashe mid.
And then
harken back to season 1.
Okay, Ashe mid, and then Taliyah jungle.
Yeah.
And then Renata, okay. What? Yeah. I love it, Atlas.
Yeah, would have been really bad.
Nice.
As a little last pick here for Gen G is going to be going over to Doran. What does he want to take into the Gangplank is the question. You can see him having a bit of a think about it as well. Not a whole lot of great options in the Gangplank just in general, but Akshan. Okay, we are doing our very best to try and smash that lane as hard as we can. It's been a long time since we've seen the Akshan picked up towards that top side of the map. And it's going to be Doran that goes for it this time. Remember, Doran has had one of his most down moments, I believe, on the Akshan.
Oh, God. I remember.
Yeah, it was not a good time.
Oh. But I actually think the Akshan pick is very smart, because with this draft, what you're looking to do as Harmer Life is leave your Gangplank on an island and then play towards your incredibly aggressive bot side. Ashe and Kalista are going to have a lot of pressure, a lot of shove into this Aphelios and the Tahm Kench. But by introducing the Akshan, you're basically forcing Willer to make a choice. Are you going to sacrifice your top lane, who by all means should get absolutely bodied in this 1v1, or are you going to try and play as you kind of should, which is towards your bot side. And if you take into account the fact that Peanut also has immense gank pressure, it becomes a hard game to play out for Hanwha Life. If they can get a lead, and Dudu can somehow navigate this matchup, I think that you can still have a lot of power. This comp from ahead feels really good. You can continue to start fights with the Ashe, with the Talia, and a lot of the mobility from Genji is really shut down. If you fall behind and Akshan gets fed, or if Helios picks up a couple of kills, or Peanut gets some level 2 classic Peanut ganks off, this game is going to be really rough.
Yeah, I feel like Peanut is certainly going to be drawn to some of those level 2 shenanigans. We'll see whether they pull it off. All right, here we are onto the Rift for game number 2. This is Hanwha Life Esports Comfort Zone. I also really enjoy the composition that they've put together. Willa going to be coming in as well as the Lee Sin. If you guys don't remember Willa, he of course played for Hanwha Life Esports in their Worlds run in 2021. And
you would remember Atlas.
Yeah. He was, look, wasn't the greatest, but certainly
bad.
Played with his team very effectively.
He was serviceable.
He was definitely serviceable. As flag comes through, Peanut keeping his eye on where Hanwha are going to be. As, okay, Tom Kench going to get the knock up onto the Callista. And Doran's already dancing around. First blood goes to Ruler somehow once again. As Doran is just going to sling himself over. Vista says hello, and he'll now go back to base. And the more things change, the more they stay the same. Chronicler?
Shawnee's still grinning. That man has a mental of steel, Atlas.
Yes, he does.
He's not in a great spot, though, because Ruler just got first blood.
Yeah. I mean, he's also not in a great spot because he's halfway up the lane.
Well, yeah, and he went Treasure Hunter as well, expecting to have a good time in the early lane with your nice little pressure lane, and now you are down 2 flashes on this bot lane. And the one upside is that if Peanut tries to go for a cheese gank, they will know, because there is plenty of vision. But looks like Peanut not going to decide to actually go for that.
Well, let's hear what Peanut
야,
has to
뒤로
say.
왔다, 뒤로 왔다.
He looks
이
so
깔아놓길
happy about
잘했다.
되게 탈래 말래. 할래 말래. 야, 왜 이렇게 쳤어? 왜 쳤어? 나이스. 타이 높여야 돼. 다 있어.
Giggling. Oh, man. And now he's just standing in the wave, denying everything here from Johnny and Vista, who are theoretically a lane duo that can put on a lot of pressure early, but not if Ruler picks up first blood, and especially not with stacked wave and access to level 2 very early. So we'll see whether they can get anything back, as I don't know. Yeah, Ruler didn't actually manage to go back to base, so he does have a slight experience advantage, but doesn't have the item advantage until now.
Yeah, I mean, you stack multiple waves and crash them in the turret. You can go and cash in. You're fine. And Choni, gotta flash that. I know it feels bad. I know you don't wanna, but Vista had the right idea. Flashed it, was fine.
Yeah.
And Choni cannot say the same, fortunately. Oh yeah, that's a free longsword on the call.
Yeah.
And it's not like Choni and Vista are actually going to get the opportunity to look for a back themselves here. So going to be an item advantage for Ruler that he's going to be very happy about. Meanwhile, in topside, Doran has a freeze.
Yes.
So Dudu can't lane.
Well, he's going to go home. Won't have to teleport. He's still.
Yeah, I mean.
So he needs to try and break the freeze somehow.
Yeah.
But
oh, Peanut backed. Okay. He doesn't know that, but Peanut backed.
Yeah. Not a lot of vision available for Hanwha Life Esports there on the top side, which is why you're talking about where Peanut is, because Dudu doesn't necessarily know. And this is what makes things very, very difficult.
Yeah, you got it. You can't let him keep that freeze. Like in a long lane, that match was really hard. And right now it's still somewhat okay. Yeah, unfortunately, very nice ward setup here.
Yep.
In this early on, it's somewhat okay because Doran doesn't actually have that much AD yet. As it's a trap.
Yeah.
It's a trapless.
They've had so much time to get into position here as Peanut is going to be seen. There is another ward prepared as Lahens and Ruler are just going to chill on this wave. And Willa understands that he has been 100% found out.
Johnny and Vista, if you spot their Jarvan with your E and you're still walking forward, I think they have an inkling. And they didn't even get the crash.
Nope. And they are still going to go for the back, as Ruler doesn't find that farm. But it doesn't really matter. He's still just going to be so far ahead. This wave state is very difficult, as Dudu is just going to flash onto Doran and that's a solo kill. What led to that moment, I wonder?
Nice! Good one for you, Dudu. Maybe redeeming this seemingly unsalvageable game does Dudu.
Yeah?
I'm a little baffled.
I'd like to get a little bit of context as to what just happened there.
Yeah.
As we do have the wave crashing, but Harmor are going to be able to pick that one up relatively comfortably.
Yeah, that is Trial by Fire and Corrupted Pot. And he flashes and murders him. And this is, of course, due to the fact that Peanut was spotted on bot side of the map. So Dudu feels very safe. Now is the easiest return gank of Peanut's life, knowing that the Iron Plate doesn't have a flash. If you hit 6 and you Cataclysm in, he will die. So Peanut, when he swings back towards the top half of the map, definitely able to utilize that well. As Chovy is up 10 CS in a melee versus ranged matchup.
Yep. He farms better on melee champions, is generally how it goes. His best champion to farm on that I've seen was his Jace, because he was both melee and range.
I thought it was going to be like Renekton or something.
Definitely one of the ones that he did quite well on as well. But yeah, him and Showmaker just had a time where Jace mid became a thing for like a patch or two, and Chovy would just, do a lot of farming. As Peanut will go down to 11 health calculated. Bit of a sad B there.
There's no way that was calculated. I think he was just gonna, he's sitting on a smite, right? So he was like, no, I'm fine. I can save it. I can save that charge. I can use it on blue.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And he's not going to go home. Just has the smite available. So like you say, gets his health back. Going to be fine. Pings out as Vista moves on over. And as you can see, Genji still with a lot of control down here towards the bottom side. About a wave in the lead. As there are, it's like one extra minion available here for Chani. But not too much to worry about. Misses that one as well. So now officially a wave ahead on Genji's side. Gold still in Genji's favor as well, to the tune of about 600. That top lane certainly helping out. Dudu, once again, a pressure point here for Harmor Life Esports. And once again, Akshan being a bit of a sore spot for Doran after falling down underneath his turret.
Yeah, because in the isolated 1v1, that's the reason why he picked this matchup. The moment that Willa shows bot side...
well, Willa is going to dive forward. Ruler looks for it, has to flash to get out of the way here.
Nice.
Vista just keeping them at arm's length. Nice work.
Good for you, Willer.
Yeah, gets himself a flash. That means the Ruler and Lehen's not going to be able to play as aggressively, although as I say that, Lehen's does hit level 6. It's basically like having a flash. As Chovy's going to surf his way back to this mid lane with the hijacked Weaver's Wall. Yeah, all quiet here on Summoner's Rift, this stage of the game. Ticking over 20 seconds past the Rift Herald. You can see that Genji are going to move over to it. And Doran, despite the fact that he did die in that 1v1, he has still managed to crash this wave. And so therefore Genji with decent amount of control of the river here, especially when it comes to the vision. As the Rift Scuttler will go down. And Willa on his Gromp in the area, but with the bottom lane rotating up, this should be a free Shelly going over their way.
Looking like an early Herald pickup. Everyone rotated over as well. Chani gonna try and maybe pick up a plate for his troubles. Gonna crash that wave as well, and will now have caught up with Ruler. And wonder where they're gonna place this. Really nice teleport here from Dor, making sure that the resources don't go to waste. Yep. And you better back, Dudu. Because even with reinforcements in the area, I'd be a little scared. Colors also rotating over though, and doing squats here. Looks like we're just going to have a straight up lane swap, although if I'm Genji, I'd be perfectly happy swapping back and then picking ourselves up an Infernal Drake in about 2 minutes.
Sounds like a pretty good plan to me. No clouds available for the soul this time.
Oh, Atlas.
So not my favorite situation here, but we might get the pretty rift with an ocean soul.
No Hextech. We've had enough Hextech for.
Yeah, we had double Hextech in our first series.
Yeah, you need some variety.
It always makes me nervous these days. As of course, we do need to update everyone. Hex Flash still disabled. There was actually an interview done with Peanut about Poppy. He says that she's about 70% of the power level without Hex Flash being available, which does kind of make some sense. It's something that Wolf actually spoke about a lot, about the the power and different avenues that you have when you do have access to the Hex Flash. Is Lahen's going to move over, and Dudu just needs to make his way back to his turret here. Lahen's wanting to get the last auto, doesn't quite get it, as Vista was altered by Johnny. And they use that to try and get Doran out of here. He doesn't have to flash, though. I believe just heroic swings away. And yeah, it didn't cost him too much.
No, should be fine. And in a scenario where it's just Akshan with a little bit of support from the Silas, you're going to feel relatively safe, especially with your flash up. Just need to make sure you don't get arrowed.
Yeah, as Chovy, like you say, right here, Karis, he surfs over as well. Full information for Genji.
Yeah, you don't win that race. It is a crescendo and a Rift Herald.
Yeah.
You're not going to make it even with the head start that you had. Genji going to get the better end of this gold trade here.
Yep, and that is going to mean, backdoor bonus, all that sort of stuff. Not an issue as Doran slinking past the walls. A lot of wall-based, champions. Karis with the extra movement speed. Chovy going to flash, sidesteps the seismic shove as well, as Genji will pick up another charge on this turret. Dudu rotates over. And Peanut and Ruler will actually respect it this time around. Of course, Lahen's on that bottom side. Can be used to support the Akshan, I guess.
Or is this going to be one of those classics, we go for Drake, or you go for Drake and we get an inner? No, because Dudu's there to protect them.
Yeah.
And there's actually a favorable objective trade for Hanwha Life.
Very nicely
Look
done.
at that. I mean, they're still behind in gold because Genji got the first turret blood, but it's something. Oh
no, the plate.
No, it's free. It's free.
Wow.
Souls.
So we had one beautiful moment, which was last game, where it was a Cloud Soul. I don't even think anyone got the Cloud Soul. And by anyone, I mean Genji, but as they finished it very, very... Oh, they did?
They did at the end, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. It didn't really mean anything, but still, it existed. That was great. Cool. This time, we have more gates back again, starting to feel like this is the default Rift. Because we've had it so much today. But still, does give a lot of, fun little avenues over to both of our teams. Lahen's this river, wondering what he wants to do. Moving down towards this bottom side, as you can see, 1.5 minutes left on these plates, and Ruler has his eyes on the extra money.
Very different game from game number 1.
Yes. Certainly not as extraordinarily one-sided as we had in game 1.
Yeah, if game number 1 was a Michael Bay movie, then this is the second movie of the director, and he doesn't want to be, he doesn't want to be put in a specific type of movie. So he makes an art house film. It's black and white.
So this is like The Lighthouse?
Yeah.
In comparison to Transformers.
That's the transition that we're looking at.
Yeah. Really liked it. Willem Dafoe is absolutely fantastic.
Oh,
there's Chovy in trouble. He's going to get kicked underneath the turret. Tries to dash his way out. I think he was focusing on a minion wave there for a moment. But that is going to be a very nice pickoff. And Willa starting to really make himself known here.
Is this the power of Hanwha Live Game 2, Atlas?
100%.
In my video game?
Always. Always. It's one thing that you know to be true, and that is Hanwha Life Esports play better in Game 2. That's just how it goes. Chovy does finish his Everfrost. He's still in the Death Chamber. 0-1-1 on this Silas. And look, you can have as many CS leads as you want, but start giving kills over to Hanwha Life Esports, and they could definitely start rolling over the top. This Peanut will secure this blue buff. Dudu has to be a little bit careful. Cataclysm comes on through. Doran coming on down as well. Flag and drag will get Peanut out of there. And yeah, Dudu now has his Cannon Barrage on cooldown.
Yeah, you take that one. Trading for a flash with your Cataclysm is always really, really good. There is actually 4 amazing targets Johnny's a little difficult, and obviously Willer has no hard time at all getting out of the Cataclysm. But for GP, for Ash and the Talia, getting caught is kind of a death sentence. Now Karis has gone for a very defensive build, picked up the crown. Also sitting on always summoners right now, so we're going to be terrified rather of what Gen G has offered. As we are looking at Shirley making her way on the Rift, and game actually, unlike the previous one, it's a 1.7k gold lead, but you'll take that.
Yeah, this is by no means a game similar to the last one, as Karis going to have his crown popped. As Peanut notices that there isn't much of a minion wave here. Chovy will just clear out the wave though, and Karis is going to have to respect the fact that Peanut could be in the area. Still, no. Will this be the dive? Looks like the answer is going to be no, as Chovy and Peanut have instead their eyes on this Rift Herald. Weaver's Wall was stolen. Harmon Life Esports know it, and because they're... Oh no, Karis. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, Jonas Strong.
What a troll.
He's such a troll.
We got a hint because of the sweeper, but they could have, of course, also moved out just to engage him at the last possible second.
Yeah, right.
They do that often.
Well, Ruler is going to throw an Inferno multi through. He's sitting on only Gale Force, so it doesn't do a whole lot of damage.
No, not getting too much value out of that one, as Peanut does plan his flag menacingly.
Yeah, he's still going to drag over. Oh, he's just slightly out of vision. Willer does get the info that he's over here, and he just walks in and steals it. There's the kick. I will see whether Peanut can actually collect it here, as he may not be able to. Seismic Shove, he gets hit by the volley and the Q from the Lee Sin.
Come on, flash onto it, Peanut. I know you want to.
But I mean, the mid-outer turret goes down.
Flash onto it, Peanut.
Peanut still might get over there and grab it. And honestly, like, the fact that they were just here...
I know.
And all distracted, it's all worth it. Like, Shelly was basically... Ruler's better than Shirley, right?
That was the hard ones with the hard ones. I wanted him to get it. And this is obviously the objectively favorable trade. You deny it to your opponents. You get a monstrous gold trade on the other end. And all it cost you was Doran's Flash. And you'll take that anytime, especially if you can also turn it into a Hextech Drake here. Gen G using the tempo that they have on the map to pick themselves up. This one, fresh base coming in hot for Peanut and for Chovy. And as a result, it is Gen G that, after last game, this doesn't feel like a shellacking at all, and it's not quite the same category. But if you look at the trades overall, Gen G still getting the better end, but Alive this time around, at least are able to pick up a bunch of kills.
Indeed, they, well, by a bunch, there's two, but double the kills of what Gen G have been able to put forth, which is pretty impressive. As Doran slinking towards this top lane, heroically swings on over. Seismic Shove does miss. As, man, it's pretty dangerous, dashing towards the Talia. Not going to catch him.
Meanwhile, in the bottom half of the map,
yeah,
is Shirley.
So what they got in trade for that failed attempt to get Shirley was outer turret mid, outer turret bot, and a Drake. And so, like, now the gold swing over 3,000, and it's starting to become a very difficult game for Harmon Life. As Chovy sidestepping these barrels quite nicely, as Dudu, you know, tip top of the Morin into you. Tips his hat. Says good work. As Karis, he's coming on up. And we're going to take some Hex Gates and look to see whether we can kill a Silas. Vision right here. And so Chovy will just slink into Fog of War and move himself back. That means Ruler's got a lot of space, Doran's got a lot of space.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a turret, unless they want to invest in ultimate here. Cars rotate over, but this is the power of the Gen G composition, is that its 1v1 is incredible, right? Like both Silas and the Akshan are fairly hard to actually catch consistently. There's the stealth, there is the mobility that both these two champions have. As a result, you're kind of always running from side to side.
Ruler wanted to sidestep it, not going to be able to. Cannon Barrage comes through from Chovy though. As they do trade the Cataclysm for the Fate's Call. Vista still very, very low. Seismic Shove connects, and there's the Devour from Lehens. He doesn't want to have to use that on the Jarvan, though, so definitely a good cooldown to be picked up here on Hanwha's side. Still, Doran, as you were saying, he is in stealth. Willer going to be flashing forward, and I think that is a dead Tahm Kench. He does manage to make it out. There's the flash. Cannon Barrage wasn't enough, and that was a gimme. Oh, no.
Chovy.
Yeah, Chovy looking for a little bit more here. It looks like the back away is going to be successful here on Hanwha Life's side. but could have sworn that should have been a kill as Ruler does have his Gale Force available. Now Karis in trouble. Seismic Shove connects onto Ruler though, and he's just going to be taken down. Didn't want to flash, he elected to use the Gale Force instead. That's not going to save you, and he will die.
And Gen G, this time around, they are actually not winning the cross map. Interestingly enough, if they really want to push it, they might try and go for this. Don't think that's going to work out. Doran, very long swing.
It was majestic,
Should
wasn't
be able to get the 1v1 going here.
Peanut not going to be able to find any knockups there. Has to flash to get himself out of the way. Kick from Chovy's nice, but Peanut is still likely going to go down, and Chovy's now in trouble. Meanwhile, there's a fight on the opposite side. Dudu's going to have to flash away as he gets out of the way of the knockup there, but the comeuppance is going to come through. Lehen's still in trouble, but the parlay was in the air, and it's a 1-for-1.
You're taking this as Hanwha Life.
Oh,
like
100%.
Gen G is just giving you free gold across the map. And there is a point where having fun kind of turns into a backfiring on you. This is that moment. Ruler not opting to flash that Seismic Shove is a trap that we've seen many AD carries fall for. And then on the other end of the map, I mentioned playing Jarvan into Taliyah. That's why. That's why it's not fun, even with the Merc threats. Very unpleasant experience. Chani says, oh, I got you this time around. And then obviously on the other end of the map, as we see Doran going to make his play onto Doran here. Nice sidestep, able to actually get on top. Lance like, I'm helping, but you are 5 levels down, my friend, and you are a friendly catfish. But you also don't really have the tankiness to deal with this. Just gets blown up. The final parlay here, combined with the trial by fire, going to be enough. And
oh, and we've got a fight. Chani's dead. His flash was on cooldown before. Peanut, of course, knew that because that's why Peanut died. And as we come out of the replay, we'll need another replay.
Yeah, not only that, Chani also used his Fate's Call, so maybe Vista was in an awkward spot. Maybe they were looking for something and it backfired. Time will tell. We do not know as of right now. Kraken Slayer finished. And yeah, if you have 280 carries, might as well take a crack at Baron.
It's also Severum Crescendum, which certainly does take down Baron pretty quickly. There is Calibrum now set up as Ruler's going to get devoured. Now Doran over the wall here. Ruler does get spat out as Lehen's is tanking the Baron and has to be very, very careful. Willa's in trouble as well now as Peanut gets shot by Dudu, but he overextends just a little bit. Cannon Barrage was hijacked and not enough to kill Willa here. Chovy just couldn't do it. He couldn't take down his former teammate. And so isn't going to be able to there with that R button that he stole away. So Gen G going to have that Baron attempt denied. And the Drake is alive. So Gen G actually have Soul Point on the table. You can see, I mean, I think Peanut might be thinking about it, but the rest of Gen G don't really have that on their minds, especially when Hanwha Life Esports are pushing relentlessly towards their mid lane.
Atlas?
Yes?
I want to believe.
It's game 2, man.
I want to believe
if
Atlas.
Hanwha are going to win any game, it will be game 2. That is 100% the
Soul Point fight. They have no vision. They are going to give it up, and they're going to shove in mid.
Hanwha Life definitely do not want this Drake, as it turns out. And Gen G just going to move back towards the mid lane. Avenger Rang flies forward. One of my least favorite ability names in the game. But did have to throw it through there. Okay, the swing comes in, and that is a very dead Taliyah. Oh man, Aladdin really getting the work done here, as Doran is going to slink over towards Willa.
Painful catch there for Karis, as Doran is just looking for a juicy target.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he might also just head towards the bot lane, side lane. Yeah, does that? Yeah, why not? Yeah, Karis is down. Might as well give it a go. And they don't know. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, Doran's going to find Vista. And Fate's Call does come out one more time. Doran's going to flash, but he flashes a bit early. Dudu's going to go down, so it's a trade of top laners in the end.
Ooh.
And Gen G's health bars are pretty low. Going back to this Baron is a dangerous prospect. But Peanut should be able to get himself back up to a health bar total that's kind of okay. Let's have a look at how this all started as Peanut, finding the angle. And the weave as well from Chovy as well is fantastic.
Yeah, no idea about that. I was like, maybe they set up a proactive call with the Fate's Call. No, they do not. And unfortunate thing here is that Karis can't really walk down because he's walking to Peanut and die. Can't really walk up because the entire team is there, so just caught on an awkward spot looking for a catch. And then Doran tries to go for Vista, but Vista, he's ready. He sees it coming, gets the heal off, then gets Fate called, and Doran, as you pointed out, early, then gets CC chained. Wheeler, honestly having a splendid game on this Lee.
Yeah.
He's not generally the one setting up the plays, but he's been there for most of the kills. Really good at taking a bunch of these champions from Genji that are being served up to him, and overall, quite liking it. Only 3k gold, that is surmountable.
It is indeed. Uh-oh. Dudu moving forward, there's the knock-up.
Has flash.
Yeah, Chovy wanting to rotate over. Barrel's going to get the flash out once again from Peanut. So Dudu now flash on cooldown, and just in trade for the Cataclysm, Arrow is going to sail by as Ruler. Not going to need to worry about these pebbles too much, but it does mean that the outer turret falls. Actually, pretty good zoning play there from Karis, to be honest, as Dudu gets rid of this wave, and Doran is unanswered here, as the 1-3-1 from Genji working out for now.
After that assassination didn't work out, Doran went into, you know, he gave some second thought, and he's like, I'm just not going to kill champions anymore. I'm just going to shove side. No one can catch me.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, because this is how the gold lead increases. Double turrets coming through.
Also,
1.2k gold swinging right here.
Akshan, you know, he's got a bit of an Assassin's Creed vibe, you know, with his kit, and so therefore the best way to play that game is via stealth, not via, you know, you don't just kill all the guys do.
How did you play it?
Oh, I just went to the highest point and jumped into hay bales. I don't think I finished the game at all, but I had a whole lot of fun.
That's what's important.
Yeah.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Yeah, that's all I do. I used it as a climbing simulator. It's a good little stun there onto Willa.
How'd you play Breath of the Wild?
Yeah, I did. That's how I played Breath of the Wild as well. Although you also managed to win the game by doing that as well. As Ruler's just going to get missed. Predicting the juke, I guess.
It's fine. Vista has about 30 seconds till he hits his next arrow. Well, not hits. He has the cooldown. Maybe he hits. We don't know yet. We'll see.
Yeah. Maybe when the arrow comes back around after going around the entirety of Runeterra, the globe of Runeterra, it'll come back and hit someone. It's going to be in a while, though. The game needs to go for a much longer period of time. Runeterra is a large place. As Doran sneaking
stealthily.
Sneaky.
Oh, that's Twitch.
Yes. Well, I mean, similar to Twitch, you know?
Look at him crouch.
Yeah. It's Metal Gear Doran. Well, it's just going to throw through the Avenger rank. No, it's not a good name, is it?
No,
but
you never say it.
It is what it's called, though. As, okay, Willow looking for Chovy. Chovy is going to get himself out of the way. Doesn't have to flash just yet, as Fate's Call is now being picked up.
Soulfight. Let's go.
All right.
Oh, Doran. Oh, Peanut.
Dun it. All right, Peanut. Cataclysm lands onto 2. Gets a triple knock up right into the Moonlight Vigil. But now Rule has to go 1 versus 3. They managed it. What the heck? Lehens gets over here with the Abyssal Dive, and Ruler is still fighting. What the heck is going on? Peanut is also going to be redeemed from the W of Doran, and now Vista's supportal combat as Lehens is throwing his tongue the wrong direction, and he'll hit it the other time. This guy is such a troll. I know he's a catfish, but he's also a troll. As Genji are now going to break the base. That was that. Oh. I would even go so far as to say that that tongue lash was bad manners.
Yep. And the game is over.
As maybe, judging by the player cam, maybe it was a misclick. I hope it was. As Genji are going to swing over and see what they can find in the enemy fountain. In the end, it's going to be the Nexus falling down. There is the 2-0 for Genji as they make short work of Humble Life Esports.
And that was a relatively close game until it wasn't. Interesting, to say the least. I personally was pretty impressed with what Genji showed us here today, allowing themselves to have a little bit of fun with that pickup of the Akshan very clearly. Do I like the pick in idea, in concept? Absolutely. As I mentioned, I think in terms of drafting, it is a nice angle. but it does run into the issue that we have seen with countless others ranged top laners, which is make one mistake and you just look very silly. And there were a couple of mistakes.
Yes.
Didn't end up mattering, and I hope that Hanwha Life is not too shattered, because
I mean, losing to Gen.G
is,
especially as a team that's, you know, struggling at the bottom of the standings at the moment, like Gen.G does this to teams much better. Remember, our fastest game here in the LCK for Summer was against Sandbox, and it was Gen.G that did it. So I don't think that you can feel too bad about the situation if you are Hanwha Life Esports, but Gen.G definitely getting themselves prepared. Remember, it's the big one next week. They have to face off against T1. Peanut has already said that none of these wins mean anything until they beat T1. He just outright said it. And it's kind of a little bit true. I mean, that is the matchup that they've not been able to actually overcome this year.
Next week, Atlas, only a fool would not choose that as their match of the week. As T1 Gen.G, one that everyone's going to be looking forward toward.
Just doesn't mean that much for the standings.
Atlas, you guys don't know yet. I do know, and I am proud of your choice. As kind of the sometimes I am a bit of the.
I mean, it is the match of the week, but sometimes you need to have your secondary choice.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But this is the core issue, of course. I don't even think Akshan wins the matchup early. It really is once you get your blade with Rune King and in isolation, that matchup is very good. What I did love, and we're really going to highlight, is that Willer actually looked great.
Yeah.
He had a good game. It's not too surprising because, as pointed out, in a roster with Lord, Morgan, Chovy, and Deft, you're not going to be the standout. But even though Willer was surrounded by ranging from exceptional to pretty great players, if you can get to a world stage and be a serviceable jungler, that says a lot. And
he made it to world's knockouts.
Yeah, and you can talk as much as you want, but we have seen plenty of teams with good individual players fail to know that a team is only as good as their weakest link.
Yeah.
And if I'm seeing Willow like this, just put him in. What do you got to lose? You're one in, what is it, 11, 12 now?
How did this happen? This was to the top side.
Oh, Lahan's flashes over. They throw a bunch of cooldowns into Devoured Lahan, or a Devoured Ruler, and then he is fed Thalios.
Yeah, and he just sort of walked around 3 people until Lahan's was there to bail him out as well, and then utilized the shield very effectively. Dudu did a lot of damage. Shout-outs to him, of course, highest damage in the entire game.
Yeah.
Definitely looked so much better than game number 1. Made Gen.G work for it a little bit harder. I think Doran had a bit of a happy game here on the Akshan, trying to get the monkey off his back, I think, after what was his last Akshan game that was a little bit more suspicious. But I think he had a lot of fun towards the end. Really liked Peanut on the Jarvan, and Ruler as well, once again having a great game. But it also was another time where things got off to the wrong foot at minute 1. That early invade from Hanwha Life Esports not quite working out. But it's time to hear from what the gentlemen on the chairs and carpet space have to say about the Gen.G victory.
Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work today, as we will take it from here. Yet another big win from Gen.G. A little bit less stompy just because it was kind of slow in the beginning, but they got the job done in the end.
Yeah, I think there was some good ideas in this draft here for Hanwha Life Esports. I like the Taliyah priority once again. The Ashe was very flexible, and they tried to pivot into the Kalista at the end to try to get a lot of control on the bottom side of the map, which is why I think we did see this Akshan pick come through here for Doran. Like, oh, okay, they're pivoting towards bottom side. We will actually now try to control top instead, because obviously, even with this Jarvan pick here, it is going to be kind of tricky to pilot the Aphelios Tahm Kench in the early parts of the game into the Ashe Kalista. And, you know, a bit of a sore spot for Gen.G fans watching Doran play this champion, considering one of the low points, as Atlas put it there, in his career recently in the finals of Spring. But I really liked how Hanwha Life put this together, and Wheeler was, ironically, as was pointed out in the cast, Chovy's bodyguard, basically. They were, of course, teammates when Chovy was on this team, so it feels kind of cool that he matches up against Chovy in his first time back. I was excited to see him back on the roster. I thought he had a pretty decent performance.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, it's kind of hard on the players when everybody's switching around and stuff, but for Life, we're not having a lot of success. I think that changes are always good to just try to mix things up, see if a new player maybe breathes some life into the lineup. I'm always a fan of it personally. So yeah, just like the draft, but again, kind of a little bit of a hands difference here in this one. So perhaps we can get into the first highlight, which was the big trade all over the map, actually.
Yeah, so there's obviously a lot happening topside here, and this is where things like looked like maybe there was a chance for Life Esports here, as this fight goes very poorly for Gen G, and on the bottom side they're also trying to collapse onto Dudu on the GP, who ends up trading back a kill. This ends up being a really nice trade here for the side of Life Esports. Really nice play there from Chunny, actually on the Callista, flashing the wall, getting a kill. And then this ends up being a disaster for Dudu until he ends up turning this one around, getting that parlay kill onto Lehen. So I just wanted to highlight the wheels are kind of turning here for Life Esports, trying to understand how they can punish Gen G's composition. And I mean, they get a nice trade here. It's unfortunately ultimately not enough, but I thought it was a cool thing to just kind of pick apart and be like, wow, look, they kind of won on both sides here as a trade up.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I liked how Life were trying to be proactive, right? Especially the plays in mid. I thought that Talia play was actually overall pretty good from Karis. So, you know, given if they were playing a different team that wasn't Gen G, that likes to smack around a lot of teams, I think they probably would have won with this draft, but just was not meant to be. As we can take a look at highlight number 2 here, which was essentially the last fight of the game.
Yeah, Ruler really does a great job in this team fight and is given a lot of resources to do so. Peanut sets him up here. Look at this, Cataclysm into the flag and drag for the 3-man knockup for the ult to come through. Look at the damage here. As look at Ruler's positioning too, just in general. He's so safe with this, he can kite back, and the rest of the team fight is already won on the bottom side. So even if he does die, he's going to do so much damage before he does that they can just turn around and catch these Life members. He doesn't, by the way, as he is then, of course, supported by the rest of his team, and in particular, Lehens, who comes over here and then does the weird roll lash.
So BM, I love how we get the slowdown. He did hit the center, or near the center of the blast cone.
2 points.
Yeah, kind of punishing the blast cone. I'm not a big fan of plants on the map, so I'm glad that he did that. Gave me a little shout out there, no doubt. Definitely not. Yeah, it was pretty nice. You know, Lehen's a little bit of trolling. They actually did show some respect at the end. They did not dive into the fountain, which, you know, those death timers were coming up, and I'm like, they're going to dive that fountain. They're going to wait. Try to bolster their KDA. It did not happen. I think the 2-0 is good enough for them here.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see who does end up picking up the POG. For me, it was definitely between Ruler and Peanut. I think both Chovy and Doran had their ups and downs this game, and I don't think this was really a Tom Kench game. He was playing weak side bottom, so I'm curious to see who does end up picking it up in the end.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, we do have the POG ready. Let's see who does pick it up here for game number 2. It will be the Nut himself, 600 POG points in the jungle, which, you know, it's not a lot of junglers up there towards the top, actually.
Yeah, and it's really just him and Owner who are picking up these POGs right now. It hasn't been Canyon's best season by any means, but I mean, it starts at level 1 for him, helping set up this play here by avoiding vision and then setting up a trap, and then he just repeatedly is looking for cataclysms and flag and drags here, catching non-stop, honestly, some of the squishier members here on the side of Life Esports. And yeah, I mean, Ruler did a lot of damage, but this was a really good team effort. This fight was one of the ones that really like makes you wonder, you know, like, will Ruler pick up some votes? Because he had the follow-up before this engage. He survived so well, did so much damage. Just a beautiful game here from Gen G across this series. Both games 2-0, clean. Literally nothing to see here, basically. And wow, look at that, the split Ruler vote.
There was one vote for Chovy.
Maybe it's not a bad thing, just not what I would have gone for.
Yeah, almost feels like a little bit of a meme, but that's okay. You know, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Also 5 votes for Ruler, as you were talking about. Media really going into that damage. But either way, guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to G-Sun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview. Translation joined by Peanut Ruler from Genji. Congratulations, Peanut, on the win and also on playing your 500th game in the LCK. Genji is now back on the first place. They secured a spot in the playoffs. How do you feel? I don't know, time flies, but at the same time, it took a long time. I'm still happy that I was able to celebrate my 500th game with a victory, and I want to keep going forward. And Ruler, you are now tied second place in the POG standings. And I heard you saying, that was so close once you saw the POG reveal, and then Peanut was the POG for game 2. How do you feel? I got 5 votes, you know. I wasn't expecting that, but still I got 5, so I was like, that was so close to winning the second game as well. So you were able to get a victory and also a single POG. Twitch and Yumi here in the LCK Summer is sitting on 3-1-3 loss scoreline, and the 3 victories were secured by Genji only. Why is Genji so good at Twitch Yumi comp? So me and Lehans, we were playing 2v2 against, you know, LPL teams on the bottom lane, and realized that this pick is really powerful. In game number 1, so Genji let Zeri through and then first picked Yumi to get that Twitch Yumi comp. Do they have any edge over Zeri? Just like we showed in the beginning of game number 1, you can, you know, go invisible and then secure a first blood, 100% secured kill there. So it's a really good strategy with that duo. Yeah, and also with the early warding, you guys were able to get a huge lead in the jungle role as well. So is there anything in specific you focus on in order to get vision in the jungle? We just have a lot of communication regarding the vision control. Yeah, just like Ruler said, we have a lot of communication. The team comm is the key to our success, I want to say. And Ruler, you play Twitch like a solo assassin, and today you took Cleanse instead of Heal. You went for Gale Force instead of Kraken Slayer. So could you also tell us about the build? I was expecting some, you know, exhaust from the opponent, so I took Cleanse. And also the item build, you know, it just depends on the given situation. And then in game number 2, we had Auction by Genji for Doran. I'm very curious about that pick. Is that a good pick into GP? Well, Doran, first off, is good at Auction. And also, I think Auction is a very good pick into GP, so we wanted to secure the last pick, Auction, as a counter for GP. There were a lot of jungle options for game 2, but you decided to play J4. Well, I looked into the opponent's comp, and then none of them actually had dash to, you know, avoid the cataclysm. So I was like, this is the perfect J4 angle. Peanut was able to perfectly punish the comp of the opponent with the J4 play. Ruler, we saw your Aphelios for the first time this summer. It's mostly because, you know, because of the draft that we were looking for, you know. So yeah, we have not been playing Aphelios for a long time because that was not the direction that we were looking for this summer split. Because our top side was so strong, they're doing great. So this game too, I was not doing anything special, but we still won. So, but yeah, this Aphelios game was decent and alright, I want to say. And Peanut, that early invade action was caught by your flag. What happened there? So I was pretty sure that, or waiting for the opponents to actually invade to our jungle, but they didn't really show and appear. So I was like, this is a little bit weird. So I put down my flag to be safe, and then I saw the opponents passing by. So we got really lucky, to be honest. And Ruler, I saw you giggling after getting a kill onto the enemy AD carry.
기억이 정확히 안 나는데 이제
I don't exactly remember, but I think that was like level 1 action.
둘 다 잡을 수 있는 상황은
We couldn't
조금 아쉬워서
actually
이거
get 2 kills
나갔었다고
there, but it was a bummer that we only got 1 kill. With that successful invade skirmish, what was the gameplay you were looking for after, you know, picking up some early kills and spells? So we knew that they were down with many spells, so I knew that they will be playing around the bottom lane for sure. Listen will be camping bot, so I know they were forced to play that way, so I was not worried about anything in particular, and then we were able to play out the team fight really well later on, and we were able to get the victory. And Genji's next opponent is DRX. What's your mindset for that matchup? I think DRX is doing a great job these days, so we will do our best to prep for that series and come back with a stronger performance compared to today. Thank you for your support. What about you, Peanut? In the previous DRX series, Pyosik's Lee was so on point. So I will do my best to mark his Lee Sin in order to secure a victory for Genji, and looking forward to your support. Thank you. And Peanut, you know, you also made a milestone in your career. So, is there any last message you would like to send to the fans out there? There were a lot of ups and downs to make this 500 games in the LCK, but I really appreciate all the support from the fans, and I have a long way to go, I believe. So I hope to see all the fans continue watching me in the future as well. And this will be the end of the interview from Peanut, Ruler, from Genji, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. I keep laughing at the Ruler rockets of the Jinx. Not sure what's going on there.
Very good. It's very fun.
Let's take a look at the standings as Genji will retake the top spot. They have just dropped less games than T1 overall. 4 less games, in fact.
Notice, as was mentioned earlier, both Genji and T1 at 11 wins here. With this loss for Kwangdong will, of course, secure their playoff spot. So big wins here for Genji and T1 this week. I think T1 obviously having to work a little bit harder for theirs, but it was just as important. So 2 front runners for going to the finals already both locked in for playoffs. They haven't locked in number 1 or number 2, but I think it is very important to note.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep that in mind. We will be seeing those 2 teams in the playoffs, and also in a match against each other next week, which is going to be T1 versus Genji, but also DRX versus Live Sandbox. That's actually you and me, Wolf.
Yeah,
we are going to be casting that day.
It's a banger day.
A banger day.
Yeah, 100% is. Here's our schedule for the Challenger League coming up for week 7. You guys can check out Chronicler's co-stream, and he does some commentary and some memeing and some fun and games over there if you want to check out English coverage, or you can just watch the Korean stream.
Yeah, either way, definitely check that out, and make sure you join us for the LCK next week. Thank you for joining us for this one and for today, and I hope you all have a great night.
I'm not looking down.